the world is watching now. Every eye's on you. Every single second counts. Will you make it through? It's an uphill battle, and your knees are bruised. When the clock is ticking down, let your powers burn. Don't be afraid of a little fire. Let it boom it. You were born and raised a fighter. Let it boom it. Everyone's watching. Show them what you do, what you were really here for, what you come to prove, and get them singing. And get them singing. And get them singing.
This summer, the heat will rise with every game, every clash, and every choice. And somewhere in that heat, one team out of 28 will break through and stand tall as champions of Free Fire Max Asia Invitational 2026 Summer. 28 total teams, all from India, Bangladesh, Nepal, Pakistan, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Thailand. Teams will come in hot and will only have one purpose: to be crowned by fire. South Asia Playins starts from June 12th to June 14th. 18 teams will kick off the South Asia Playins and will be divided into 3 groups of 6 each. 8 teams from India, 5 teams from Bangladesh, 3 teams from Pakistan, and 2 teams from Nepal. In a round-robin format, each group will play against the others over 3 days. At the end of day 3, only the top 8 teams out of 18 will move forward. For the remaining 10 teams, the journey ends. Main event starts from June 18th to June 20th. The 8 qualified teams from South Asia Playins will then be challenged by the 10 invited teams. The top Indian team from Free Fire Max Asia Invitational 2026 Spring. 1 team each from Bangladesh, Nepal, and Pakistan. Joining the fray will be teams from across the ocean. 2 teams from Indonesia, 2 teams from Malaysia, and 2 teams from Thailand. Once again, 18 teams are split into 3 groups of 6, and in a round-robin stage that will last for 3 days, only 12 of the finest teams in all of Asia will move on to the last challenge. Grand Finals on 21st June. 1 day, 1 opportunity, no second chances. The Grand Finals will be played in Champion Rush format. To claim the title of champions, a team must first reach 90 points to activate Champion Rush, and then secure a Booyah. At stake is not just the crown, but also the biggest share of the $50,000 prize pool. When the final moment arrives and the heat reaches its peak, only one team will rise above the rest, and only one team will be remembered as crowned by fire.
हेलो नमस्कार सत श्री अकाल आदाब, कैसे हैं आप लोग। टीयर लिस्ट टीयर रेटिंग लेके आ चुके हैं आपके साथ, और आज हमारे साथ टीयर रेटिंग करने के लिए 4 अमेजिंग एथलीट्स जुड़े हुए हैं। चलिए शुरू करते हैं टीयर रेटिंग की। सबसे पहली टीम गाइस ऑटोबॉट।
पिछली बार काफी अच्छा खेले थे वैसे, तो हीरोइक पे रख सकते हैं इनको।
अब हमारे सामने आ चुकी है टीम गॉडलाइक।
ग्रैंड मास्टर पे रख दो।
हाँ मेरे हिसाब से भी ग्रैंड मास्टर पे भी।
नोबिता यहाँ पे स्माइल दे रहे हैं कि आप कहीं पे भी रख लें, लेकिन मेरे लिए तो गॉडलाइक दिल में रहेगी, दिल से गॉडलाइक। और अब अगली टीम है स्ट्रॉ हैट्स।
स्ट्रॉ हैट्स को डायमंड पे रख सकते हैं, मारते तो अच्छा मारते हैं लोग।
इनका बंदा वेडिंग पे कैंप करके बैठा था भाई, इनको प्लेटिनम पे रखो।
फाल्कन्स को कहाँ रखा जाए, चारों खिलाड़ियों से पूछूंगा मैं।
ग्रैंड मास्टर से ऊपर अगर होती तो अगर रख देते इसको, तो
चैंपियंस पे रख दो। चैंपियंस पे कुछ एक बनाओ, उस पे।
हाँ एक चैंपियन का बना दो।
बिगेट्रॉन बाय वाइटैलिटी, इन्हें कहाँ रखा जाए?
ग्रैंड मास्टर पे रख दो।
ये भी भाई है भाई,
मास्टर पे
रख दो ग्रैंड मास्टर।
आईक्यू टोटल गेमिंग कहाँ रखना चाहेंगे?
ग्रैंड मास्टर यार, वो
ग्रैंड मास्टर पे रख दो।
और अब टीम हिंद, हमारे तेज FFMIC 2026 स्प्रिंग के चैंपियन
है, और इंडियन सर्वर में तो इनका कंपटीशन दिख नहीं रहा है।
ग्रैंड मास्टर डालो इनको, क्योंकि अभी स्क्रिम्स भी चल रही थी जो बाहर की, उसमें भी काफी अच्छा खेल रहे थे।
नमस्कार, सत श्री अकाल, आदाब, कैसे हैं आप लोग? एंड आई नो आप लोग फ्री फायर मैक्स एशिया इन्विटेशनल 2026 समर में बहुत ज़्यादा शॉक्ड होंगे, बहुत ज़्यादा सरप्राइज्ड होंगे। और क्यों नहीं, प्लेन्स के मुकाबले हमारे ख़त्म हो चुके हैं और बहुत सारी इंडियन टीम्स कुड नॉट मेक इट टू द मेन इवेंट। बट एट द सेम टाइम बांग्लादेश से आई हुई कुछ टीम्स ने काफ़ी कमाल खेला है। नेपाल की तरफ से भी परफॉर्मेंस अच्छी थी लेकिन क्वालिफिकेशन हो नहीं पाया। बट दैट्स नॉट द एंड ऑफ द रोड। आने वाले कंपटीशन में आई एम होपिंग कि ये सारी टीम बहुत बेहतर करेंगी, लेकिन इस पे चर्चा तो करनी बनती ही है। सो गाइज, वी आर बैक अगेन with another episode of Behind the Glue Wall। और Behind the Glue Wall है तो मेरे साथ मेरे को कास्टर, मेरे को होस्ट, मेरे साथी तो होना बनता ही है। सो इस चर्चा को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए I'd like to welcome my co-caster, my co-host और मेरे प्यारे भाई एरो आईबी। कैसे हो आप? और क्या आपको भी शौक लगा प्लेन्स के मुकाबले देख के?
देखिए, सबसे पहले तो मैं बहुत ज़्यादा अच्छा हूँ, बहुत एक्साइटेड हूँ जिस तरीके से मुकाबला चल रहा है। थैंक यू फॉर द वार्म वेलकम। और हाँ, शौक मुझे भी काफ़ी ज़्यादा लगा क्योंकि अभी तक देखिए हमने साउथ एशिया का प्लेन्स देखा, जहाँ पे जैसा कि आपने बताया कि प्लेन्स में आउट ऑफ 8 इंडियन टीम सिर्फ 3 टीम्स मेन इवेंट में अपनी जगह बना पाई है। और इसके अलावा बहुत कुछ हुआ, बड़े बड़े टाइटन्स क्वालिफाई नहीं कर पाए। लेकिन अब इस डिस्कशन को बढ़ाएंगे और बुलाएंगे 2 वेटरन्स को यहाँ पे। तो प्लीज़ वेलकम रेडर्स यूनाइटेड के ट्रोल एंड साथ ही साथ टीम हिंद के बुलमेन। कैसे आप लोग और कितना एक्साइटेड है?
बढ़िया भाई, अच्छा लग रहा है।
अब ट्रोल आप भी बता दीजिए, आप कैसे हैं?
बढ़िया। अभी लास्ट टाइम तक तो थोड़ा कमी एक्सपीरियंस था, अब और बढ़िया, अच्छा लग रहा है थोड़ा परफॉर्म अच्छा करके।
देखिए, आप लोगों की परफॉर्मेंस को देख के ना हमें भी बहुत ज़्यादा अच्छा लग रहा है। बिकॉज टीम हिंद की बात की IVY ने, रेडर्स यूनाइटेड की बात की, रेवेनेंट एक्सपार्क की बात की, आप तीनों टीम्स ही क्वालिफाई हुई हैं मेन इवेंट के लिए। और वहाँ पे हमारी अनदर इंडियन टीम ऑटोबॉट्स भी जुड़ती हुई नजर आएगी। लेकिन देखिए, ऑफ कोर्स कुछ और इंडियन टीम्स भी थी जो क्वालिफाई हो नहीं पाई, उन पे भी चर्चा करेंगे। लेकिन सबसे पहला सवाल वुल्विन मेरा आपसे है कि FFMIC 2026 स्प्रिंग की बात करें तो वहाँ पे हॉटशॉट्स वाज द टीम जो मेन इवेंट में इनवाइटेड थी और 18वें पायदान पे थी। लेकिन वहाँ पे बहुत बड़ा शॉकर लगा था कि इतनी कमाल की टीम 18वें पायदान पे कैसे रह गई। लेकिन अब यहाँ पे प्लेन्स में आए और काफ़ी लंबे समय तक पहला पायदान हासिल करके रखा। हालांकि रेडर्स यूनाइटेड ने उनको पछाड़ा था, लेकिन फिर भी हॉटशॉट्स के द्वारा एक बहुत ही बेहतरीन परफॉर्मेंस आई। तो क्या डिफरेंस आ गया पिछले इवेंट में और इस इवेंट में और हॉटशॉट्स की परफॉर्मेंस में?
मतलब उन्होंने जैसे पिछली बार परफॉर्म करा था तो उन्होंने मतलब अपनी गलतियों को एनालाइज करा होगा एंड बाकी चीज़ों को देखते हुए फिर इस बार उन्होंने इम्प्रूवमेंट के साथ खेला होगा। इसलिए इस बार तो उन्होंने काफ़ी अच्छा परफॉर्म करा पिछली बार से।
क्या बात है। ये कि हॉटशॉट ई-स्पोर्ट डेफिनेटली यहाँ पे काफ़ी बढ़िया खेलते नजर आए। लेकिन अगर अगेन हम बात करें बांग्लादेशी रीजन की, वहाँ पे एक टीम नहीं, 2 टीम नहीं, बल्कि 3 टीमों ने बहुत ही बढ़िया खेला। चाहे हम बात करें स्ट्रॉ हैट्स की, चाहे हम बात करें बांग्ला यूनिटी की, या फिर देखिए इसके अलावा एक्सट्रीम एक्स, उनकी बहुत ही स्ट्रॉन्ग टीम, वो भी यहाँ पे काफ़ी अच्छा खेलती नजर आई थी। तो पिछली बार जिस तरीके से थोड़ा सा हमको डाउनफॉल देखने को मिला था बांग्लादेश रीजन की तरफ से, कंपटीशन में उस तरह से वो उभर के नहीं निकल पाए थे। इस बार क्या लगता है उन्होंने क्या स्ट्रैटेजीज बनाई, ऐसा क्या अपने में इम्प्रूव किया, या फिर आप लोगों की स्ट्रैटेजीज को रीड आउट किया, इवन सिर्फ इंडियन रीजन के नहीं, नेपाली एंड पाकिस्तान रीजन को भी, कि वो इतना ज़्यादा इवॉल्व होकर यहाँ पे आए हैं? तो एज ए एथलीट, बिकॉज हम जानते हैं कि आप लोग बहुत ही अच्छी तरीके से चीज़ों को समझते हैं, वो आपके राइवल्स हैं, तो आपको क्या लगता है कि इस बार उनकी परफॉर्मेंस के पीछे का राज क्या है? सबसे पहले ट्रोल आपसे जानना चाहेंगे।
जहाँ तक मैंने नोटिस किया, शायद उनका रोटेशन ज़्यादा फाइट से नहीं था इस बार। लास्ट टाइम वो लोग ज़्यादा फाइट वगैरह इनिशिएट कर रहे थे, बस दिस टाइम वो लोगों ने ज़्यादा फाइट से फोकस नहीं किया है। वो लोग ज़्यादातर जोन के पॉइंट्स दे रहे थे। उन्होंने एक्चुअली बूया भी ज़्यादा किए हैं इस वजह से। तो शायद यही एक रीज़न था कि वो लोग ज़्यादा इस बार ज़्यादा टीम्स क्वालिफाई कर पाई, शायद बांग्लादेश भी।
काफ़ी कमाल जवाब दिया है यहाँ पे ट्रोल आपने। बट अगला सवाल मेरा वुल्विन आपसे है कि इस बार देखिए हमारी 8 इंडियन टीम्स थी प्लेइंस में, लेकिन सिर्फ और सिर्फ 3 टीम्स हमारी क्वालिफाई होती हुई नजर आई आगे के लिए। एक और टीम आगे जुड़ेगी, ऑटोबॉट्स। क्या लगता है अभी जो कठिनाइयाँ थी, इन कठिनाइयों से निकल के मेन इवेंट में हमारी इंडियन टीम स्टेप अप कर पाएंगी और हम इन चारों को ग्रैंड फिनाले में देख पाएंगे?
मतलब अभी तो जैसे हमने खेला अभी, तो मेन इवेंट इसके मुकाबले तो काफ़ी टफ रहेगा। उसमें अच्छी टीम्स हैं इसके मुकाबले, तो उसमें मतलब थोड़ा अच्छे से परफॉर्म करना पड़ेगा इंडियन टीम्स को, ताकि अपनी जगह बना पाए आगे। जैसे मान लो अभी ट्रोल ने बोला कि लेट रोटेशन को प्रेफर कर रहे हैं बाहर वाली टीम, बट इंडियन टीम्स मतलब ज़्यादा कभी कभी ज़्यादा ही लेट रोटेशन कर देती हैं एंड कभी कभी किल्स पे ज़्यादा ही फोकस कर लेती हैं। बट इन दोनों को जब तक बैलेंस और बाकी चीज़ें देखते हुए नहीं करेंगे तब तक तो फिर मुश्किल है। बाकी तो इन्हें टीम्स कर लेंगी।
देखिए इस वक्त मुझे लग रहा है कि ट्रेनिंग ग्राउंड पे वार्म अप हो गए और अब यहाँ पे सवालों के जवाब वुल्विन काफ़ी अच्छी तरीके से देते नजर आ रहे हैं। तो अगला सवाल भी वुल्विन से ही मेरा रहेगा। देखिए बात करें टाइटंस टीम की, बात करें ऐसी टीम जिसकी रिस्पेक्ट उसके गेम प्ले से, उसके एक लेगेसी से है, आईक्यू टोटल गेमिंग, वो क्वालिफाई नहीं कर पाए। देखिए बहुत सारी चीज़ें थी, बहुत सारे सवाल होके रहे कि क्या रीज़न होगा इसके पीछे। तो मैं जानना चाहूँगा एज ए एथलीट, बिकॉज आपकी टीम ने उनको डिथ्रोन भी किया था। एक टाइम था जब वो चैंपियन थे, तो आपने उनसे वो जो टाइटल था वो ज़रूर छीना था तेज FFMIC 2026 स्प्रिंग में। सो वो जो रिस्पेक्ट आप लोग की रहती है एक दूसरे के लिए और जो एनालिसिस करते रहते हैं एक दूसरे के, तो आपको क्या लगता है कि क्या चीज़ें खराब हुई, क्या वहाँ पे कमियां रह गई कि आईक्यू टोटल गेमिंग जैसी टीम, जिसको जब भी हम ग्रैंड फाइनल्स की बात करते हैं या फिर जब भी हम बात करते हैं यहाँ पे ग्रेटनेस की, तो ये टीम अपने आप ही कन्वर्सेशन का हिस्सा बन जाती है। तो मैं जानना चाहूंगा कि आपको क्या लगता है कि क्या गलतियां हो गई यहाँ पे आईक्यू टोटल गेमिंग से कल के दिन?
मतलब मैं ऐसा गलतियां या फिर किसी को तो ऐसे नहीं बोलूँगा, बट अभी उनके रोस्टर में एक चेंज भी आया है। डिलीट को मतलब उन्होंने बेंच कराया, फिर कुछ भी रीजंस हैं और वोटा इन हुआ है, तो फिर उसमें कोऑर्डिनेशन में तो दिक्कत आता होगा, बाकी उनका अपना पर्सपेक्टिव होगा। बट अगर देखें तो ऐसा दिन खराब भी होता है, ऐसा नहीं कि हर सबका दिन अच्छा ही जाता है, कुछ का दिन खराब भी होता है। तो उसको उसके पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से देखें तो फिर होता है कि टीजी का मतलब दिन अच्छा ना जा रहा हो, थर्ड पार्टी हो रही हो, रोटेशंस में कुछ दिक्कत हो रही हो, तब इन सब में ही देखना पड़ता है।
बिल्कुल सही कहा आपने। देखिए कहीं ना कहीं मुझे भी ऐसा लगता है कि शायद स्टार्टिंग में थोड़ा सा वहाँ पे जो है बुया ओरिएंटेड खेला, फिर आखिरी वो जो गेम उन्होंने खेल के दिखाया था, 29 मैसिव एलिमिनेशन किए थे, तो ह्यूज रिस्पेक्ट टू आईक्यू टोटल गेमिंग। बट यही सेम चीज़ हुई गॉडलाइक ई स्पोर्ट्स के साथ भी वो भी एक बहुत बड़ा नाम, जब भी ग्रैंड फाइनल्स की बात आती है वो टीम हमेशा हिस्सा रहती है। तो ये चीज़ मैं जानना चाहूँगा ट्रॉल से, बिकॉज देखिए वो एक ऐसी टीम है जिसमें मल्टीपल स्नाइपर्स है, चाहे आप मार्को की बात करें, एक एलीट कमाल के स्नाइपर, आप योगी की बात करें, बेमिसाल स्नाइपिंग करते हैं, और ट्रॉल हमारे साथ एक और यंग और वेरी टैलेंटेड स्नाइपर है। तो आपको क्या लगता है कि गॉडलाइक ई स्पोर्ट्स, क्या उनसे भी वैसा ही कुछ जो पेस था गेम का वो समझ नहीं पाया, उस चक्कर में शायद थोड़ा सा लैग कर गए?
नहीं, गेम का पेस वगैरह तो कुछ नहीं, पर उन लोगों ने लाइक स्नाइपिंग या फिर रूल्स चेंज किए ना, उस वजह से कुछ इशू हो सकता है, या फिर ज़्यादा वो लोग फाइट इनिशिएट नहीं कर रहे हो, वो हो रहा था उनके साथ, या फिर एग्रेसिव नहीं खेले, वो प्रॉब्लम थी उनकी। बाकी वो लोग जोन वगैरह तो अच्छे से कर रहे थे, बस वो फाइट्स में थोड़ा बहुत वीक थे अभी इस टाइम। तो
चलिए, कभी कभार रोल स्विच होने पे ना कुछ गड़बड़ी हो जाती है ना। आई एम होपिंग कि आने वाले टूर्नामेंट्स में वो उन गड़बड़ियों से निजात पाएंगे और उन्हें फिक्स करके आएंगे। बट रोल, अगला सवाल मेरा आपसे है कि पिछले FFMA की बात करें हम प्लेन्स में, तो मल्टीपल टीम्स के द्वारा वो 200 का आंकड़ा पार होते हुए नजर आया था। कल के दिन की बात करें, इस इवेंट की बात करें, तो सिर्फ और सिर्फ एक टीम जो पिछले प्लेन्स में से आगे मेन इवेंट में जाने में, क्वालिफाई होने में कुछ पॉइंट्स दूर थी, वो एक टीम आपकी थी। और इस बार सिर्फ इकलौती टीम जिसने 200 का आंकड़ा पार किया वो भी आप ही की टीम है। तो इतना क्या फर्क आ गया, और ऐसा क्या कंपटीशन बदला कि इस बार सिर्फ एक ही टीम 200 का आंकड़ा पार कर पाई और कोई नजदीक भी नहीं आए?
कंपटीशन शायद इस बार ज़्यादा लाइक जैसे मैंने बताया कि बांग्लादेश की टीम्स ने रोटेशन चेंज किया है, उनकी ज़्यादा फाइट नहीं हो रही थी, तो उस वजह से ज़्यादा इंडियन टीम्स को फाइट भी नहीं मिली, मतलब ज़्यादा दूसरी टीम्स को भी फाइट नहीं मिली, और उस वजह से उनकी किल्स वगैरह भी कम हुए, और ज़्यादातर टीम्स तो बूया पे फोकस कर रही थी, तो उस वजह से ज़्यादा पॉइंट्स तो नहीं हुए। पर हम लोगों के कुछ फर्स्ट डे पे इशू आए थे, उसके बाद सेकेंड डे पे हम लोगों ने ट्राई किया कि थोड़ा ज़्यादा एग्रेसिव होकर खेलते हैं, इसलिए शायद हम लोग के 200 प्लस गए।
बात करें इंडियन टीम्स की, आपने बहुत अच्छी तरीके से बताया, लेकिन हमको पता है मेन इवेंट में साउथ ईस्ट एशियन जायंट्स भी जुड़ने वाले हैं, एक से बढ़कर एक नाम। देखिए जब बात आती है यहाँ पे फायर पावर की, एक्सपीरियंस की, सबसे पहली चीज़ कहीं ना कहीं कुछ लोगों को ऐसा लगता है, या फिर ये फैक्ट भी है कि इन टर्म्स ऑफ एक्सपीरियंस, इंटरनेशनल एक्सपोजर, जो साउथ ईस्ट एशियन टीम्स है उनके पास एडवांटेज है, और फायर पावर भी उनके पास थोड़ा ज़्यादा है। एंड बात करें अगर प्रेशर हैंडलिंग की, तो वहां पे भी कहीं ना कहीं वो हल्का सा एज लेते हैं। तो सबसे पहले आप पे मैं वुल्विन से जानना चाहूंगा कि क्या आपको लगता है कि इस बार जब वो बैटल होगी साउथ
28 teams when we started this last week, out of which only 12 teams have made it so far, battling through every game, every team and every point to make it here from the South Asia Plains to the main event and now the grand finals. Only 12 best remain. Out of these 12, only one will be crowned as Asia's best, and they will be fighting today. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the FFINDIA Asia Invitational 2026 Summer. My name is Lucifer. With me on the desk is Scripps to decide who will be crowned by fire.
Yeah, and this fire is going to test every single one of these teams for their mettle, for their courage. It's going to test them all the way down to their bones. And guess what? While getting here itself is a big deal, I'm sure that there's a lot more at stake over here when they will be crowned champions by the fire, because all these 12 teams have had to fight tooth and nail. The main event was spectacular. It's almost as if Hollywood itself was writing the script. Actually, I take that back. Even Hollywood writers cannot match the level of action and the level of excitement that we saw here just yesterday. And that was not even the grand final. So today is going to be even better. Before we hop into the games, let me take you through the journey that we have been on over the last few weeks. When we take a look at the tournament timeline, we started off with the South Asia Playins. And keep in mind, up until last year, South Asian teams were not able to hold a candle against the Southeast Asian teams. This time, though, almost every region in the South Asia Play-in stepped up. Pakistani teams, Bangladeshi teams were super amazing, and they had a resurgence of sorts. So when these teams entered the main event, the usual suspect, the top dogs of Southeast Asia, they were actually sweating buckets against the South Asian contenders. We had 3 days of South Asia Play-ins and then 3 days of the main events, and today we have finally reached the grand finals.
21st of June, everybody was waiting for this, as we said, to be crowned by fire, called Asia's best. Only one team will take this title away, but who is it? Southeast Asians, South Asians, a lot of questions. You already put that point across that this time it seems to be an equal footing. But before we jump there, through the journey itself, when these 3 days of round robin happened with 3 different groups, 18 in total every weekend that we witnessed, and only 12 remain. Some upsets did happen, especially for South Asia Plains. A lot of Indian fan favorite teams did not make it through. Some of the Bangladeshi and even Pakistani teams who were trying their best. But when we come here to the main event, one more add-on is the Southeast Asians. However, out of the lot from the Southeast Asia 6 teams that we had, one team missed the mark this time. 5 made it across, and on the other end, South Asia has 7 teams fighting for the grand finals, making the best lot of best 12, with the champion rush condition being activated. But a wonderful main event. We couldn't gauge out of the 18 teams, both including South Asia Plains and the invited from 10, who would make it across. But now that they've made it, they have another obstacle, a bigger challenge with another added on upper spectrum of 10 points. That is a total of 90 compared to the previous 80.
Yep, this time activating the champion rush condition itself is going to be a lot harder, because up until now, with 80 points, you were able to activate the champion rush condition. This time, we will up the threshold at 90, 10 more points than last time. And after you activate the champion rush condition, you need to win a Booyah in order to be crowned as the champions of FFMIC 2026 Summer. Now, we have seen the potential of some of these teams. We know that they are capable of activating it in as little as 3 games, maybe even 4. And then, after that, it is going to be a mad dash for them to switch over their playstyle into a more passive one and then be crowned as champions, because that champion is going to walk away with a majority of the $50,000 prize pool. They will be walking away with the lion's share of $15,000, and then the team that comes in second will get just half of that, only $7,500. The third place will get even lesser, $3,500, and that money will keep on reducing the more you fall down in rankings. But at the very minimum, even if you finish dead last, you will get $1,400 just for making it to the grand final. You would have received $500 just for making it to the main event, but nobody wants that. Everybody wants the bigger, better share of the prize pool.
And they've done their efforts till now to get to this best 12. But yes, as you said, they would want to rank up better, get towards that $15,000 but how do they make it across the overall standings to reach and become the champions? It is the point system, and everybody is known and everybody is eyeing towards it, is get themselves the Booyahs in all the consecutive games, especially with the champion rush condition that they want to activate and then get the Booyah. And what does the champion rush condition entail is you have to get 90 points, and it basis of if you get Booyah you get 12 points. If you don't, you still manage to get some placement points around 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 that everybody's used to. But now they have to get even more worried in case they're at the 11th or the 12th position. Eliminations have been ever so crucial. AG Global showed us, but there is a tiebreaker rule. But I don't think today we would have a decision making on the tiebreaker at all. In the entire main event or the South Asia Playins, we never kept an eye on the tiebreaker. Everybody had a point up against their competitors. How? Because of their unique play and also this rule of one unique active skill.
Yes, each player in the team needs to have a different active skill. So you can't have 4 people running around with your Oscar dashes. You cannot have 4 people using the time turners. Every player in the team needs to have a different active skill. And usually we see a good mix. Almost everybody uses the Oscar. That has been the most picked character in this entire tournament. The second most picked character has been the time turner with Chrono. Although a lot of teams are opting to switch away from Chrono and use either the Steffi for the Graffiti's Blessing, or even the snipers have been starting to use the Morse. But these are going to be the grand finalists. Feast your eyes upon the 12 contenders over here who could potentially lift the trophy. You have All Gamers Global, Team Falcons, RRQ Kazu, S8UL Esports, Revenant XSpark, Team Apex Gaming, Aurora Gaming, Titan Esports Club, Hotshot Esports, Bigetron By Vitality, Straw Hats, and Demon's Pride.
Representation is spread across from Thailand, Indonesia, India, Malaysia, Bangladesh and Pakistan. Everybody is trying their hit for this title, FFMAI. They've been trying, and especially even for Pakistan, of how they've showed up this year in the summer run. They were just got their invite last year in our spring season. Sorry, not last year, the spring season itself. And now that's difference that entails to just one season of FFMAI to them qualifying with 2 teams. Unfortunately, yes, I would have wished to see a Nepal team hopefully soon in the next upcoming tournaments. But with this, let's talk about the ones who will make a run towards the champion rush condition. AG Global, they showed us they broke all barriers, got a total of 45 points, which makes us possibly think that there could be a 2-gamer champion rush condition activated if they do the same repeated approach.
Oh damn, that would be a world record if they managed to activate it in 2 games. I mean, 45 points in a single game is no joke. But then next to them is also Team Falcons, the team that suddenly just woke up and chose violence, getting 3 Booyahs on the trot yesterday. And then even RRQ Kazu have managed to get 3 Booyahs in a single day. Of course, they weren't in a row, but 3 Booyahs in a single day is still pretty damn impressive. S8UL Esports, they've recently acquired the lineup of Raiders United. They were the most aggressive team of India. But now, with the structure that they've been provided, they've become better. Even Revenant XSpark for that matter. After the addition of Kunal, it seems like their decision making has improved significantly. And Revenant XSpark have become an all-rounder team. Apex Gaming, on the other hand, even though Shoto usually carries the hell out of this team, the rest of the players have also been stepping up, and they are a worthy contender now for the title.
While worthy contenders are more in number, the 6 next in front of our screens from Aurora, Titan Esports Club, Hotshot, Bigetron By Vitality, Straw Hats and Demon's Pride. The ones, just like the Wild West who've been right now going against the odds and wins, is going to be Aurora Gaming. They've been trying to take the sales win against everybody, but a challenge has also been put by the Titan Esports Club. We saw yesterday and even their performance on day 2 of the main event. But the biggest swing and the change that we ended up seeing was from this team from Pakistan, that is Hotshot. Their run on day 2 of the main event and proving why South Asian Metal is looking forward to this title. However, the one team who managed to just by Nick's chance qualify is Demon's Pride in the last game. Otherwise, they could have been left out. But one team along with them that I'm looking forward to maybe in the game schedule start taking up the ranks is Bigetron By Vitality as we start our game number 1 for the grand finals in Bermuda.
Yeah, one more thing, ladies and gentlemen, there are going to be unlimited games today. I mean, you see 10 games on your screen right now, but we're just assuming that it will be over before 10 games. I mean, statistically improbable, but there is a chance that we might even see 12 games today. We might even see every single team with the champion rush condition. Anything is possible in a game this volatile. But first off, we'll be starting off with Bermuda, then we go to Kalahari, Solara, Purgatory, and Nextera. And after that, all the other maps that come forward are going to be randomized, so we don't exactly know which maps they will be playing on. Even the players don't have much of an idea. That being said, though, I'm glad you brought up the point about Bigetron by Vitality, because they almost took the trophy in 2025. They had the highest number of points, but then that trophy was stolen away by Aurora KDC because of the champion rush condition. I hope that it doesn't happen to them once again, because this time the lobby is much tougher. The toughest of them is going to be Nextera, because out of the 6 times that it's been played, we saw an average of 105 eliminations on Nextera. So that means it's the map with the highest amount of action.
And the difference between the 5 maps that we have, at least 4 of the 5 maps, is barely 2-3 points. That tells us of how close the competition this season of FFMI is. When we compare it to the spring or even 25 season, I think we at least saw a difference of 15 to 20 additional eliminations on average that Nextera was being picked on. But this time it has been very chaotic. And we were also, just before we started the stream, we were talking about of teams not allowing others to go in for a revive. That's how much reckless that teams have seen, that ruthless teams have seen themselves here in FFMI. And also the crown contenders are the ones who've made it difficult, starting it off with All Gamers Global. And in the 12 games they played, they have the highest in average eliminations, that is at 16. That is beyond what we thought. Yesterday they went all out, and we thought every game is going to be a record-breaking game coming in from their end.
Yeah, I mean, getting 45 in a single game is no joke, man. And on an average, they get 16 eliminations in a single game. That's just their eliminations. I'm not even considering their average points per game, which has been somewhere around 21. That being said, though, even though they get a lot of points and they're the highest scoring team, they only have 1 Booyah in the main event compared to 3 of Falcons and RRQ Kazu. In the champion rush condition, All Gamers Global, their biggest problem is going to be going from their aggressive hunting mode to their placement focused Booyah mode. That is going to be a big problem for them.
I really like that you pointed it out. Like Falcons, they have 3 Booyahs back to back that we witnessed. In total, they have 4 to 5 Booyahs. RRQ as well. They have in their name 3 Booyahs that they will be looking forward to convert if possible today. But the race to champion rush, how would these teams and how soon would they get to 90 or 90 plus points? And starting it off, as you can see, AGAL and Falcons, they seem to get their points. This is also the stats basis on their average that they've done over the main event, and that is the reason we think it should be 4 games. RRQ and S8UL and Revenant XSpark somewhere around the 5th and 6th games, but then is where it is trouble that strikes in, because I am a tad bit worried, Crips, to be honest, right? We saw the 5 games, the 5 maps that is clear cut in our game schedule. After that, it is completely randomized. So by the time if we go to the 7th game, and any of the top teams in terms of these 5, AG Global, Falcons, RRQ Kazu, S8UL Esports, Revenant XSpark, get their own maps that they're familiar with, they stand a chance to close it then and there before giving any of these teams, Apex, Aurora, Titan, Hotshot, Bigetron By Vitality, Straw Hats or Demon's Pride, a chance.
Yeah, and even though we predict that it will take these teams at least 4 games to activate the champion rush condition, we have seen that AG Global are more than capable of doing it in 2 if they get those 45-point bomb games. We've seen that Falcons and RRQ are capable of doing it in 3 games as well. Even Team Apex Gaming, for that matter, they recently activated the 90-point champion rush condition in a third-party tournament very recently. But this, being the FFMIC Grand Final lobby, is going to be much, much tougher. And I see a very tough drop clash potentially happening in the mill itself. Across the main event, we saw that Bigetron By Vitality always go towards mill. And even though Straw Hats claim that they will go there, they never actually went there across any of the games where Bigetron was playing. Even Titan Esports Club, for that matter, they love split dropping across Riverside and Plantation. But we don't know if they will actually do that split drop or put all their eggs in the one basket labeled mill. On peak though, there's going to be a massive clash between Hotshots and S8UL Esports. So maybe they might not be in the main central house, the main mansion of the peak, but they will definitely be in the surrounding regions, which actually makes Sentosa somewhat the safest place to drop in Bermuda. But let's be honest, I don't think a lot of teams are going to play it safe today. I think they're going to go very aggressive right from the beginning, which is why it makes it very difficult to pick up the predictions this time. Like, I've picked the most aggressive teams in my predictions. Let's take a look at them, by the way. I've picked the most aggressive teams in my predictions because I think, at least in the first few games, at least in the first 3 or 4 games, we will only see elimination-heavy teams rule the lobby.
Yeah, I think that should be the way of the game, right? For teams who did not completely give their all. And I think one team, even AJ was mentioning yesterday that, hey, because they did their efforts in day one of the main event itself, we might not see a lot coming out of their end in terms of eliminations, a lot of points, but they still managed to rank in the top 3. That gives me the idea that maybe RRQ Kazu have something hidden just for the grand finals, just so that they start getting closer to the champion risk condition, and on top of that, close it with the Booyah and be crowned by fire. With that, let's take a look at the predictions that we've made. You guys can also do it on the chat and let us know of who will be your favorites, who will get a crack at this first game of Bermuda. Starting it off, you can see me and you have gone in for 2 synonymous names. That's going to be Falcons, RRQ Kazu. The only change is you've gone in for Team Apex Gaming and I've gone in for Hotshots. Hotshots pick for me is clear and simple because of their stats that they were able to do in main event, and I hope they are able to replicate it here because I need at least one of the South Asian teams to start popping off from game 1.
And Hotshots is a nice pick. I mean, we've seen a game of Bermuda where they dropped in towards peak. They stayed in that double balcony house towards the west of peak, and the circle ended over there. They were able to convert that massive Booyah for themselves. And if the circle favors them, then I 100% believe that Hotshots will be able to take that Booyah. If it doesn't go in their favor, I think Apex Gaming has a better chance of, navigating from the compound to compound and then making it through. But all these speculations will be put aside when we take a look at the reality. When the things go south, when the teams start dropping hot, that is when the teams who do not crumble under pressure will have the highest chance of winning. Let's begin the grand finals, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together for the first game in Bermuda.
All teams taking this flight path, and the flight itself sees right between the map in half, and it gives everybody an opportunity to go in their own ways. But Revenant XSpark seems like what I was worried about with Falcons has happened rather with Aurora very early. And it seems like Aurora decided to take a different drop. They've also gone to Shipyard. Could be trouble there. Fight already breaking out. Revenant XSpark taking a tad bit of damage. They're not ready for the fight, and that's the reason they're buying some time and also collecting coins. And Aurora are rather taking space away from Revenant XSpark if this continues.
Yeah, Revenant XSpark have been winning most of their Shipyard gunfights, but Aurora have learned from their mistakes. When these teams clashed during the main event, it took them a long time to get that first blood, but it seems like Vincent acquires the first knock already. The knock will be turned into a res once again, but no, Arsh will make sure that it stays down. Ezreal also falls, and Revenant XSpark have all the advantage they need. They get the confirmation onto Ezreal, and now they are moving in towards this little platform where they should be able to take the shots onto the Axel as well. June gets confirmed. Axel leaves the area, but will he get plucked off midair? Sohan has just the right tools for the job, but it seems like they will follow him instead. Arsh hot on his heels.
If they traverse in this direction, Falcons are not far away. I'm worried. Graveyard is where they dropped, and I thought their fight should be the first that would happen. The Axel, the last one, he doesn't have enough coins, so him trying to bring anybody back is not at all a possibility. Aurora seems like this could be difficult for them. The very first game becomes the very first team to be eliminated. Aurora Gaming from Malaysia are done in the grand finals. They don't get the great start. And what an upset to start off. We've been seeing this from them yesterday as well. They're trying their best, trying to get off to a great elimination spree, but it's not working out. And it seems like it will not again. And Vincent becomes the damage king at the very beginning with 1,225 damage going on.
Yep. And Revenant XSpark only lost one player in the process, and that too wasn't to Aurora. They lost that player to Falcons like you suspected. They third-partied, but they have recovered from that loss. Now let's see if Bigetron can recover from this, because Shocked plucks off his opponent mid-air. Even Joel goes down. So, yeah, this is going to be problematic for Bigetron. You cannot have such a hard-hitting team lose two of their players, that too against Straw Hats, who've been barely hanging on by a thread in this tournament.
On the other end, S8UL Esports, they've been getting eliminations and they've been hanging on to opponents in vengeance. But right is now opening not that great. Troll on the roof gets hit upon. Should be confirmed, and Bunny quickly gets him back into the game. Revenant XSpark, they are closing in the gap. Prince, is he ready? Is he going to lead this team to a conversion, or is it going to be Revenant XSpark converting another fight? Sohan, he gets knocked down by Jax. Dash coming through. Bunny now looking forward to another. Chrono was activated, giving a lot more space for S8UL Esports. But then Falcons, they're making a surprise jump. This is what I was worried about with S8UL and Falcons. Revenant XSpark completely suffer demolition and get out of this Bermuda.
Yeah, Revenant XSpark overheating over here, thinking that they would have a chance against S8UL, but they did not account for the third party that Falcons brought in. And now Falcons have acquired the first floor of the house. S8UL wondering how to flush them out of there, but I don't think they will need to worry about flushing Falcons out. Falcons jump down. Jack surrounded, has to put up a bunch of glue walls and escape out of the window to find the angle. Bunny tries to provide him some backup, but Kalahari finds him, and Rocha turns around. He gets the double elimination, and S8UL are down to their last player. Somehow they should be able to escape, but Troll has a hit list activated. So these guys will be able to track Troll. And Troll just revived one of his players, so I think Falcons will be able to keep track of where the rest of S8UL is.
This is what we predicted right from the get-go. A lot of fights breaking out, and just like one got ended, Team Apex Gaming had a fight with AG Global, and one player already got eliminated, Nameless, and then on Barros, and it looks like Team Apex Gaming are looking good at the very start, but Saifa, he's been their primary assaulter, their rusher who's been doing a lot, and he's also the highest in terms of the elimination at the end of the main event, but still, Team Apex Gaming in the fight afar will be able to deal with him and get another elimination. So they're sitting at a pretty 3 at the very beginning.
Yeah, Apex Gaming have always been very good whenever they go towards Sentosa Island, so if anyone tries to challenge them over there, they should be uncontested. Speaking of contesting this arsenal, it's gonna be Titan Esports Club versus DP, but wait, a swap from Demon's Pride accidentally blows himself up with that grenade launcher. That's an unforced error that Demon's Pride cannot afford to make.
Thankfully, they did manage to get out of here, and Titan Esports Club, while they did want to keep this hunt going, they understand that they might be running into another team, especially that they just safely got out of a fight with Straw Hats and now have 5 eliminations. Titan Esports Club will be happy, but will the same thing be seen on the faces of S8UL Esports? The fight that they were about to convert against Revenant XSpark was completely challenged by Falcons, and now Prince, who's brought the whole team back, is completely separated from his teammates, and S8UL fighting a wind in the other direction, and Hotshot get taken down, take one player down, Demon's Pride take the other player down in the other direction, and S8UL again seem like they are getting picked off. If this continues, they'll be barely managing to make it across here in the very first game. 1 elimination survived by 2 players, should be able to get the rest back up, but the fight between S8UL that has instigated to Demon's Pride's player spotted, and Leo mid-air knocks top 77 with the SEAT. Brilliant shot coming through, and confirmation also goes for Hotshot, and Hotshot seems like they're trying to get their groove back in here in Bermuda's grand finals.
Woo! I mean, their groove actually is very, very groovy. Look at the move. So effortless. Meanwhile, Apex Gaming versus AG Global, the fight has dragged on all the way from Sentosa Island to Cape Town now. These guys just do not let go of each other. Apex Gaming trying to go for the jump shots, but Wolven loses his life. Dew connects that VSK shot really well. Look at Shoto closing in the gap, finds the shot onto Nameless. Puts up another glue wall so that he can get the res onto his fallen member, Wolven. But KD God goes down in the process. Now, Apex Gaming, they control the vending machine, so they will not let anybody else get the reses. Sahil Jat, he buys back KD God, but Dew has no choice but to escape from here. Hops into the car, and he's trying to get out, but the dash from Shoto gets him the angle. Not only lets Dew escape, they can still target Saifa. They know that one more player is around the corner, but they don't know where exactly, and they don't have any info-based abilities to find him. So Wolven and Shoto, they go on a merry joyride. They go for the chase and try to find that escapee.
trying to find eliminations is even Falcons. They're picking players of Hotshot, 8 already. Pina trying to quickly patch himself up, get the HP back up, and he'll successfully do it. But Titan Esports Club are close. We did see the player from Hotshot try to get close. As soon as he understood there's another team, he made a run. But Pina is continuing his aggression. Nade being tossed. Now Pina, he's in trouble. He gets taken down. The nade didn't do the damage, but the Max 7 does, and the confirmation works. But Keroro, we know he's the bomber for the team. He throws deadly nades, and he's cooking another up. But Keroro in turn gets damaged a little early, and therefore it's trouble, and Nejad closed the distance. It's up to Limit X7. Trouble coming in for Falcons very early on, but Limit X7 at the right nick of time gets his teammates back up, and they'll be flying down very soon. Using the most stealth bites, will make a run, but Rahat, he's right next to the corner. He will eventually spot him out. Limit X7, he might have it off here, but I don't think the AWM will be helping him out, and that is gonna be him out for the time being, Scout.
Whew. That was painful. But Titan Esports Club, they must be rejoicing this. 12 eliminations for them. We've never seen them be this aggressive before, not in the main event. So that's going to be very cool. Meanwhile, RRQ doing what they do best, farming the lobby. But there is unfortunately a third party over here. You have Seabank from Bigetron also trying to enter this fight. So while DP will be able to escape from there, oh my god, RRQ, they'll survive on their last legs. One player flies off using the launch pad, but Maal is getting hunted. I'm pretty sure the rest of Bigetron Esports will be hot on his heels any second now. And Koja, Seabank, both of them trying to close in the distance against Maal. It's not just them actually, wait, it's the entire Bigetron team. And they found him. They know he's hiding behind this glue wall. Deeks and Koja going in together as a death squad. And here comes that final grenade to eliminate RRQ.
What is happening to the teams that we thought would find their conversions? Hot on their heels, it seems to be Titan Esports Club, and a tad bit difficulty for everybody else. This is looking brilliant. Bigetron by Vitality, even a little bit of a exchange that did not work their way. Now they've found their footing. Anas, mid-air in these games when the zone's closing in will not work out. Brilliant shot coming in from Joel. Again, this AWM doing brilliant stuff as snipers. And I was just taking a look at the stat scripts, to be honest, right? Rushers were the ones who had better stats as well as the bombers compared to the snipers, even though the meta kind of favors the snipers. That's how crazy this tournament's been. That's how chaotic these players have taken the close combat battles.
Yeah, I mean, most of the players lately have been either using a shotgun plus sniper loadout, or they've been using double sniper loadout. Even the rushers, I mean, we've seen how RRQ have literally all 4 of their players using at least one AWM. Sometimes you've got players like Kiroro using double AWMs. I mean, of course, RRQ is out of this game, but the meta kinda is moving in that direction where you need extremely fast TTK weapons to be able to win those gunfights. So you either 2-tap your opponent with the M590 or try to 2-tap them with the AWM or the VSK94s. Or, you know, like this, one-shot your opponent with the grenade launcher. Nejad destroys KD God. Wolven is right around the corner. He tries to exact revenge. But this is what happens when you use the Groza. You barely tickle your opponents, forcing them into the time turner and then switching to the M590 gets him the elimination. Confirmation as well. Sahiljat, on the other hand, has been able to win his duel against Blade. And this is Apex Gaming winning those individual 1v1s. They're not playing as a team. This is not the kind of coordination we expect from the India champions. But hey, if it's working for them, then so be it. They will continue doing what works for them. Of course, until that is, they meet another team who's able to punish them for their individual duels.
But for the timing, they were able to hold themselves off, and you have to give kudos to Sahil Jad and Kutush!
Oh!
The last one from Titan Esports Club, it seemed like they were off to a rally right now. 12 eliminations, and we almost thought there could be a Booyah, that they might already be in works off, but they get eliminated. Another team lost to the dust of Bermuda's action, and it seems like this aggression is going to continue and is going to be either suffering for some of the teams or very much punishing that nobody can recover. And right now, Falcons on that receiving end. On one end, they have Hotshots. On the other, it's going to be Bigetron by Vitality. Hotshots, they're the ones more in the tougher spot because they're out in the open, down the hill. Bigetron by Vitality, they have a compound, and Falcons only a tower, which has just 4 corners to hold off for the time being. Looking at the circle, it's Bigetron by Vitality who have control of this game for now.
Yeah, Bigetron by Vitality have the central most compound. I mean, I can't even call it a compound, right? It's just like a tiny hut with a wooden fence
garage.
for borders. Yeah, it's just a super tiny place, but it's still better than whatever Falcons had. They just had a cell phone tower for themselves. And now they're trying to climb up on the high ground, but again, it would be in the open. The only thing working for them right now is that there's no flanker who's going to pose a massive amount of danger to Falcons. So that's the only thing keeping them safe. But the zone, once again, goes for a rather central shift. Now, Bigetron still have one of the best compounds, but even Team Apex Gaming, they have a decent compound right now. S8UL just a few meters away from the safe zone. Otherwise, they also wouldn't have had to leave their house. But eventually, in the next 20 odd seconds, S8UL will also be forced to leave their house and come charging in where Apex are standing. Falcons trying to compete against Bigetron in the same compound, but both these teams recognize the risks. So for now, they're just keeping each other at an arm's distance.
Time ticking. Bigetron By Vitality, while they've allowed Falcons to close the distance, Hotshots are also inching in that direction. This could be trouble, but trouble is brewing for Straw Hats, who gets picked off by Nameless on the quad. Falcons in the meantime, now they've taken over the garage that Bigetron By Vitality had, through which they were trying to spot other teams. And it seems like for the time being, they might not actually get sandwiched because Hotshots are still trying to play outside the zone. And it might help out Bigetron By Vitality for the time being, but that was also giving them information because one of the players from S8UL took a shot, but they actually have their eyes on tag. That's going to be Team Apex Gaming. Two of the players in an instant get knocked. Does that continue? I think the distance should enable Team Apex Gaming to recover their players and continue the fight.
Yeah, while they continue that fight, they will need to get inside the zone rather quickly. They race in. They use their launch pads and they found safety. But Straw Hats tried to do the same and they were met with a bunch of knocks instead. So Straw Hats have to take the tougher way around. Hotshots have no place to call safe, so they just try knocking on the doors of Falcons, not realizing that Bigetron also are right around the corner. They know that they barely have any cover for themselves. Just a tiny wooden fence is only going to protect them from one direction. But this is all they have right now. This and an electrotherapy bond. That's all that's keeping them alive. Any flank will render Hotshots in a lot of danger instantly.
Danger. Bigetron By Vitality did fend off some, but now that they've taken fights and the pitter-patter rifles that they have sent across, trying to scrape through other teams in terms of a damage, is now maybe going to eventually bite their own backs. But they're still not worried. Look at them. They're not even batting an eye either on Hotshots or Falcons. I think that's just because they have the circle. On the other end, S8UL, finally we put an end to Demon Sprite. They were already taking a fight with them, but that has now put and forced the fight with Team Apex Gaming and S8UL Esports, especially the zone closing in. Riptide Rhythm being used, Prince is down. That's going to be AG Global also coming into the mix. Bunny on the quick pickup with the help of the Chrono, but look at Troll on the flank, is still outside the zone. Shoto finally spots him out. Prince is down again once more, and Bunny, he has to do something different right next to Monster Stuck, and he will be taken down with a nade. And Bigetron By Vitality, they also keep peppering their bullets against Team Apex Gaming as S8UL Esports are out.
Yeah, while Apex Gaming was busy gatekeeping S8UL, all their points were stolen away from them. So now Apex have no choice but to run into the zone. Sahiljat, the last survivor of his team, has to somehow keep the glue walls coming and keep himself safe from Hotshots. He doesn't need to worry about Bigetron right now because Bigetron are busy fighting Falcons. But Hotshots, they have to leave this fence and get inside that zone. And they're being peppered with a lot of grenades. Sahiljat must play the spoiler right now. Meanwhile, Sajid and Actions are busy trying to keep Bigetron at bay by placing the glue walls on that window side. Falcons seem to be breathing a sigh of relief because nobody seems to be fighting them right now. But Hotshots will be forced to fight against Falcons. It's a 3v4v4v1, but Actions goes outside the zone to get the elimination onto Sahiljat. Tanks a little bit of the blue zone damage, but it gets him a massive elimination.
That was smart. That was calculated. They had to do it. They did not want to leave an enemy right behind. But right now, Hotshots, they don't have a compound. Bolt make a call, but look at Bigetron By Vitality. How are they still surviving? No fights between these three teams from so long. We've been witnessing that there was a chance, and all of them still waiting for a chance. Just a nade, a little bit of a chip damage was done, but Sajid is the one who's big in trouble. Joel finally with the AWM knocks Guerrero, and he's out as well for the count. Limit X7 and Pina are the last two survivors by Falcons. Bigetron By Vitality, the number, the compound, all working in their favor. Limit X7 having no view of this fight, and Hotshots, they have managed to take the wood edge of this compound for themselves, and there is the strike coming in from Anas, and now Falcons' numbers are depleting.
Yeah, Hotshots try to have 3 players on the fence for up close and personal action, while Anas gets the flank, and he's gonna be responsible for knocking out anybody who tries to climb up on that roof. Sajid with that grenade destroys Koja. Anas finds the angle onto Pina. Falcons fall. The birds have been hunted down, and now Hotshots lock horns against Bigetron. 2v3. Deeks manages to turn the tide, but Sajid with that grenade launcher is going ham. It's all up to Deeks now in a nearly impossible 1v3 situation. He's locked outside the zone, taking the blue zone damage. Sajid and his teammates are just locking him in. He's forced to go outside. Actions puts the final nail in the coffin, and Hotshots have a red hot start to this tournament.
The South Asians keep their spree in the grand finals as well. They showed up in the South Asia Playins, they showed up in the main event, and it continues. And Hotshots are the one to start things off in the grand finals, the very first Booyah. What a play, the composure. I was worried. While Bigetron By Vitality had the compound, Hotshots, we spoke about them. They were down the hill, they were out in the open, and there was a chance that anybody could have taken them out. But as you could see, as soon as Hotshots realized there was one player from Team Apex Gaming right at the nook and corner, they swung out, and this is the play. Actions on the SVD, and then getting that confirmation that they don't have to be worried about anybody else, as Anas had already gone for the flank with the big rifle, big sniper, which made all the works do. Then Sajid, we've always spoken about him. He's been the support. His nades, his launchers, that turned the game around. Bigetron were almost getting close at the edge of the circle. It could have been a 1v1 battle. And look at Sajid once again, fending himself off in this last shot, putting glue walls, not allowing Diggs to get closer, and Action said, keep doing that. I will make sure that he doesn't get closer, does not get a hit on us, and then finally it's Actions itself who seals the deal. And this man has been the MVP for Pakistan, now starts off as an MVP as well, getting Hotshots their Booyah.
And Hotshots weren't even supposed to be the hot contenders over here. Both Falcons and Bigetron, even though they were supposed to be the highest scoring teams, even though they had the best compound for themselves and Hotshots had only like one wooden fence for cover, they still convert this game into a Booyah despite having all the odds stacked against them. 12 eliminations, 12 placement points, brings them at a respectable 24 points in the first game itself. But then you've got Bigetron By Vitality, Apex Gaming, Falcons, Titan Esports Club, all of them getting somewhere between 11 to 13 elimination points each. So there's a lot of teams with 20 plus points. You got Bigetron By Vitality at 21, Apex at 20 points, Falcons at 19, and then finally you have Titan Esports Club and S8UL Esports both tied up at 14 points each. I would say this is a good first game. It's not the most elimination heavy or the most intense game you ever seen, but if the first game of the grand finals itself has such an even distribution of the score, it kinda makes things a little more interesting, because you wouldn't be able to determine which team is racing ahead just by looking at one game.
And racing ahead in the first one is Actions. He's the game MVP. 4 eliminations, 2,215 damage, 5 assists, wielding the Oscars Valiant Dash, having Joseph, J-Beebs and Nikita, and one reason why he kept stepping outside at the zone and trying to hit opponents if he spotted was because of the confidence with J-Beebs that he had and the Joseph, which helped him out. Arvon is just information that we end up seeing from players, and they've been using it very well, giving themselves the hint that if there is a compound close by, there is somebody. It'll quickly prompt them to be either wary or take control of it. With him, it was yes, Anas. I think it was crucial for Anas to go on that Morse stealth bites, go in the other direction where nobody thought of. Bigetron By Vitality as well, holding that compound for far too long, eventually swept the rug under their feet, and they couldn't do much once Hotshots. Sajid with this Cassie having the electrotherapy going on and on and on, and did not allow Actions to go down at all.
Yep, absolutely not. And it's that electrotherapy that keeps Hotshots in the game for so long, even though they were sharing a fence against two of the most deadliest teams in the lobby. Sajid's electrotherapy kept his team healthy. That chrono being timed perfectly was responsible for saving them from the barrage of grenades that Apex Gaming was throwing at them. I mean, Sahiljat with his grenade launcher could have easily wiped out Hotshots because they were all huddled up together in a tiny area, but yet they survived that encounter. And then of course Anas with his more stealth by fights. I mean, I don't even know if he needed to use the Morse in that situation, but that flank he made, out of the 2 eliminations he has, one of them was a really important one onto Pina on the top of that wooden house. And that elimination itself, it made Falcons crumble. And that is why Anas, even though he doesn't have the numbers, he doesn't have the title of the MVP, he did have some really good impact frags.
Let's see what happens as of now as we move ahead in the circle analysis. Starting it off, AG Global and Team Apex Gaming, we saw at Sentosa, also moving towards Cape Town. Then AG Global tried to recover when we moved towards Mill as well, where we thought there could be a 3-way clash generally. Or unfortunately for us, in terms of action, it did not happen there. Rather went to Shipyard and Bullseye, where we saw a complete breakout. Revenant XSpark started, but they also then get swept off.
Yeah, but look at how Hotshots don't stay in one fight for too long. They start off in Mill, they go towards Shipyard where they had a potential clash against Falcon and Titan Esports Club, but they don't overstay their welcome. They get out of that fight after getting a couple of eliminations, and they don't overstay their welcome. And over here, they stayed outside the zone up until the last possible moment, and then when they realize that the circle is moving towards that particular tiny house, they make a very risky move by using the jump pads and getting right next to BTR and Falcons. They only got like 1 or 2 eliminations, that 2 onto the teams that were just rotating in during the last few circles, and only in the last circle itself they managed to just activate their elimination switch and get 6 eliminations to finish off the game. But that being said though, this was still a rather humble game from Hotshots. We've seen them do better in games where they get like at least 20 eliminations in a single game as well. We've seen those kind of games too. So this one, it keeps most of the teams humble because there's like 3 teams about 20 points and 5 more teams who are somewhere above the 10+ point mark. So it's a rather even distribution. The first game doesn't give us any clear winners or any particular team which everybody needs to look out for.
I agree and second that point. I think Hotshots completely made this ground level with every team, did not give anybody a chance to just run away with points, and that has given us a chance as we move towards Kalahari for a lot more. And there seems to be a refinery, something of a challenge with RRQ Kazu, S8UL Esports and Hotshots as well. And then we see at the sub, it seems like Titan Esports Club and Team Apex Gaming. When you look at Mammoth, it seems Demon's Pride and Straw Hats. Out of this, if there are teams who have to be worried about, it has to be Aurora Gaming. Not at all a start. They are sitting at dead zero. Bigetron By Vitality, the team who should have had an opportunity for a Booyah, and this is one of the reasons I am worried for Bigetron By Vitality. And even we discussed while we were talking about the 12 grand finalists that they always manage to make it to the last, right? They always survive, make their way to the top 4, even at Council Hall. Even if they are going to be either troubled by Revenant XSpark who make a jump, or Falcons, somehow they survive, make it to the top 4, but they are unable to close the game. They don't find their booyahs. That is the same thing that troubled them back in FFMIC 2025, and it seems like that trouble still is striking on their heads and not allowing them their success for FFMIC title.
Yeah, exactly. And that trouble is just going to be so painful. That trouble will turn into trauma if that same thing happens to them once again in this tournament as well. So yeah, Kalahari is going to be one of those games which will bring back some PTSD for these teams. But I kind of like it because I love Kalahari as a map. I love the rotations that happen in this map, and they're super difficult to keep track of if you are already in the center. You will see every team flying towards you with your hook guns and your mini launch pads, and it will be impossible to gatekeep these teams in a map like Kalahari. So all the tactically superior teams, they better bring their A game in this one. Let's move on towards the predictions. I kind of think that Kalahari is one of those maps where the team that controls Refinery is going to be the one that controls the game. That is why I have the Refinery Kings as one of my predictions, but once they hop onto a screen, you will see exactly why I've picked them up. I mean, RRQ and Bigetron, I think you can say why I picked them up, right? At least RRQ had a bad game in Bermuda, so maybe my predictions look a little shaky, but anyone else would have picked RRQ and Bigetron, and they would have been like, yeah, this is nothing special. This is a very low-risk pick. Revenant XSpark, now, in my opinion, that's a risky pick in my opinion, because they don't often have the best games in Kalahari, but lately their form has been improving, so I'm kind of making a big bet over here on Revenant XSpark by picking them up as my prediction. Although I don't 100% believe in it, that's why I put them only on the second spot.
You're not wrong at all, Crips, to be honest. I think Revenant XSpark are a wise pick here on Kalahari. As you said, recent form of what they've done, they should be able to do it once again. Having Bigetron by Vitality, I again second the choice, not closer to Booyah, but will still make it to the top. But Falcons is something that I'm banking on in this game. We know how quickly they rise up. They put their wings and flap and go above everybody else. This time they had a player deficit when they moved into that final fight, and then they ended up losing it to the players who had the long range advantage, and from there on Falcons couldn't hold themselves off. But as we move to Kalahari, it is the land for the ones who enjoy the long range engagement. The Sniper's Haven now ready to kick things off in game number 2 of the grand finals. The 12 lot in front of our screens to be crowned by fire.
Fortune favors the bold, and in this game, the team that makes the boldest decisions, the boldest hot drops, will probably be the ones that reap all the rewards. Oh, look at that. Apex Gaming changed their drop location. They normally go towards the sub, but this time they go towards Stone Ridge because they know that no other teams who like going in Stone Ridge are present in this lobby. Generally, they fight Autobots over here in Stone Ridge, but Apex Gaming, they are alone now. Hotshots in command post, they also should have no problem. But in confinement, you've got Aurora taking a hot drop against S8UL, and Azrael, Zeus and the Axel both get 1 elimination each. The only person who survives is Troll, and he's not even in confinement. He is in Santa Catrina. So that 3-1 split drop actually keeps S8UL alive. Otherwise, all of them would have been dead right now. They would have been eliminated.
Yeah. S8UL, just for that reason alone, they will survive. But will there be a survival for RRQ in the second game? Straw Hats have already found an opening. While their teammates as reinforcements are using the zip to make sure they get closer, Straw Hats might be in trouble. Extra goes down and then it's followed up by nil. Straw Hats did not have numbers here, and they gave a little bit of a defensive chance for RRQ Kazu to recover at Refinery, and we've always seen Refinery is something that they hold dear to their heart and also as a stronghold, and it worked out right now. And from here on, they're trying to move further, because if Straw Hats, 2 players were so close by, took a fight, there might be more, and the Arvon gives them the information. As you can see, RRQ Kazu quickly, of a challenge that you put in front of us, you better stand to it, is what their chase is on, and they've spotted the players, Shocked and Who. RRQ Kazu, once they start off, they entail the opponents. They look forward to eliminations, and now they want more. But it seems like they do not want to move away from Refinery. But Abe, he is there, Russia Primary, one who gets the majority of the eliminations. I think he's also on the top charts of a top 5 elimination leaders. And Abe, wanting to take a hit, Tier 18 was knocked, and that's why RRQ Kazu, for the time being, just stall. And it seems like they're finally deciding to back off.
Yeah, RRQ Kazu also, they realize that if they drag this fight on for too long, they will invite third parties. And look at that, there was a potential third party on its way. AG Global were making their way over here. So while Mahal continues to take shots against Straw Hats, RRQ, the rest of them, have spread out. And I think they might have spotted at least one member of AG Global by now, because they're heading very close in that direction. There you go, Cypher spotted. Runs, tries to take shots against him, but then he realizes, wait, there's one more over here. So he gives that call out, uses the glue wall and disengages. No, but as he tries to go for the heal, Nameless jumps out. A very well-timed time turner keeps him alive for just a few more seconds. But unfortunately, he will still lose that duel. Dew, on the other hand, is doing so much damage, and that leaves poor Abhay in a very precarious situation. He tries to go for the pre-fire, but still loses his life. Maal, very much in control of the vending machine, now has to stop Dew. But Dew with that M590 deletes Maal, and now he controls the vending machine instead. AG Global back at full strength.
2 snipers fighting, neither with a sniper weapon. One end on COD and the other end was a M590, but that continues by Baros as well with his M590. He's already dealt a blow, but that quickly gets exchanged. Now Nameless wants to close the distance before they get the elimination confirmation, and Cypher as well from the corner. They both move in together, and Revenant XSpark, who decided to put up a challenge, will be forced off the position. Thankfully, it was only the 2. So Revenant XSpark only gave away those 2 eliminations, but at least that's confidence for All Gamers Global, and they will try to continue this.
And while they indeed try to continue all of this, All Gamers Global have already dealt with all the threats in the vicinity. So it will be some time before they get into another gunfight. Meanwhile, Titan Esports Club and Demon's Pride, these guys have been clashing since the start of the South Asia Playins, man. I mean, the top team of Malaysia was, the top team of Bangladesh, sorry, was the top team of Pakistan. And when these 2 Titans clash, one of them will fall. This time, it's Demon's Pride. And Titan Esports Club get the first elimination of the game. 6 eliminations to their name. And they completely wipe out Demon's Pride after giving them only 2 points to work with.
Oh no, Team Apex Gaming, they've been always troubled. We saw even Aurora took fights, but somehow they've been exchanging blows. They have 4 eliminations, still end up losing a player right now. Wolvin, KD God doesn't have money, but I hope his teammates have. But KD God wants to rejoin his teammates, but I think there are opponents at the sub. Oh no, actually we saw his teammates itself. So KD God right now holding as a sniper a little afar. But I don't think as of now around the sub we did spot anybody at least even hovering. The only thing KD God is right now spotting is a drop. But in the meantime, Titan Esports Club is picking up players. Even AG Global, if they finally find one from afar. Team Apex Gaming a knock and the confirmation on Shoto as well. So the fight that we were thinking is still on the long range and it is continuing. Bigetron by Vitality, the challenge from their end is towards the Straw Hats. Xtrav is all alone. I don't know this decision. Sibang deals with one, but Troll is right behind. What is happening? 3 different teams, 3 individuals, and it's going to be Troll from S8UL who will get the benefit of the elimination.
It's a 3-way battle, man. It's a 1v1v1. And every team sends their best contender to deal with this problem. Troll has a lovely angle onto DX, but Prince actually confirms that knock with the cord. Unfortunately, Troll does get his head blown clean off of his shoulders. And that's what happens when you get shot like that. You bleed out very quickly. I'm guessing it's because one of the passive abilities that was equipped onto his opponents, Bigetron. Can they continue using this numbers advantage to get more? Meanwhile, RRQ, oh my god, Ma'al, he had the jump on Blade. He still loses the duel. The reflexes on this guy, sharp as a razor, sharp as a blade indeed.
4 eliminations to now 6. He's been the one right now taking opponents down and slaying them. And Kalahari seems to be his own land of menace. And Titan Esports Club, they're again inching towards the same amount of eliminations they had in Bermuda, but unfortunately could not close the map. 10 in total. Falcons on the other end, they have to find a recovery. Whereas Aurora have found recovery in this game. I did see on the feed a lot in terms of eliminations. They were fighting on different teams. One of them were Yes Tag, and they have 6 in their name. Aurora, who had 0 points, now finally have lifted off towards 6, but that's not going to be enough because in this game there's still the team at the 11th position who have not been eliminated. So if Aurora go out, they don't get any placement points. So for Aurora, this game has to be a very big recovery. At least putting double digits on the board should be a mandate for them if they are back on the race.
Yep, and this race is becoming more and more intense. Oh no! RRQ tripping over their own shoelaces and they're out of this race once again. At least this time they have something to show. At least they have a few more eliminations than last time. They have 5, which brings their total up to 10. But, I mean, let's be honest, it's still nowhere near enough. We don't expect this level of performance from a giant like RRQ. Meanwhile, AG Global are behaving just like we expect them to. They are winning so many fights against Titan Esports Club. Meanwhile, Aurora, even though they're splitting up, they have a potential clash against Falcons on the horizon, but it's not begun yet. Meanwhile, AG Global, after dealing with Titan Esports Club, now look at their next target, and it's Revenant XSpark. I'm believing Revenant XSpark probably came into third party on this fight, but somehow they enable Kutush to escape, and now they're in a 4v4 against AG Global, who, by the way, are looking super hot right now. 16 eliminations for them already. 2 dashes across. Cypher forced to use that double cocoon glue wall and jumps into the time turner hoping to get the knock. He does get Zohan. He gets Arsh as well. Cypher with his shotgun is going insane right now. He's berserk. Quadra elimination for him. And it's just up to Vincent. Somehow he's still surviving. Dude trying to run circles around him. And Vincent tries to climb up. But he doesn't get that. Cypher welcomes him with open arms and an open shotgun straight to his face. AG Global eliminate Revenant XSpark and they are at 20 eliminations already. Sam, what is going on? It's just the second circle and they have 20 eliminations already. Will we see a potential 45 bomb once again?
Yesterday they had 33 in total when they concluded the game. It was on Nextera, the one which has the highest in terms of eliminations, but we saw today the games which follow the suit. Next was Kalahari, and Kalahari seems to be again another high elimination game. Maybe confidence that their end that they were able to, but this does kind of affect the other teams who were on the race. 30 eliminations that they are almost pointing towards, 20 that they've already gotten, but Bigetron Vitality, they are also on the same chase. Straw Hats finally found, and all the players swept off. Sibang getting 2 of it in his name, and that puts them also on double digits here in Kalahari.
Like shooting at fish in a barrel. Bigetron had such lovely angles against that. It's almost like Straw Hats would have never been able to shoot back. Okay, this is getting very scary now, Sam. I'm not gonna lie. 20 eliminations on All Gamers Global, 10 on Bigetron. And in a game like Kalahari, where we generally see 30 plus players alive in the 5th circle, now we are at 30 plus players in the 3rd circle itself. This game is going way faster than I expected. There's going to be so much room in the final circle. Can you believe it? It's not going to be super crowded. 4 teams are already out. Generally, by the 3rd circle in Kalahari, we have all 12 teams alive, but this time there's only 8. That kind of tells you how difficult it is to survive and escape and revive your team. I mean, even S8UL would have been eliminated if they did not go for a 3-1 split drop at the start. So, yeah.
Right now, I'm unable to understand where this game stands at. Look at Aurora, who are right now at the #9, and that is only because they got 9 points now. If this was better from the previous one, maybe we would have seen a lot more. However, they're at 9 points. Then S8UL in the mix is just having 3. Falcons with only 4 in this game. Team Apex Gaming. But from there on, Titan Esports Club, AG Global, Bigetron By Vitality, all in double digits. Team Apex Gaming, they need to turn the tide in this direction. 4 eliminations. Aurora has them surrounded. Trouble for Wolvin. 2 of them go for a hit. Now Shoto on a 1v2 situation puts one down in the chrono. Plays well and gets the second. And Shoto, oh no, finally will be hit by the Axel. And KD God has to help him out. Sahil Jat, he's the one who makes the jump using that hook gun. Gets closer now. Axel, he will be troubled. He'll not be allowed to get himself those eliminations or knock. And the players from Team Apex Gaming are back. But Axel still has a small gap. But I don't think the player who's on his knees will be brought back to life.
Yeah, I don't think that's possible. June has to act right now because Axel, sure, he can get down from there, but relinquishing the high ground will expose him to Apex Gaming in a very, very difficult way, and I don't think he can survive that one. Keep in mind that this is also the 3rd circle, so these teams cannot afford to stay outside for too long. One of them already dipped. Apex Gaming 1 by 1, leaving the area. Axel finds his way to yet another revival point. And there you go. He's been able to revive the 2 remaining members of Aurora. So they're back at full strength. But they're still tanking way too much blue zone damage. And meanwhile, Apex Gaming are already out of here. Oh no, the trouble doesn't end. It's Troll now. He's taking pot shots at them. But wait, S8UL need to be worried about AG Global as well. S8UL are shooting at Aurora, but AG Global have found their attention. And this will be very difficult to shake off.
This is the problem. But on the other end, Aurora also get taken down. They're out. The 9 eliminations that they got were pushed to 11, but that is all. AG Global on the other end, as the zone was about to close in, they rather move away from S8UL Esports, and it seems like S8UL Esports somehow from that threat of AG Global have made their way across, but they have a big hill to climb up and the terrain is not at all good. As you can see, it's only Troll and Jack. I think Bunny is in a complete different direction from them, and there it is. Bunny gets picked off. That is the reason I was thinking, where is that one player? I didn't see his card, and it's going to be Titan Esports Club who pick him off. Right, as of now, 7 teams still surviving here in Kalahari. The 4th circle about to close off. But this shot gives information that there is one team right at the hills downside. And S8UL, they don't have the numbers. And if they take this fight, they don't even have the ridge to play. The terrain is not going to support them. And that could be trouble. But trouble as Bigetron By Vitality, they make a jump at Titan Esports Club. And this time it's going to be Koja not allowing Titans to send their own launchers. And they start picking them off. Nox coming through. And Rahat becomes the only survivor with his position compromised.
Oh my god, 39 HP and a dream, but it doesn't happen. He gets frozen to death. Doja gets that elimination and Titan Esports Club also fall. 6 teams alive in the 4th circle. Yeah, this is not your average Kalahari game, ladies and gentlemen. And Koja finds the angle onto Sci-Fi as well. But he needs to escape. He needs to get the high ground first before he can continue fighting AG Global, because if he doesn't, then Falcons will be able to shoot them down. Bigetron By Vitality prioritizing the position over the elimination points. He gets that knock onto Cypher but doesn't stick around long enough to check if it's confirmed or not. They need to get to a safer spot first, and this seems like as good of a spot as any other. They will now make their next move when the circle finally shifts. And where does it shift? It shifts towards Hotshots. Oh my god, both Bigetron By Vitality and AG Global have to use the same pathing to get to that platform, and they will end up fighting each other. Oh, this could be a clash of the titans.
The Giants might fall here in their run to get eliminations and to try and get a title, especially on the grand finals. Bolt make a call. It's going to be a lightning zone here. Everybody under threat, and it's going to be Falcons who try to take the advantage on the platform. Hotshots right next to them. Leo is across. Pino, we know he tries to find the opening, but a little distracted seem Falcons here. Just because of the glue walls and containers, they seem tad bit safe. But finally, there is a run. It's going to be Pina again trying to go in for an initiation. He wants to go in, the nade damage doing it for Hotshots. And now Limit X7, the barrier is destroyed and the glue wall action is the first to fall. Limit X7, he does get exchanged. Sajid and Annas, they have to try and bring this game back. Sajid with the electrotherapy, but for how long? Pina, quick on the glue wall, is now stuck. However, will be able to patch himself up. Back on good health. Limit X7 and the whole squad of Falcons are ready, but Bigetron By Vitality in the other end. Tag and S8UL together put them out of the run.
Yeah, so while Falcons and Hotshots are clashing on top of this compound, below it's S8UL, Tag and Bigetron clashing each other. Bigetron finally go down, but Falcons have not been able to eliminate Hotshots just yet. Anna still keeping the hope alive, desperately drops downstairs, and that's much worse because now Pina has clear angles on him. Hotshots, the winner of the previous game, are out of this, and now Falcons control the high ground. Meanwhile, at the bottom, you got Apex Gaming trapped in a corner against AG Global. Shoto running for his life, surviving on 1 HP, but they also fall. AG Global control the ground below, Falcons control the skies above, and S8UL are trapped in between. They're trying to find the angles onto AG Global, but they're not finding any opportunity. They're trapped in that corner, and they're being peppered by glue wall melters.
AG Global, 24 eliminations already, and they want more. S8UL Esports, they want their game here, but they've lost a player, so it's going to be a 3v4 battle against the AG Global. 24 eliminations strong, dash coming through, but Jack doesn't land. It's going to be Dew with his sniper, and that is already trouble. Prince going down, the last man standing from S8UL Esports. He's trying to make a run, but Troll, where will he go? He's out in the open. Falcons or AG Global, either of them will be able to spot, but he's ahead of that, zone shifting, but this position nowhere safe. But this has kind of at least given attention that AG Global have to be worried about Falcons, but Falcons understand this. They have the better advantage. Take the platform, make a jump, and Racha, Pina and Keroro all make it across, while Limit X7 being the menace from above. The devil wants to make sure he strikes bullets, but the zone's closing in, and AG Global are not allowing Limit X7, knowing that there's a player above, and the Barros with his barrage nade finds an opening once again, and Falcons down a member.
And Falcons have lost Limit X7. The man who was supposed to provide Overwatch is dead. It's all up to Kororo now, up close. He lands one more knock, but somehow knocks himself with the nade. Oh my god, that's a massive error. Can they recover from this one? It's all up to Racha, trapped in this cocoon of glue walls like a caterpillar, emerges like a butterfly, only to be trampled upon by AG Global. The team that was once struggling to close out Booyah, despite having all the eliminations in the world, prove that they will not be held back by the curse. Prove that they are here to take over the globe and take over Asia.
All gamers global become the almighty of Kalahari, getting themselves the Booyah. The number of eliminations, the way they fought, and it has to be just because of how Barros was playing. Back-to-back nading the opponents, denying them chances, taking them down, damaging them, knocking them to their knees, and breaking all the shackles that they were trying to catch them in. Falcons, they had an approach, they had a thought, they did take down Troll, they were ahead of the zone, and it was an opportunity, but Barros, he was the one who did the game-changing move, and from there on, Falcons, as you can see, completely separated. First, Keroro was cornered, Riptide Rhythm being used, he gets taken down. They do manage to find a knock on Barros, the man who's doing the damage, but that's just one. They lost players, they're losing more. Now Racha is damaged, Racha will be taken down. Pina going on a 1v1 with Dew, but Dew, even in that close-range battle, still manages to hit the shot with the AWM. I don't even know. This is thrice that he is done it. And he's done it in one game. And this is how all gamers global get their Booyah in a commanding manner. They showed their metal caliber yesterday, and now they continue it in the grand finals, where everybody stumble or mess up. These guys aren't.
Yeah, I mean, that is rather uncharacteristic of Falcons, right? To have Karoro make that massive mistake in such an important fight, it could have really turned the tides over here. But All Gamers Global, oh my god. This is a joke,
grand
right?
finals.
41 eliminations. Exactly, this is the grand finals. This is not the main event. This is not Playins. You guys are treating this like it's nothing. They had like what 24 eliminations before the final fight even began, and then they racked that number up to almost 30. This is ridiculous. 41 points, All Gamers Global racing ahead of everybody else. And the team who did surprisingly well, Bigetron By Vitality and Team Falcons, the two usual suspects we normally expect to do well on Kalahari, they are so far behind. Both of them at 19.
Unbelievable. I don't even know what this entails. This is what we were already kind of trying to make a hint of, right? If All Gamers Global are able to pick up 41 plus points or 40 points in general and above, it should push them to an opportunity to get the championship condition activated very soon. But still, just because of that first game and now entailing the second game, All Gamers Global take away a lot of points, whereas Hotshots did level the ground. And therefore, we can see the opportunity still equal for everybody. 51 in total, Bigetron By Vitality at the second spot at 40, Team Falcons at 38, Hotshot at 35 with Apex Gaming. Titan Esports Club, even though their elimination spree has been better than anybody else in the top 5, they do not have the placement points to answer. S8UL Esports at the 7th position at 28, and then it comes to the players and teams who are very distant, starting off with Aurora, RRQ Kazu, Revenant XSpark, followed by the others.
Yeah, I mean, Aurora, Revenant XSpark, RRQ, all of them struggling is very, very difficult for me to believe. But when you've got players like Cypher, who are getting 8 eliminations on an average, getting 4,670 damage on an average, nobody else stands a chance. I mean, we knew that AG Global are a very elimination heavy team, but we've always been criticizing them about their lack of Booyahs, and now they get it. So yeah, I think the one weakness that they had in the main event is covered already. All their bases are secured, not a single chink in their armor. So Cypher has only one thing left to do, that is just pull the damn trigger.
There was one game, I think it was yesterday in Kalahari itself, they were trying to do something similar, and me and AJ were talking, there could be a chance. They had 30 eliminations in total. They were about to break the record, but they were not allowed to get a Booyah. And once they did get a Booyah, they had 45 points. But all those stats and records, how do they break it? Even 2-4 coming in from Barros as the Grenadier, and Skylar being used by Dew to just break open the defenses, and then on top of it, Nameless playing with the electrotherapy on Cassie. I think this helps out in big time, and him having Olivia and Thiva helping the teammates out very quickly. I think this is where AG Global recovered. Just having that support character play so well with Olivia and Thiva coming through, and on top of that, Barros just doing his own business of taking opponents down with the thrill of battle, not allowing them to use their own skills, is the reason they've been having a devastated hand that they've been dealt with. Whereas AG Global, they are reaping all the benefits of this game of Kalahari, and you can see how close all of them are, except only for Nameless, because he's playing the support. Everybody else at soaring 4,000 damage.
Yeah. 8 eliminations, 9 eliminations for almost everybody.
19 assists.
Yeah. So, I mean, even though he doesn't have the eliminations, he has all the assists in the world. I don't think I've seen such a high assist number before in this tournament. So, this also has to be like a new record. And it's not just that he is assisting his teammates by providing some healing or picking up the fallen members. No, I mean, AG Global barely suffered any knocks. There were barely any situation where they had more than 2 players down. So, these guys have just been going from strength to strength. And take a look at them. I mean, if you have so many eliminations, you need to follow AG Global's pathing, and they were all over the map. I mean, right now you see them on the edge in Maze. This is where they eliminated Revenant XSpark. Before that, they eliminated 3 players of Titan Esports Club. And as they continue moving in towards the zone, they will end up clashing against S8UL as well. So they will knock out a bunch of members of S8UL, force them to go around the other side. And while S8UL were fighting Apex Gaming, AG Global, they take that underground area, or not, I can't even say underground, just the under the platform area. And over there, they wipe the floor with everybody. Quite literally, they wipe out their entire floor.
Oh my god, Crips. I mean, I'm still trying to make sense of what we just witnessed in Kalahari. There was the grand finals of FFMIC 2026 summer, and on top of it, that AG Global just go out ruthlessly, taking down multitudes of teams. It was not just one or two teams. It was not just the final fight. It was from the very start till the very end. They kept their composure. We've seen teams who lose their footing just because they're under that platform, and the teams above, they have an advantage. And again, Falcons make, this time at least, not the mistake like last. They make the MVP move. They make the jump across. They're the very first ahead. Yes, Troll did do it, but he did not have numbers, and still they fail. It is AG Global. I think this game has to be given to Barros and Dew. We've talked about this. Close range battle is tough, but Dew, with his sniper AWM, that he's still able to put players down when they get close by is unbelievably just too good. I would want to see some of those POVs very soon, but let's talk about the preferred drop spots. AG Global have contention. Once last time at Aquarium, they did get taken down, but this time, looking at their confidence, it's going to be tough for Revenant XSpark to go in for a head-on challenge, especially after Revenant XSpark did not have a great Kalahari.
Yeah, I mean, Revenant XSpark versus AG Global happened in the maze, and over there, Revenant XSpark were destroyed in seconds. I am expecting something similar in Aquarium, unless Revenant XSpark find a way to turn that spark into a wildfire. Meanwhile, S8UL and Casa Vista will probably not have any trouble, although Aurora did have a drop clash in Eco Drain last time. I don't know if they will have that same thing again. It was against Apex Gaming, but we kind of think that Apex Gaming is going towards TV Tower. If they don't, they will most likely move towards Eco Drain or Bloomtown, where they will face against Aurora once again.
What do we make out of this preferred drop spots? The teams will actually make their hit in these places, or they will completely go in an off position, because the hub is empty, the studio is empty, and we know majority of the initial clashes that do happen here in Solara, either that two teams head over to the hub, or from there, from the hub itself, that some teams are all at studio trying to get their picture perfect finish, their elimination, their booyahs. Here in Solara might be a start off and kickoff. And going back to our graphics that we saw at the very beginning, right, Crips, we thought by 4 games we should see the champion risk condition. This is game number 3. If teams are still further away, they better decide to buck up. 50 points is what already AG Global have. Some teams right below them have around 40 to 30 points. So for them, a good game 30 should give them closer to that 90 points. And if that happens, there's a probability. And in that terms of a probability, we make our own caster predictions to see if there is any possibility that we are also close by.
Yeah, I mean, for the game of Solara, because I know that this is going to be a very elimination-hungry game, I've picked up Bigetron by Vitality and AG Global. Of course, those two teams have been doing really well. Although, you have also picked up Demon's Pride. Okay, cool. I mean, Demon's Pride did really well only in Solara.
Exactly.
In most of the other maps, they're struggling. So I'm like, okay, if I need to pick a team that does well in one map, it has to be them. Because I do not think they will be able to have the same level of dominance in any other game.
Now, the only reason I have, yes, as you said, yes, just they did in Solara, they have that capability. But if Demon's Pride won their run back here in the grand finals, like how they clinched with everything that they had in yesterday's last game, they have to do it here. And that is one reason I have taken their name, that they should be able to do it. AG Global, we just saw their probability of how they managed to convert. Bigetron by Vitality is a decision I understand from your end, that they have the capability, they've been trying to do, but unfortunately they've not managed to solidify themselves. But S8UL Esports, me going in for that is just because they have that intensity of closing in on these smaller maps where they're able to go towards multiple fights and force it, and especially those individual fights. We saw, right, in one position of Kalahari, it was a 1v1v1 between 3 different teams, and Troll was able to win it out. And that capability is there only if S8UL Esports do not have a third party. And imagining that third party, we are jumping into game number 3, a game where everybody is forced to be super close, unlike Kalahari or any of the games. It is Solara, and it is game number 3. That game starts now.
Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. If this was any other day, we would have been at the halfway point now. But so far, we don't know how many games will be needed to close out this championship. And as of now, I don't think any of the teams are on track to activate the champion rush condition in this game alone. We predicted that it would take us 4 games, and it seems like that prediction might just hold true for the time being. Unless AG Global land another 40 bomb, in which case we might just have to start the celebration a little early.
That is right. a little just twist in the mix that unless AG Global managed to do it. But for the time being, it's Straw Hats and RRQ Kazu at Delta Isle. And it seems like Team Apex Gaming are also close by. A little bit of an exchange, but it seems like RRQ Kazu are trying to hold themselves off. They confirm the elimination, but it's going to be Straw Hats who are trying to do the damage, and it is working out. Maal was the only one who found something. And RRQ Kazu might be in deep trouble, and yes, it is. Who puts and shocked both of them, surprise and take them down, and Extra was nowhere in that battle. And he still is going to be happy that his teammates were able to sweep one of the opponents out of the game in the very beginning. And Team Apex Gaming will be able to get control of Delta Isle because they were the ones who came in last there. And even Straw Hats had to bid goodbye to that position.
I'm still having a very hard time swallowing the fact that RRQ are struggling so much. Oh, Tina welcomes Extra over here. Okay, that's still it's a good fight for Extra to win. He's been struggling with his aim. He was doing really well in the South Asia Playins, but in the main event and in the grand finals, he hasn't been as sharp as he was. So him winning a fight against Pina right now is good for his confidence because he's using the Charge Buster, a weapon that he's not generally familiar with. We usually see him with the snipers. But yeah, this is good enough for now, and Straw Hats need to step up. I never thought that I would actually see Straw Hats tied up with RRQ. I picked up RRQ as my predicted team to win in the first two games. I had them in my predictions in the third game as well, but then I changed it last moment because I saw them struggle so much. And my god, they continue to struggle even now. At least Titan Esports Club were having a good time up until a few minutes ago, but now this time, you've got Bigetron coming in to ruin their day. At least they get one revive back. Nejad buys one of his teammates back, but Bigetron want to take down Nejad right now. This is what happens when you use the vending machine right in front of Bigetron by Vitality. They will hunt you down. And look who's here. The typical third-party contenders, S8UL, have entered the scene, but Bigetron are ready to welcome them. Koja has the flank angle, but it doesn't account for Troll being behind him, and that's the X-factor that S8UL needed.
This is what I said. Their individual battles are too good. And again, Jack now deals with one with the Bison. And Bigetron by Vitality, they're losing members. And one of them takes the slide rail, cuts this fight. Joel is the last one who's going to be here at Archway. And he will also be taken down. S8UL Esports off to a great push here in Solara. This is one of the games they've gotten Booyahs on. And that is the reason we see this confidence coming in from their end. They have to continue this. It's still not done. It's just those initial 4 eliminations and also having Troll afar in an offbeat position help them out. For time being, Falcons need also an offbeat play to get back into the standings, to get back towards the race. Otherwise, AG Global, if they find another big game, they might be the closest. And as you said, celebrations tad bit early.
Yeah, I mean, I think AG Global are like the only team who can continue playing aggressively even when they have the champion rush condition active. I've started to realize that AG Global really need their space. And in the previous game, they were able to get the Booyah because we had so many teams getting eliminated early without them having the chance to revive their fallen players. And there were, like, in the fourth circle itself, we had like some 6 teams. Generally, we have like 8 or 9. So because AG Global have more space to work with, they were able to convert their Booyahs. And normally what happens when a team activates the champion rush condition, they play passively, right? They try to play for the Booyah instead of, going aggressively. I think AG Global might be the only team that needs to keep playing aggressively even after activating the champion rush condition. Because they have only one win condition, they have only one condition to get the Booyah, and that is to clear up as much space as possible. And how do you do that? By continuing to plummet and plunder upon these teams, by showering bullets upon them.
And as of now, they did lose one player, but that's all. Falcons on the other end, seems like they've also lost one, and now they're waiting for Demon's Pride to rather get closer. Aurora is also banking on his teammates making it in time, that Demon's Pride make a mistake, they give them a lot more in terms of the approach. And now Aurora has an opportunity with the core, does the damage. And now his teammates are here, the vehicle's destroyed. Jazzy and Madara both in trouble, out in the open. There is no saving grace for them as Falcons have graced themselves here. No lands that the Demon's Pride could traverse on. Only thing that they could do is an exchange, but for time being, they're trying the amount of glue walls that they have to put in front of them to cover in terms of defenses. But the only thing right now that they are holding themselves accountable towards is that tree. And for how long are they going to be safe from that position?
Bro.
Eventually somebody has to bring an axe and chop that tree down, and Demon's Pride are still going to try and cover themselves from that position because they know there's nothing possible. There's still an exchange that Jazzy does. That is bold, but that is time. Time being costly, and Falcons now losing time as S8UL Esports. They've closed the distance.
Oh my god, I feel like I'm personally responsible for their elimination. Every time I pick a team up as my predicted winner, they go down very early. This has been happening to RRQ, and the one time I pick up Demon's Pride, they also fall at the 11th spot. But like, this was supposed to be one of their stronger maps, so, and they're struggling so much. So I'm starting to doubt their entire run in this tournament right now. But S8UL, they don't learn from their mistakes. They continue overstaying their welcome, and they pay the price for it because Stroll is down, so is Bunny. Bigetron by Vitality are shooting them down while they're busy trying to lock horns against Straw Hats. They got tunnel vision in that fight, and once again S8UL, survived by only one member, have to rely on him running around getting coins and then reviving his fallen members.
And there you go, he does it. But it was not only Straw Hats, it was even Bigetron by Vitality who had gotten closer. So it was S8UL Esports who got sandwiched. On the other end, Falcons also felt that same oppression, and Racha will be able to go in the other direction and revive the entire squad back into this game of Solara. So far, it's only two teams who are out and under. One is a big disappointment. That is RRQ Kazu. Indonesia not having a great run so far. It's only Bigetron by Vitality who are doing the deed up there. They are also getting hit by Straw Hats, but finally answered quickly. Sidbang is there to hold the fort, not allowing the player of Straw Hats to run away. And he'll try to pick up a second just after this revive. But oh no, trying to go run on the rails. And it is going to be Sohan who surprises Straw Hats, and Straw Hats get eliminated. This Solara game, what we predicted it to be, close combat and teams will be forced to be eliminated, is already happening.
Yeah, and Revenant XSpark only sent a two-man death squad over here. They don't commit all of their forces because they don't want to risk elimination. Meanwhile, Bigetron are just full sending it everywhere. It's the complete opposite approach from Revenant XSpark. All four Bigetron members playing close together. Meanwhile, Revenant XSpark going for a 3-1 split. I mean, I can even say that this is a 2-1 split over here because I do not see their fourth player anywhere close by. Kunal and Arsh, while they might be in one cluster, Sohan is trying to get the angles onto Joel and Deeks. But he's just not found anything yet. There you go. Deeks gets the knock onto Kunal. Arsh has to let his teammate die over here. Winston still rather far away. But Bigetron are aware that Revenant XSpark have a 3-1 split. Oh, there you go. I think Koja might have spotted Sohan by now. C-Bank already activating the stealth fight, tries to get the angle onto Sohan. Both Deeks and C-Bank get the knock onto Sohan. They both deal damage. And just like that, Revenant XSpark have lost two members. They might lose even more if they're not careful. Vincent buys one back. But again, this is just Revenant XSpark having to lick their wounds and back off from this fight.
Every team from Aurora, Straw Hats, Revenant XSpark, RRQ and Demon's Pride, they're nowhere close to getting towards the champion rush condition. And now I finally kind of understand that based on the averaging in terms of the score, RRQ Kazu did need more time to get to the champion rush criteria to be activated, and it seems to be happening. 3 games and none of the 3 games have worked for them. Demon's Pride as well. This was the only last hurrah that they had. If it had to work out, it had to work out here. With this going out, we did not see much stats favoring them. Aurora, they are trying to hold it off. They've gotten 6 eliminations here in this game. 3 coming in from Jun. Zuez as well picking 2. But the Axel, the man as a sniper, expecting a lot from him, but these lads haven't had the game yet. The most eliminations that they've right now picked have been all individual pickings. It's not a full-on team battle that they've managed to convert on. And one entailing right behind them is Bigetron by Vitality, who want their chances to get that champion's condition activated.
Yeah, and they're very close to activating it as well. I mean, they have overtaken AG Global. AG Global, yeah, sure, they've been having some phenomenal games so far. A massive 29 elimination game in Kalahari. But right now, AG Global have kind of cooled off. Only 1 elimination. Maybe nobody is close to them, and it's not like they're hunting very actively. So they still stay humble for the time being. But Bigetron have picked up 12 eliminations in this game already. They were responsible for the elimination of at least Straw Hats over here. And they might even have had some hand in DP's elimination. But that being said though, right now, Bigetron by Vitality just need to get into the zone. And Hotshots already find themselves in the center of the zone. Look at that. They've got the zip rail compound for themselves. Aurora going towards TV tower. On just going past it, not even like staying in there. They kind of expect the zone to move away from that direction. So they're taking another approach.
Oh... No, S8UL Esports wanted to cross the river, but Team Apex Gaming have them accounted for. And S8UL already lost one troll ahead of the game, right next to the boulder. He's always been the one who changes the one in a flank. And right now has used the stealth bite, but he's all alone. Oh, he spotted Shoto. He sees him a little further behind his teammates, Wolven as well. There could be at least one opening that Troll can buy, and time as well with that, which will help S8UL Esports to recover. But Troll, oh, there he is there. Still doesn't send a shot off. This is something else. Some other level of trigger discipline that he's trying to hold off on. I don't even know what he's trying to comprehend here on. Maybe he's trying to just give information. No idea if this is a play back to it or just him getting, okay, I can see the stealth bites being popped and maybe the intention to just not give the elimination, rather just get back to his teammates eventually.
I mean, I don't think Titan Esports Club will... yeah, that's correct. Maybe he wants to regroup with his teammates. But Titan Esports Club will have no way to regroup if they lose any member against Bigetron by Vitality over here. Because they are committing all 4 of their members to this battle. And if they lose any of them, this is probably the only vending machine that's still available to them. They can't go anywhere else. So they are just knocking on the doors outside of this compound. Meanwhile, Bigetron by Vitality stay indoors. Aurora also gearing up just to the north of them. So a stone's throw away. They're not that far. And the moment the gunshots start popping off, I'm pretty sure that Aurora will come closer. If they will at least try to take a look at this fight, if not, you know, completely full send in.
Let's see if they do. They are the ones who had TV tower control. But Bigetron by Vitality as well, they know what they want to convert on because they already have 12 eliminations. They want to be the first to get that champion rush condition activated. Last time, as you already said in the very beginning, they were supposed to be the champions. They were the closest. They ended up being in second just because they couldn't close and get a Booyah. And that's always a struggle. Titan Esports Club right now do not want Bigetron by Vitality to exit. But Bigetron by Vitality, I don't think they have any intention to exit. They have a landmine ready, but they finally do. Oh, that was just to toss a nade. Do try go for chip damage. But as of now, nothing is worked out. Titan Esports Club is just holding. Circles moved in the other direction. So Bigetron by Vitality, this time at least, unlike Bermuda, will be forced to go ahead and take this fight. And Titan Esports Club, they have to decide whether they want to take this fight or go back towards the circle itself.
Yeah, so while these two teams are locked in an indecisive spot, trying to figure out whether they should fight or prioritize the zone, Aurora Gaming has a clear run into the zone. Meanwhile, in the smack center of the circle, we have Hotshots as well as S8UL who have decent compounds for themselves, but S8UL lost most of their members against AG Global already. So whoever takes that compound will have a lovely time. Finally, this battle that's been brewing for ages starts. Joel goes for the pre-fire against Blade. Rahat instantly goes for the trade against Joel. So it's down to a 3v3, but the rest comes through for Titan Esports Club. They recover one more member. They need to eliminate Bigetron by Vitality over here, who's just down to Teeks right now. And they go for the flank around him. Kutush tanks a little bit of the zone damage to completely eliminate Bigetron by Vitality. But while that is happening, even S8UL fall against AG Global. A lot of space now available because the top of the mountain is now going to descend. AG Global locked against Hotshot Esports are about to get third partied by Titan Esports Club. They need to finish off this fight very quickly. Nameless and Cypher ringing with their shotguns. They get the better of Aurora Esports, but Hotshots have not found anything. They were the ones who took the most risk, but they didn't get any points for it.
Revenant XSpark was sandwiched between these two teams, and that is the reason both of them actually cut the fight and move back. One above the platform and one below, and it is the same replication of what happened in Kalahari. Boltmaker called once again. Barros with his nade. Can he find damage this time? Hotshots, they've understood the play and ploy. Nameless, he receives a melter, and Cypher along with him decide to back off. They understand that Hotshots have this position covered. They know that there is problem. They will not allow the climb up to happen, but Hotshot Sergeant, the mine he had placed at the exit of the rail is what the last player from Falcons steps on, and that puts an end to even Falcons on the run in our top 5. Two of the teams are already down, Bigetron by Vitality and Falcons. It's up to Hotshots this time, Team Apex Gaming to get points, and Team Apex Gaming, they're slowly climbing the rung. 14 eliminations already in their name, and it seems like they're gearing up for a battle that they want to work on. Revenant XSpark on the other end, last man standing, Vincent, already spotted and could be trouble.
Yeah, Vincent desperately trying to keep himself alive, standing on the last legs for Revenant XSpark. AG Global, on the other hand, they recognize that they cannot launch a full-blown assault against Hotshots right now. But because the circle is going to shift right towards them, they need to deal with Apex Gaming as well as Titan Esports Club first. Maybe Hotshots can deal with Titan Esports Club, considering they're already on the high ground. But AG Global need to keep eyes on Apex Gaming because they are the bigger threat right now. Meanwhile, AG Global have no remorse. They start taking pot shots against Titan Esports Club even though they have no business doing so. And they're actually winning those gunfights. They knock so many players out. And Hotshots also try to steal a couple of eliminations here and there. They completely eliminate Titan Esports Club. Now AG Global, instead of moving closer towards the zone, they move towards the center. They want to take up as much space. And I already mentioned this before. AG Global need that space to win.
AG Global, we were just talking about them in terms of maybe going in for another 40 bomber of a game. But it seems like they're showing us composure here. They're not inclining on fights. They're telling us that we can also play a little balanced. We don't have to go all in terms of aggression going in our way. We can hold ourselves in a position, and right as now the circle is favoring Hotshots. They're the one who always trouble them, and right now still holding that platform. But the zone's closing, and Hotshots, they don't have an advantage. They should and will come across All Gamers Global. But KD God, the last one surviving from Team Apex Gaming, wants to trouble, and if Action goes down, we know, just like a complete brick house, Action falling down is the end for even Hotshots. We've barely seen Hotshot function without Action, and now KD God did not have much space. Zone closing in, he decides to make a jump, but still surviving is playing, and right now ruining the play for Hotshots, and he's behind Annas, goes in for a close range battle with the AWM, something that Dew has successfully won on, but KD God is just making Hotshots run in circles. This man is insanity now, unchained, as he's just breaking the confidence of Hotshots in their play.
Yeah, and all he needed to do was outlive Vincent. With this, he's earned enough placement points, and he's still being a menace for Hotshot Esports. He's literally walking up to them and saying, hello, look at me. Finally, Leo deals with him, puts an end to his shenanigans. Now it's Hotshots versus AG Global. Both the teams have won a Booyah each, and both the teams are looking for their second win of the day. Hotshots have the high ground, but they do not have the high number of eliminations. Dew with that Riptide rhythm exposes Leo. Actions, the bastion for this team, keeps the hope alive, but Cypher wipes the whole team out. AG Global go for back-to-back Booyahs.
AG Global showing us a different approach in this game in terms of how they will hold, how they will survive, and it still is their name that ends up getting a Booyah. Highland, it seems like another title might be going in their name. It was the 25 season when Avida XKDC took it to Thailand, and this time it seems like All Gamers Global are trying to get closer. However, don't worry. Game number 3, they've not gotten themselves a champion rush condition activated. They've yes gotten closer, but I feel like now we have to be worried about it. Yesterday we were talking, right, in terms of All Gamers Global, hey, they just get eliminations. They're really good in terms of converting, in terms of points on the scoreboard, but it's not about points in the grand finals. It's about getting the Booyah, and now they've gotten a back-to-back. This is unbelievable. AG Global, they had only one Booyah to answer for before they came into the grand finals, and now they've already made 2. One better than the previous that they had, and they're continuing this aggression. And Cypher spoke about him in the main event. He was the one, the elimination leader, had 60 total eliminations at the end of the main event, and now he's still soaring high. He'll still look forward to more eliminations and being unstoppable.
My god, AG Global, what did they have for breakfast today? Because across the main event, they had only one Booyah across 2 days. And now, in just 3 games alone, they've taken 2 back-to-back. This is ridiculous. I thought that maybe they will have to switch between a high elimination mode or a Booyah mode. But I think they're probably the only team that can do both together. They're just a caliber above everybody else. 22 points for AG Global. Yes, we've seen them do some massive 40 bomber games as well, but this time they had a rather humble start. So they are stuck at 22 points. Apex Gaming, 17 eliminations. That was cool. And even though they did not get any eliminations in the last circle, KD got, just by running around and using that zip rail to his advantage, earns more placement points than Revenant XSpark. So with those 8 elimination points, Apex Gaming actually take the lead over here with 25 points.
We always kind of talk about this, right? That teams do not have the best in versatility, but AG Global are showing us that. Bigetron By Vitality, unfortunate that they got taken down, and this I would say is a problem for them, right? That compound holding that they try to play on survival never worked for them. Bermuda, very first game, did not work. Now they tried again in TV Tower, did not work. Just because of that, they get eliminated. And I think that's high time for them to change their play. If they want to hold a compound, they better have better vision and also try and do damage. Not just hold that compound, but holding this MVP card. This time is going to be Cypher with his M590, having the Oscar with the Valiant Dash, Nikita, Joseph and J-Beebs, and J-Beebs being that prominent character with the skill to help out with the AP coming through is the reason Cypher just goes all out with 4 eliminations, 2000 damage and 4 assists with his loadout of a team booster.
Yep, that team booster really keeping his team in the game. And it's not just the team booster alone, but it's also Nameless using that Cassie and Thiva for super fast reses.
Yep.
Have you ever seen a support player feel so redundant? Because I barely saw AG Global losing members or facing knocks. Cypher was just on fire today. It's almost like he's unstoppable. The only people who could have stopped him are probably his own teammates calling him to not fight now, which again they will probably never do when they have the advantage. Barros with that A124 perfectly timing it. He used it so well that half of Hotshot Esports were not able to use their Riptide rhythms for a very long time, and by the time they were able to finally do so, it was irrelevant. So Barros with that 8 assist massive number is keeping his team on the edge of that knife, and an edge which they will just shove into their opponent's necks whenever they get the chance.
AG Global doing this again and again. Last time when we spoke about their damage. Right now the numbers not much to be mattered about, because you can see 1 elimination, 1 knockout, 1 assist, 4 assists, 8 assists. It's not about the numbers. I'm still in awe of their performance, of how they held their position. And even in the previous game, their movement is not too much. They're not very chaotic. They're not very rampant. They're not very in terms of just causing chaos, but they're the ones who look forward to elimination. When you compare the first game to this game, the game number 2 to game number 3, the movement is still same. They move around the edges of the circle. They keep looking forward to information, but this time they never took fights. And maybe this time none of the teams, as you can see at the eastern end, except for that early clash where AG Global were able to get some of eliminations. After that, it was just them and Hotshots just holding a platform above, platform below, same like Kalahari, but this time without running on fights, without looking forward to taking people out. They let the ones above, they let the ones who were struggling, ones straggling, all get their points, where All Gamers Global said, hey, let us bring that composure back in, because once we have champion rush condition, irrespective, Crips, that any team gets closer there, once they know that there is champion rush activated, they'll have a tad bit of a pressure, a sword swinging on their head. And I think this is preparation towards that they need to have their senses in the right direction so they can close when it's needed.
Yep, All Gamers Global, they are right now 17 points away from activating that champion rush condition. Meanwhile, Apex Gaming whooping 30 points away.
Yeah.
So they will need at least 1 more game to activate it. Maybe even 2, considering Apex Gaming haven't had those big 30 bombers yet. Bigetron by Vitality at only 55 points. They've got as many eliminations as Apex Gaming, but they're lacking in placement points a bit. Meanwhile, Hotshot Esports also holding their ground with a total of 50 points each. They need to be worried about Falcons and Titan Esports Club, because they are hot on their heels. Falcons only 2 points behind Hotshot Esports, and then Titan Esports Club just 8 points behind them. But after that, when you take a look at all the teams who are 7th and below, there's quite a lot of difference. I mean, teams like S8UL, Aurora Gaming will need at least 3 more games to activate their champion rush condition. So, as of now, All Gamers Global really only need to worry about Apex Gaming, Bigetron by Vitality, and Hotshot Esports. Maybe to some extent Falcons, but Falcons have their own demons to fight. So, yeah, All Gamers Global looking to speedrun this entire tournament.
Yeah, I agree. The competition right now seems to be between the top 4. 2 South Asian teams and 2 Southeast Asian teams. It is a toe-to-toe matchup coming through. Yes, All Gamers Global are a difference, are 23 points ahead, and in anybody who wants to get closer for the champion rush condition to be activated are 30 plus points away. That is a game plus a half game. So almost to catch up for All Gamers Global, they will take their time. But if All Gamers Global will deal damage to Team Apex Gaming, Bigetron by Vitality and Hotshot Esports, they will deny them points. The difference will even steep up further, and All Gamers Global will have their champion rush condition activated. That is what teams need to worry about. Figure where these players are, take them out, otherwise they will try to run away now that they've caught the drift of FFMI 2026 summer.
Exactly, they've got the drift of it and they've got the understanding of the lobby. 17 points seems like a drop in the ocean for a team like AG Global. They should be able to finish it off in just one game and have the champion rush condition active in the next game itself. Unless some team is brave enough to hot drop them and end their elimination spree before they have a chance to start, because AG Global are like a giant snowball. Once they pick up the momentum, it's impossible to stop them.
Now, while we've spoken so much about them, we have to give due credits to Team Apex Gaming and Bigetron By Vitality. Team Apex Gaming especially, we've not seen them much on our screens on the fights, but we saw on the feed, and them having 38 elimination tells us that these guys are trying to get, while they have the Indian champs as a board for themselves, that they are, yes, hovering as the kings of India. They do want to go towards the ranks of Asia, be best there. Trying their best, but they need to make sure they get the championship condition activated. Even Bigetron By Vitality, they're feeling the oppression of what happened last night. A little bit of a nightmare, the deja vu that's hitting them, and they're trying to get closer. But as soon as they turn the shift, right, while we've seen AG Global successfully do it, Bigetron By Vitality, from their aggression, them tuning into that survival mode is not working for them. I hope they figure things out. But one team who has surprised from the start and still going on is Hotshot Esports. Man, come on.
Actually,
this team, I thought in that final fight they would lose their minds, especially KD God just ruining that play for them multiple times. They were still able to hold themselves off. Did not get a booyah, but held them strong. They had an opportunity there.
Yeah, and Hotshots are like one of those teams who've been struggling in the Asian circuit for a very long time. They've had a lot of international exposure, but they've never really been able to get out of the bottom 3 in any international tournament that they play in. And now when they finally do, they don't just like make it out of the bottom 3, they literally get into the top 3. So they went from 0 to 100 real quick. Hotshots are here for their redemption arc. Meanwhile, even AG Global have a bit of a redemption arc kind of going on right now, right? They missed out on the FFWS Southeast Asia trophy by just a few points. This time, they want to get the Asia Invitational. Can they finally get it? Find out after this short break.
The battle between South Asia and Southeast Asia continues here at the FFINDIA Asia Invitational 2026 Summer. From 24 teams, we are down to our top 12, and it looks like AG Global is trying to end things early here. Will they be able to do it? Will some teams rise up to stop them? That's exactly what we're here to find out. And on the desk for the next 3 games, you've got your boys, Neptune the Gentleman Garcia, and myself, the Mustachio AJ, to guide you through each and every single matchup. Neptune, I'm excited, man. I don't think 3 games is enough for me to satisfy my craving for some good Free Fire action today, but I don't think AJAL wants more than 3 games to call this an end of the day.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they're very, very close to activating that champion rush condition. And if they can do the same, what they've done so far for the last 2 days or last 2 games, then they will be ending it real quick. But I do agree with you. Want to be dragged out. We have a few teams right here who will be able or who can catch up to them. One of them is Team Apex Gaming, and the same goes with Bigetron By Vitality. And there's a lot that has been pointed out earlier by both Lucifer and Grips that the gap is not that far. So any team, especially if the top will be taken down, might be able to catch up.
Yeah, and I think in less than 30 days, in about 20 plus days, we're going to be flying to Paris. It's the Esports World Cup. And out of the 12 teams that are playing here in the grand finals, 8 teams will be playing at the Esports World Cup. That information is already confirmed across all platforms. We don't have the Indian teams there just yet, though. If they ever do join us at the Esports World Cup on one of the international stages one day, Neptune, this might just be the preview of what could happen. And I'm so happy to note that the Indian teams are actually keeping up with Southeast Asia, right? Like you said, so far, Team Apex Gaming, I mean, they got picked up by a solid organization, and they are definitely giving the run of the squads here a good run for their money. But let's check out the preferred drop spots, Neptune. It looks like this time round, this graphic might just hold true, right? Because if you look down here at Brasilia, a 4-way hot drop could just be possible here in the grand finals, and all 4 of those teams definitely need some big points.
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, this is where they really have to stay true on their preferred drop spot. There's a lot of teams who might be able to catch up. And again, time is running out. AGAL, AG Global, they want to go for a speed run, for a fast break to that champion rush condition. And the only way to stop them is to get a lot of points, eliminate them early. And you can see even Brasilia is near to fields where AGAL often drops. And you know how AGAL drops. Since there's not so much of cover there, there's a potential that they will be spreading out and can be taken down early, but that's just me jinxing them.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I'm very sure you guys are curious about what our predictions are for this next matchup. Now, let us assure you that this by no means indicates that we don't think the rest of the teams are going to be able to perform well. This is just purely off of numbers, purely off of data. We have had quite a number of matches already at the South Asia Playins, as well as the main week, to give us a rough indication of which teams can get to that final circle, which teams can pull away some big numbers. And I think you and I are quite level-headed in terms of which teams might be able to make it there, with a slight difference here. You think RRQ is suddenly going to rise up to the occasion, Neptune, and I think Revenant XSpark is about to wake up.
Well, you did mention about numbers, and this is based on the average they pulled off in Purgatory. They averaged 18 points, similar to AGAL, and since that's close enough to what AGAL needs, so I guess RRQ might be looking for that as well. But again, it might change. We might be seeing a lot of turnarounds, and looking at as well, again, the focus is AGAL because they're very, very close. But Purgatory is not their strongest map. This is by far their weakest map.
Yes.
But their average here might be able to get them that champion rush.
Bro, I mean, they are not too far away at all, right? AG Global is one of those teams that can just sneeze and get past the finishing line. This is the season. This is the meta for AGAL. We have always known Dew was that superstar that has had so much of promise in the competition. We were just waiting for the rest of his team members to catch up with him, and they finally have. Not only have they caught up with him, sometimes they give him a run for his money. But check this out, man. I gotta give props to production. That cam shot was a thing of beauty. I've been admiring it from the very start of the day, Neptune.
I do agree. I mean, at least you see all of the players out there in preparation to this game. But again, in preparation to the game, I do agree with you. It's a good thing that Saifa Barros is already bringing AGAL to a high right now. But looking at where the teams are dropping for them, earlier in the preferred drop spot, the northern west part of the map is supposed to be untouched. But now we're seeing a lot of teams who are in here, but and that island in the southern part is still occupied by, if not 3, 4 teams. So a lot of early engagement might be happening, and that where we expected most of the teams will be dropping in is only one would be taking it.
Team Apex Gaming, RRQ, I need to see them on my screen right now. But Straw Hat's already in a battle. And this is that battle. And Abe taking KD God out of the equation. Apex need to quickly back away from this engagement. Wolverin's going to get caught out by the time Turner saves it. Shono backs up his buddy with the Mag 7 and breaks through the defense that he set up to stab the RRQ player in the back. Abe taken out. Ma'al shot down by Shono. And Dude is going to get taken out of the equation. But just as the situation arose for the captain to step things right back up here, Team Apex Gaming shows that South Asia is not messing around. RRQ, 4 games in a row. They falter with barely anything on their side.
And this is where Team Apex Gaming has been catching up with AG Global. With the number of eliminations that they have without any Booyah, they are on second place and they're slowly inching their way. I love the position as well that they've taken and the timing of that time turner and their approach in every of those shots. It seems like there was no stray bullets from that battle, and that's why Apex Gaming is an Apex Predator from that battle.
Big fight here for Aurora. Malaysia needs to find some way to recover in the competition, but they are taking on Hotshots, who have been the Hotshots out there on the battlefield so far. Zuez M590, but that was very careless of him. Leo punishes with the AC-80. Azrael finds one with the Winchester from afar. Actions put down onto the ground. Zuez hasn't been picked up just yet. Riptide Rhythm exposes Leo, but he saves himself with the time turner. Actions is not going to pick right back up, but Leo is close enough to that vending machine. Sajid is going to be playing distraction, whilst the rest of the players on the side of Hotshots look for some way of survival, but Aurora understands what's going to go on. Zuez flanking around from the right hand side. They want to end Hotshots right here, right now. But on the other side of the battlefield, Tech is out. Titan Esports Club out super early.
Yeah, not really expecting that to happen right now, but also not expecting Aurora Gaming to survive this onslaught, especially with the lightning zone that has been brought out by Hotshots, and Hotshots are the ones in the back foot with only one player remaining. Same goes for BTR right now, but a good thing, after the elimination or the knockdown against one player of AG Global by BTR, they managed to fight back, and now they have 4 on their name, with also 4 men strong on their way onto their next target.
AG Global, man, just one of those teams, right? They peaked in 2025, just breaking all curses, finally becoming champions, but only in Clash Squad. They're the world champions for Clash Squad, showing everybody that in a fair 4v4 fight, they will absolutely force you to take the L. They will annihilate you. But in Battle Royale, they didn't do too shabby as well, right? They're currently ranked number 3 in the world, and they're proving it out there with their performance. Nobody else has been able to catch up with their absolute phenomenal stat-breaking, stat-setting, record annihilating spree. Vincent's gonna get caught out. Revenant XSpark, AGAL. That's an unfair fight, 3v1. But the rest of the Revenant XSpark players far, far away from this fight. They do not want to have anything to do with AGAL.
And again, AGAL, you did mention about the changes in them in terms of performance, and again, we also mentioned how well the frontliners are doing it. But another thing that we might not be pointing out is how Do is making it work on a CQC, even on a sniper. That's something we don't see often in Southeast Asia, but everyone is adapting, and that's one reason as well that they're not even faced. Like, Do already have the IQ to be able to go for that snipe, but if you can have that tenacity in a CQC, they might be the champions this time around.
I'll continue that conversation on AGL and due with you in a little bit. Neptune, S8UL up against Straw Hats. It's a 1v1 for the time being, and Prince is just a tad bit too scared to step on out bravely to take this fight. Finally does. Bison has the advantage. Backstab gets him the number off of nil. Now you say Dew is a superstar. I say Cypher has really woken up in the competition, but one team that's about to go to sleep in this competition could just be Aurora, but Zuez making sure his team gets picked right back up. Wolven looking for the pickups as well. Katie got right back up on his feet, and Wolven, all thanks to the Thiva, instant pickups. But dash! Zuez tags it, but makes a mistake. Cutting up to the right hand side. He gets punished, and Aurora annihilate Team Apex Gaming. One slight mistake with that Valiant dash, and they just got caught.
And that's one thing, we didn't expect that to happen because Aurora Gaming only have one player to their side, and Team Apex Gaming was on the run to catch up against AG Global. Godnade being cooked, so Han might be taken down, and there you have it! Right into the noggin, Barris does it again, and they have 8 elimination already in this game.
Let me complete my damn sentence, man. What I was saying was, the action does not stop yet, Neptune. That's why you gotta love Free Fire. That's why you gotta love the grand finals here in Free Fire Max Asia Invitational. Now, yeah, Dew is an amazing player. We've been waiting for the rest of the team members to wake up, and they did exactly that. Cypher now is the most deadliest player on the side of AGAL, leading the squad. 60 eliminations he has on his side, 61 assists. He's definitely the playmaker of the team alongside the one and only Dew, but June stuck in a rock, between a rock and a hard place, cannot get away from this battle. Falcons will cap him instantly, but Zuez just beside a vending machine waiting for his brother to get taken out so he can bring him right back in. And it looks like the Malaysian squad will slow the pace down for a little bit for themselves, but Falcons want to heat things up.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Team Falcons is in a catch-up game because it seems like they are being brought down not only by AG Global, but also a lot of teams from South Asia. But Aurora Gaming, they have a good run in the main event, but seems like at this point in time, they have spent so much of their energy already. And with this recovery, I think they might be able to catch up in points. Again, time is running out. BTR is one of those who might be able to get a lot of elimination, but S8UL, a team that you cannot underestimate. They will be able to bring that out on that fight, but Prince, unfortunately, it's a 1v2 that he couldn't win.
Yeah, S8UL just scrambling, trying to get away from Bigetron by Vitality. Bigetron by Vitality here for the second time on the Free Fire Max Asia Invitational stage, and this time they want to walk away with that #1 spot. We all know what they did the last time they stepped into the competition. The second time they're in here, the last time it was back in 2025 where they were the runner-up in the grand finals, Neptune.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, second place, and also has received that champion rush curse. And let's see if they'll be able to recover. But unfortunately, Dix will be taken down. Good thing that there comes Koja for backup, and the rest of Revenant XSpark is far away. And same goes with S8UL's one player who managed to pull away from this fight. But as you can see, BTR making sure that they will not be disturbed. They triggered that lightning zone, the bolt maker, and Zohan will be messing with them. And there goes Sibank for a double, saving his teammates and continuing their run.
Man, Bigetron, a monster as always, and Sibank just in the right place at the right time with the lightning zone to play the advantage for themselves, and that VSK and the sharp, accurate shots off of Sibank getting them the double knock. Either way, Revenant XSpark were outnumbered in that situation, but it was a valiant effort. They did buy quite a lot of time in that fight to allow the rest of their team members to get away. Almost shot out of the skies. AGL spotting out Revenant XSpark on those revivals, and they are going for the hunt. They want to activate Champion Rush right here, right now. Dew will get the double knock, and it looks like Dew alone will get the double eliminations off of the revive players from India.
10 points already for AG Global, 7 more to go to activate a champion rush condition. And if they get Booyah once again on the next round, they might be declared a champion. But again, there's still plenty of teams, 9 teams to be exact, that they need, or 8 teams to be exact, that they need to deal with to be able to secure those numbers. But I think it would be a standstill for the moment. A lot of teams have received damage. A lot of teams are in their recovery run right now, as well as that second to the third phase's circle is closing. And you can see in Brasilia, a lot of real estate is being taken both by Hotshots and Demon's Pride. So this is their way of waiting for stragglers later on. But AG Global back in play, but unfortunately they've been brought down.
Oh, this is a big one. The Falcon Hunters are now hunting down AG Global. Barros, the only player left alive on his squad. 1,500 coins in his pocket. He does have the launcher on his side as well to find the quick reposition. Revenant XSpark might just drop by for a little bit of a revenge play here as well by accident. AG Global so close, but yet so far from activating the champion rush condition here for themselves.
Oh, here that vehicle lays down on the ground. And it's a couple of players, Kunal and Vincent. Glue wall has been put up, and that is a prompt that Revenant XSpark might be able to go for the push. But no, they don't want to engage. They don't want to go for the battle, and this might be a chance for Barros to recover the squad. Vending machines very near, and no one's chasing him.
Dandanaka, real Dandanaka. Revenant XSpark so close for revenge to snuff out AG Global, help everybody else catch up on the points, but they just did not want the smoke, my friend. And Barros hits a double revival. Dew and Cypher on the way back in as Bigetron by Vitality just slowly eyes their competition, looking at hot shots, but somebody is about to get scanned out here. AGAL spotted on that revival, and the UAV sent out by Bigetron by Vitality. And Revenant XSpark gets scanned out by the Dinoculus S8UL Limit. What a shot. Axel down on the ground, but S8UL punishes Pina with the M590 up close and personal. Kuro trying to get away. Time turner pulled out as well. But up close and personal, those M590s popped his chest down, and Zuwe stepping it up for the side of Aurora. Falcons with one more player left surviving. Limit X7, but straight on, driving on in. June looks for the finisher. Limit annihilated. Racha too low on HP to survive. Still finds Azrael, but will be punished at the end. Man did not even have enough HP, but still managed the knock. But overwhelmed by the numbers of Aurora in that engagement, and the Malaysian squad snuff out the big Falcons.
And here comes AJ stepping in on the casting desk, and Aurora started moving up. You might be the lucky charm of Aurora Gaming right now. Let's see if they'll be able to catch up in the points, because they're very low. Midway for the rest of the squad, but the rest of the squad as well will need to make their way onto the western part of Brasilia. Three teams within this area. Revenant XSpark, Demon's Pride, as well Hotshots, and the rest are just outside. So we still have 5 teams that might be a target by this stream.
Can AG Global fully recover before this next circle? They're gonna face a lot of opponents as they make their way in. Revenant XSpark, on the other hand, will spot out Demon's Pride. Riptide Rhythm to break down their defenses, but that falls short. Defenses stay up. Demon's Pride will survive as they back away into a tiny corner, but they're not in the next circle just yet. AG Global rotating from the back. They will arrive just in time to pressure the players of Demon's Pride, but Demon's Pride will exit the compound by taking the mini launcher, moving towards the left-hand side. AG Global a little bit too close for comfort here, up against the Straw Hat players who do have that lower ground on their side. They might just need to deal with this big monster of Southeast Asia as they try to get in.
Oh, as they move in onto the next compound, close to the edge. It's S8UL being eliminated right now by Bigetron by Vitality. And BTR already have 11 elimination, catching up to AG Global. But the balance continues. If Barros can land a nade against Hotshots, this might be it. And he's cooking right now. Will he be able to land it? And there goes the glue wall. Denial against AG. And this prompts them to knock on their doors.
Okay, now they want to knock on the higher floor door, but Revenant XSpark in the compound right across them, a big threat as well. Those windows are not barricaded. If AJAL makes one wrong move here, Revenant XSpark might be able to take those knocks. Hotshots finds who? And it looks like Straw Hat will not be able to survive for much longer. Taken out in the 7th spot. Cypher backs out of the compound, and his glue wall's being knocked out. Bigetron has arrived, and they want blood. AGL out without activating Champion Rush for themselves.
And that's what I'm talking about. You will get what you've been dealing in the same goes with AG Global. They were taken down with a grenade, but now Revenant XSpark is going for hot shots, and they're going in hot. Here comes Sohan right now, and you don't want to mess with Sohan right here. If he has that M590 and 2 teams eliminated in one house.
Revenant XSpark waking up, baby! And that's why the predictions are absolutely lit up with their logo! But Joel wants to burn them to the ground. Kunal knocked down outside of the circle. He's not going to survive for much longer. Taking on Bigetron by Vitality in this final circle with just 2 players is going to be absolutely difficult. Sohan now straight down to the ground. Asked to fire away. He loses his defense, and Bigetron by Vitality annihilating every single player from the side of Revenant XSpark. And now a fair 4v4 fight between them and Demon's Pride.
Let's see, Demon's Pride right now. They did well in catching up on the main event, but now this is Grand Finals Valiant Dash by Madonna, but no takedown just yet. And the frontliners is being beaten down, but quick recovery by Demon's Pride. BTR is not slowing down. The shift might distract them for a little bit, but they don't even let them blink. Bigetron by Vitality gets that booyah.
Bigetron by Vitality showing everybody exactly what a tad bit of experience can bring to the table. At one point, they were no threat at all. They were just the entertainment factor out there on the battlefield. The entertainment was them hunting Falcons and being able to do absolutely nothing apart from that. But they have come a long, long way since the days where they were known as the Falcon Hunters. Now they are the Booyah Hunters. Now they are the Champion Rush Contention Hunters, and they're so much more closer to it, Neptune. I believe after this game, them and all gamers global will just be a couple of centimeters away from activating Champion Rush.
It's just unfortunate for AG Global. They were very close, as did mention, still very far. But Bigetron by Vitality, they have Kocha, Kyong, Dix, as well as Sipeng, who was so phenomenal when they were introduced in this competition, but then they slowed down. On to the main event, it seems like they don't have that fire anymore. But I guess that is a plan that has been set out by their coach, Chris Jaw, and they are doing quite well right now. Only a few centimeters, as you did mention, to activate that Champion Rush condition, as well as to go for a chase against AG Global. And we're going to see as well how many points the team managed to pull off. 31 bomber for them. Aurora Gaming with 19, and All Gamers Global, they needed 16. They needed 17. They got 16. That's 1 point off for Champion Rush.
So both Bigetron by Vitality and All Gamers Global succeeding but failing, succeeding to put on more points here, getting closer to the Champion Rush condition, but failing to activate it as they got so close. Bigetron by Vitality needed 35 points. They only get 31, and therefore the statement that both All Gamers Global and Bigetron by Vitality now centimeters away from activating Champion Rush holds true. The rest of the teams are quite far away from them. Team Apex Gaming, this was their match to cut a big distance to catch up with All Gamers Global, but they had to meet an early end Neptune, just 1 placement point, and they were super aggressive at the very start. The 5 eliminations kind of getting them a decent number of points. But All Gamers Global now 1 point away from Champion Rush. They just need to survive and they'll be able to do it. They don't really need to go crazy in this next matchup. Bigetron by Vitality, man, 4 points away. And apart from that, it's Team Apex Gaming now 24 points away from activating Champion Rush. That's not impossible for Team Apex Gaming.
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, they can pull it off. There's a lot of teams who can balance it out with 12 elimination and 12 on the Booyah, but you need to take down the top dogs. You need to take down who are trying to chase down against AG Global and Bigetron by Vitality. One of those is Hotshots. Another one is a Team Falcons. And I'm not saying that the rest are not top dogs. They can bring in that fire. Some of them might be able to bring in a few more, but judging from the numbers, it's still quite far in terms of getting it in one match.
But mad respect to Hotshots, man. Hotshots might not be on the #1 spot, but they're #1 in my heart. Look at that. 34 eliminations. They are on fire. This is the best version of the Pakistani squad that we have seen in a long, long time. But let's check out the MVP. It's the one and only Koja out of Bigetron by Vitality. With the Aurora vision off of that Coda, gets that extra information up close and personal. With the Alvaro, he can nade you to Kingdom Come. All he needs to know is where you are and then follow it up with a couple of those well-cooked nades, and Beaston helps him get that extra bit of distance. Alvaro with that split blitz as well makes this guy an absolute monster. He's also the backup sniper of the squad with the SVD, and obviously being able to tag players from afar makes him absolutely dangerous up close and personal with those nades, as well as far a super flex player on the side of Bigetron.
And that's what we have been seeing so far when they introduced this new tactic into Southeast Asia. Joel as well as Koja working in the sniper. And this is, like, even without Kalahari, they are managing to pull it up. So we have Joel and Siveng, rather. Correction on that. But Koja, you did mention the SVD, so he's a backup sniper for his squad. So they can go 3-man snipe against everyone else, and they can bring in the numbers in just elimination.
Oh man, insane, bro. They've got 2 main snipers, 1 sniper slash bomber who's just working off of that information up close and personal. They've also got Deeks to just go in there for that mad rush into some of these compounds. And at the end of the day, it's the bomber slash sniper and the main sniper, Sibeng, getting the most number of damage off of this match, right? But it was a great team play overall from the squad. A total of 19 eliminations strong, plus the Booyah, just makes Bigetron by Vitality a very dangerous squad out there. If they manage to pull this off of this, and they've been very consistent throughout the whole day, I have to say now.
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, this time around, it's quite different. The downfall that they're seeing from the main event is not evident right now. Well, look at where they're placing themselves. There's just a lot of spread that's being done by Bigetron by Vitality. And you did mention from the beginning of that game, BTR is not just the Falcon Hunters anymore. They see the top dog. They see the ones on top, and that's who they are hunting. So we can say, I guess this is proof enough that they are now the Giant Hunters.
Oh, I like that upgrade, man. And they're definitely the Giant Hunters. But when are they themselves going to become the Giants as well, right? I think they all have their own story on the build-up here. I think Bigetron by Vitality definitely has shaped up to be one of the more dangerous squads out here within Southeast Asia. Like you said, shout out to Chris Joe, one of the best coaches out there. And his analysis, his guidance for the squad has definitely brought a brand new flavor out for Bigetron by Vitality out there on the battlefield. Game after game, you can see their strategies just switching up, right? And you can see the communication in play through their moves as well. Very well coordinated, not making any mistakes at all in this game, Neptune. But this is where the real teams, the big teams, will be tested, right? They'll be pushed to the edge. The closer you get to the champion rush condition, the harder it is to close the competition off if you cannot manage your stress.
Yeah, I do agree. And even if you activate the champion rush condition, there's a lot of teams who will be stopping you. And it's the most difficult follow-up condition that they have to deal with. Because they just have to deny you of the Booyah. And in most cases, when it comes to champion rush, the ones who are late to the party, and that's activating the condition, are the ones who are able to be champion. But going back to circle analysis, as I was mentioning earlier, BTR are spreading out a little too thin, but you can see the focus that they have once they set their eyes on a target. They were taken out a little bit early by AGAL, but then when they recover on Ski Lodge, their rotation was just stay in the edge, wait for opponent, and they were beating them down. And look at that flurry in the northern part of our map right now. There was a lot challenging BTR, and they still managed to win it.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And this is the main reason why you definitely need to go in there with the investment onto the double team boosters. It is so valuable right now, Neptune. You've got the out-of-zone buff, you've got the extra heal, you've got the HP, EP recovery, all of what's necessary to keep your team active in the fight a little bit longer. They've also got the speed up. And if you see the players on the side of Bigetron by Vitality, almost always they had all 6 of these buffs activated on their side. Those players who on their side were not eliminated from the lobby lobby for too long. They weren't running just as a duo and all for a lot of the time in there. Every time you saw a player getting taken out of the equation, it was almost always a planned extension from one of their players, because those revives came through instantly, right? This was all a plan from the side of Bigetron by Vitality, and I think they executed it with perfection. Now, when we get on into this next game at Nextera, this is where I expect all chaos to break loose, because yesterday a record was set at Nextera. 45 points, 33 eliminations plus the Booyah, and the culprits, AG Global. Can they do it again, Neptune?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, do they want to do it again? Because they only need 1 point, and everything else will just be a waste. They might be able to follow it up on the next game, but I do agree, it was just amazing on how they managed to pull it off. But there's a lot of teams who can do it. Team Falcons is one of those. From Mortar Ruins, this is where they usually get the initial trouble. But once they survive that, once they get into each phase of the circle, they might be able to get those Booyah and catch up into numbers. But we just talked enough, but let's go into who we predicted to be taking the top 3 in this map. And again, I have AGAL. I'm also including S8UL and Titan Esports Club because of how well they managed to get the numbers in this map.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Hotshots, on the other hand, they were not as hot, right? So far, they've got much better placement points as opposed to their eliminations in the games, Neptune. But one thing that they've been doing very well is finding their way into that final circle. And I really like that about them, because they are the one team that is so close to AG Global in placement points, but they're nowhere close to that #1 spot, which is actually very impressive off of Hotshots. Clearly, the team has gone through a lot of training. Unfortunate that we won't be able to see them at the Esports World Cup this time around, but for sure I'm expecting to see them on the global finals very soon, because this team, we definitely have to watch out for them. You know, we saw a little bit of the main week run out of Hotshots. There we saw the eliminations. Now we are seeing those rotations. When it comes into that perfect combination, I think we definitely need to look out for them a little bit more.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Pakistan has changed a lot from last time we saw them, and in this moment, even in the main event, even in the South Asia Playins, the main event, there's a lot of changes that they're doing, and I'm really looking forward for them to pull it off on the remaining maps for today, because they might be able to steal that championship away from everyone. But this is where the terror begins, because we're stepping into the future of Free Fire. This is Nextera.
Amen. As we head on into Nextera, I'm looking for one of the squads out here to light the battlefield on fire in order to get crowned by fire by the end of the day. Is it going to be AG Global? Or like you said, since they don't have to do much, maybe they want to get a couple eliminations and then get a quick elimination from the lobby in itself. But I think if you really want to go for the championship, you need to be at an all-time high. The adrenaline needs to be pumping, and you need to perform back to back to back. Maybe they want to grab a big one in this game and, of course, go for a back-to-back Booyah off of these next 2 matches. But I don't know, man. It's all up to AGAL as to how they want to play their tempo right now, because, honestly, the script is in their hands to write out, Neptune.
Well, let's see now. And the tempo is might be a little slow right now.
Bro, Coach is punching those bullets away, man. I don't know what kind of active-passive skill he thought he brought into this match. But I can guarantee you, you cannot punch the bullet. You can bite the bullet.
Bite the bullet, but definitely you will be taken down. But it's a good thing now. I mean, despite of all that effort of trying to punch it out, he's still being hit and still managed to survive and recover. So they are heading into Twin Bridge as a regroup. But again, this is potentially a slow lobby. But as we hype up Hotshots right now, they are being targeted by a team. And another squad, it's Straw Hats, who is being untangled. But RRQ being paid back on the other side. But the Bay will not slow down, and he takes down, he goes in for that elimination.
Well, revival, all thanks to Ma'al. Quick on the play. S8UL, though. right in front of RRQ now. This is going to be very dangerous for the squad. But Revenant XSpark bumping into Falcons, equally as dangerous. Riptide Rhythm breaks down their defenses. Sohan up close and personal with the M590. Gets the knock, and Raja annihilated with that shot straight to the head. Sohan needs to pull away. A brilliant run for the squad, and that's exactly what he does. Instant backup as he picks up his buddies right up from the ground. Sohan doing everything for Revenant XSpark here.
And the team who's trying to catch up is now on the back foot and about to be annihilated. And let's see in a bit on the feed if he will be taken down. It's a Team Falcons in trouble, but right now, S8UL, not only is the lightning zone, but also the carnage being felt against RRQ that might trouble them. It's a good thing that a revive has been done by Bunny, and he might be able to survive, but unfortunately that's 3 against him. And Jack needs to move out as the rest of the squad is just dropping in.
On that note, congratulations AEG Global for being the first team to activate Champion Rush condition. But since this is the match they activated it in, getting the Booyah here will mean absolutely nothing. They need to get a Booyah in the very next game or one of these next matches. Providing nobody else activates it, they'll have a big advantage. But Bigetron By Vitality is still alive and kicking and looking for those points. And here's the thing, Neptune, AGL already on that activation, but they are not stopping, they are not slowing down. They are just charging up.
Yeah, again, they have the momentum. We know that if they slow down, they might lose a catch on whatever they have to do later on. But the Axel, missing those shots. Unfortunate, but there comes the Riptide Rhythm. The Axel's door opens up, but that pushes him away. The respawn from the Axel will be SK, and Do is on the ground. Good thing that Saifa is on the backup, but unfortunately couldn't go for a revive. But it's back-to-back vehicle gameplay out of these two teams.
Yeah, Titan Esports out of the run already in the 12th spot. Unfortunate for the Bangladeshi team. Nameless, on the other hand, 2,800, man, that's too cheap. He brings his buddies right back in here. He's got money for days, but Aurora will be able to pick up yet another point for the squad as they all run in. But they did not expect Barros and Nameless. It's a 2v1. Asriel gets stabbed in the back. Barros with the shot, and now they're looking for the final player. Zuez right at the vending machine, and he does not manage to pull off the revival before getting shut down. They thought they had the upper hand, but AG Global just turning around and smacking them out of the air.
As indeed, Revenant XSpark right now in a fight, and I'm still loving how Zohan is dealing everyone with M590. But also, let me just squeeze this in. Congratulations to BTR for activating the Champion Rush condition. So we have 2 teams already who's on their run to be champions, and also a few more who might be able to catch up. But Revenant XSpark, 7 elimination, and a full man squad. They might be able to get rotation, probably getting on high ground next to a bridge that they can take, and they can capitalize on that for getting the numbers.
Are we gonna see a miraculous run here out of Apex? Team Apex Gaming, 69 points right now. And obviously they're gonna need a ton to climb up. They're not too far away from the top of the leaderboard, ladies and gentlemen. 21 points is very doable for this Indian squad.
Yes,
Even
indeed.
Sprite, on the other hand, they're gonna need a ton. And they started off with Koja. Bigetron By Vitality have got no extra motivation to go all out at this point of time. They've got the numbers already. And there's no cap on the number of games, so it doesn't really matter who's on the number 1 spot by the end of the day. Soul Bunny finds a player on the side of Straw Hats. S8UL versus Straw Hats. That's a battle going on the battlefield right across this fight between Demon Sprite and Bigetron By Vitality. Riptide Rhythm breaking down the defenses, but everyone from Demon Sprite just taking a nap, avoiding those shots.
Yeah, they went in a prone, but it's no problem at all for the team. Joildo being taken down, so they lost that VSK from the side of BTR, but they're near to Boxing Gym for the revive, and they can hold this area already. And I think with closing of the first, going to the second phase of the circle, there's plenty of time for them to regroup, but they smell blood. They smell Sohan, but don't get too close. You might be taken down, and this is what I'm talking about. He doesn't go down that easily. No one messes with a Zohan.
Yeah, man, Sohan, what a time turner, what a shot off that M590. But Koja now at 10-14 for the revenge play. Takes Sohan down. Vincent brought back by Kunal, and so will Sohan. And Revenant XSpark Just on the recovery play here, but Sohan, man, so impressive with those plays. And the battle between RRQ up against Bigetron By Vitality. Maybe this is where the big brothers pay them back with a little bit of interest as well for knocking them out of the race a tad bit too early multiple times now already. Ma'al finding Soul Buddy, and it looks like S8UL will be in a three-way battle between Bigetron By Vitality, RRQ, and themselves. Boxing Gym is just not going to be maintained by the players on the side of Bigetron. We have got a brand new management called RRQ in here.
Oh, yes, indeed. That's a 1-2 punch coming from RRQ, beating down their countryman from BTR. Joel will be taken down, and even through the trees, there's no escaping the sniper of RRQ. They're roll right now. There's a lot of catching up that needs to be done by this Indonesian squad, but they are making it work. 78 points before we start this game is what they need, and hopefully they can do that with a massive amount of elimination plus a Booyah, and they might end up in the middle of the pack.
Man, who would have thought to see RRQ right at the bottom? RRQ is literally in the 12th spot as we play our game number 5 in the grand finals here at the FFIMAX Asia Invitational. For anybody that thought that Southeast Asia 100% is better than South Asia, you just check out the leaderboard right now and take note of what's going on, man. I mean, granted, you do have the Southeast Asians dominating at the top, but South Asia has got some promise in here, Neptune. And now Team Apex Gaming 19 points away from activating Champion Rush. This game could just be it for them.
Oh, let's see though. I mean, they can get a lot of points. Hopefully, they will get a good position as well. Revenant XSpark, another team, and we expect to be in the top, but now someone bottom of the squad, and they are going against a squad that has been pushed down and slowly and always getting up, back up. It's Aurora Gaming. Again, those at the bottom, as they fight against each other, it gives more opportunity for the top 5, say 3 to 5, to be able to catch up against AG Global and BTR. And this would be troublesome later on.
Absolutely, man. Falcons versus RRQ, not the kind of fight RRQ wants for themselves right now. But granted, they've got a long journey from the bottom of the leaderboard. It's a 2v3. RRQ does not have the advantage, but a bomb out of nowhere. So here comes backup. Dude's running straight in as the Grenadier of the squad, flanking around towards the left. But Peter catches Rats, beautiful, as he manages to get the knock with a valiant dash. Raja with the Trogon in hand goes in for the instant pickup, and the A124 locks them all in. Falcons with only the sniper. And in the battle between the sniper versus sniper, Limit gets the win, but no vending machine around him, and therefore, well, he'll use the launch pad and get himself 2-1. 2,100 coins in his pocket.
Oh no!
As he brings back the full squad in. RRQ, they've got the Coda, but he's got the more. Still found no Limit with a miraculous escape, and he's actually doing it.
Love the timing that he is using right now. He knows that in a few seconds that Aurora Vision will expire. All he needs to do is prone a little bit to get out of vision. He triggers that stealth bites, and now he has the distance to fire back, but there's 3 players going against him. This might be it. Limiting 7, no barricades himself, but Rans run him down, and RRQ on 15 elimination already.
Man, they are on a crazy run right now, and single-handedly stopping Falcons from getting close enough to Team Apex Gaming, from getting close enough to activating the Champion Rush condition here for themselves. But the journey for RRQ to activate this Champion Rush condition, man, is a long one, Neptune. I don't even know if it's going to be possible. 63 points. You gotta hope and pray this one gets extended into game number 10.
Yeah, I mean, you did ask at one point if I believe in magic. I think they do believe in magic too, but they have to pull off a rabbits out of a hat for that to happen. But Hotshots right now being beat down by AG Global, and Hotshots is also on the run to go for the catch-up game on activating the Champion Rush condition. So I guess the mindset for AG Global is just to go back to their elimination spree so they can stop anyone to achieve that Champion Rush.
Oh, the combo play, K98, perfection of timing from Cypher. Backed up, his buddy took down the glue wall and he just went in there for the one click. And one shot knockdown coming on through. Sidebar looking for the M590 as well. Getting out in time. Pull out the Car 98, my friend. Anas annihilated from afar. Cypher, the Car 98K specialist, strikes again.
Well, they saw them rolling and they're shooting, and that's what happened when you are in a good view of AG Global. And you were right, they're not slowing down. They want to get as much point as possible, and there's no consolation in doing that. But on the other side, another team that will not be getting any consolation, Aurora Gaming, only 6 elimination in this fight, being taken out a little bit early, and we still have 9 teams remaining. Given that they will only get either no placement point or only a few of those rank points.
2025. We took 8 games to call the grand finals to an end here at the Free Fire Max Asia Invitational Battle Royale. 2026 spring, it took us 7 games. Maybe today. 2026 summer, it takes us 6 games. We are reducing the number one by one season after season. I don't know if or not that's going to be a statement that will come through by the end of the day. Because I'm torn apart, Neptune. I want to see a quick end, but at the same time, these matches are so good. I want more games. So hard knocked down. The player from the side of Revenant XSpark that could just annihilate Bigetron by Vitality, annihilated early here. And it looks like another one's going to get caught out. Arsh, super low on that HP, circling around. Koja has the advantage with the positioning here, but is found by Joel with the M24, and Bigetron by Vitality pick off the Revenant XSpark play, and that's the 7th elimination for them.
And let's see though, Bigetron by Vitality, 7 elimination, and they're still in good position right now to go in on the next phase of the circle, but they do have a little bit of trouble. A few of those footsteps are being heard right now, very, very close, and in the horizon, AG Global will be in there as well. So if Baros can land that nade once again, this will be troublesome for 2 teams, S8UL and BTR. But Jack right now trying to knock indoor doors. Will they be able to get in? Will they be able to start this battle? And will AG Global capitalize on third-partying this squads?
Yeah, S8UL needs to be very careful here. When we started this game, they needed about 39 points to activate Champion Rush condition. This one game is not going to do it, but they need to go back-to-back in terms of performance. Good performance in that final circle is needed here for S8UL. One player struck down to the ground, but instant pickup coming on through. 59 points now for the side of S8UL. Not too far away at all if they can pull off 2 games back-to-back in that final circle. And they do manage to avoid quite a bit of engagement with Bigetron by Vitality, by themselves a little bit of extra time with the circle as well. But on that rotation, Bigetron by Vitality right down below them, but he falls to his death, unfortunately, caught by the players on the side of Bigetron. Jack crawls on through, gets that pickup, and S8UL on the verge of annihilation right outside the glue walls of Bigetron by Vitality. Prince trying to get the job done with the side. Will get a slice. Jack with the cord. Will find one. Prince, can you get the slice and dice? The melee does not work out for the Indian squad, and they get annihilated in 7.
And BTR being taken down on 6 as well with the help of Demon's Pride right now. But we still have one player, Kiroro. We know he has clutch potential, but what can you do with a flurry of shots from Demon's Pride? Definitely a demon of a battle that they're seeing right now as they are on top. Now, Demon plus Monster, this would be deadly.
Yeah, man, I mean, Team Apex Gaming looking for the annihilation. They took a knock against RRQ, and RRQ responds with a knock off their own. Wolven picked right back up. The circle's going to be pressuring the Indian squad now. Advantage to Demon's Pride as Team Apex Gaming as well as RRQ have to navigate a long journey to find this next circle. Demon's Pride taking the shots up against the Indian squad. Deep Freeze going to be tossed out. Sailjad will avoid that, but tagged up from the back as well. Demon's Pride flanking around towards the left-hand side. They have the advantage. Shoto with the Mag 7. They flank around, and it looks like the Enhanced Hammer has tapped them up, but the Valiant Dash will not come on through. They all get clapped by the A124, locked on by the thrill of battle, and Apex Gaming gets dismantled by Demon's Pride one after the other. Katie got the final player, just could not do much. It's all because of this guy, Aswab, and that A124, ending the run for TAG right there and then, unable to activate Champion Rush for themselves.
And with this result, only a bay remaining. Demon's Pride with 3-person on themselves. And this is Demon's Pride doing what they did yesterday for the clutch. When needed, they can recover. And now this might be it.
I mean, Demon's Pride and RRQ Kazu at the start of this game, they were in the 11th and 12th spot. These are the two teams right at the bottom of our leaderboard, showing us that they've got the heart of a tiger to strut on into the final circle. But the time turner on the side of Demon's Pride will keep them safe, even though the Valiant Dash was used there. RRQ does not get the miraculous 1v3, and Demon's Pride showing everybody that the fight is still in Pakistan, regardless of where they stand on the leaderboard.
I do agree. Again, Pakistan has been showing up. It's not only Hotshots anymore. Demon's Pride might soon be the pride of Pakistan in this competition. But there's a lot of things that has been happening, not only in the battle, but also on the leaderboard, with a number of points that has been brought in by all these teams. And I'm really looking forward to who else would be in a catch-up game, because earlier we saw Apex Gaming, who was very, very close, but similar story to AG Global and Bigetron By Vitality. From them being eliminated without that much off points on them, they're still quite far.
I mean, yeah, very, very far from activating Champion Russia for themselves. Both Demon's Pride as well as RRQ Kazu. But what Demon's Pride did manage to do is climb the leaderboard quite a little bit. I did say they started off this game in that 11th spot, and this match should have been able to bounce them up quite a number of places. But to activate Champion Rush condition for themselves, Demon's Pride needs to bring the demon out of themselves, because I'm very sure they're somewhere around the 30+ points away now from activating Champion Rush condition here for themselves. And it'll be absolutely brilliant if they can pull that off for themselves, as they hit a 31 in this match in itself, right? 19 eliminations plus the Booyah gives them a total of 31, with RRQ Kazu right on their tails with the 27.
Again, for Demon's Pride, they were very low in the first 3 match, and from Purgatory up until here, they managed to pull off massive points, not only in placement point, but also in elimination, especially in Nextera. But RRQ Kazu, the catch-up game is also on them right now, but is it a question of will they be able to catch up, or is that a little bit too late for the squad because they failed so many instances already?
Absolutely, man. But of course, if you look down towards the bottom, many teams kind of crashing out early, and the most bitter crash out would be the crash out of Team Falcons, who are not too far away from activating Champion Rush condition for themselves. If they had gotten to that final circle, things would have been different. Team Apex Gaming faltering as well in the battle this time round, just 8 points away from activating Champion Rush. So Team Apex Gaming 8 points, Team Falcons needing 15 on their side, and this is the kind of pressure that gets to you, Neptune. We saw All Gamers Global falter in the previous match as well. They could only activated here, and they were not too far away from it in the previous game, right? So anybody is capable of faltering here.
Yeah, exactly. And anybody, including Hotshots as well as S8UL Esports, is capable of catching up and reaching the Champion Rush condition. So that's technically, if they manage to pull it off, that's already 6 teams, 6 teams out of everyone right here that would be activating that Champion Rush condition. That would make it more troublesome later on. But before we talk about that, let's focus on Madara right now. And this is the most MVP out of Demon's Pride now with 7 elimination, 3,300 in damage and 10 assists. We see how well that Valiant Dash as Dreki is working for them, and Nikita for that increase in reload, and Olivia, just in case he has some teammates within him, he knows that he'll be able to heal them up as well. And Joseph, that Silver Spoon, because it really helps a lot, especially as the 8124 is being introduced by a lot of teams.
Yeah, and this works for Demon's Pride because they're always sticking together, and therefore the Russia can use the Olivia. Why does the Russia want the Olivia? Because the Russia is probably the one healing up the most in those up close and personal battles up against their opponents. So this is a very interesting combo coming on through. But the one thing that I am quite skeptical about here, Neptune, is the lack of a team booster from the side of Demon's Pride. They only have Jazzy bringing in the team booster. They've sacrificed one team booster for the enhanced hammer. Is that good or bad? Well, they just walked away with a Booyah, and Madara definitely definitely had, I think, the Mag 7 souped up with the Enhanced Hammer earlier on as well, just giving him that extra bit of spice with those shots, right? If you look at the active skills, you've got the Oscar Chrono, that A124 there as well. Great for those up-close and personal battles. And Aswab was the playmaker in that final battle. It was a fair fight until that A124 got popped, and Aswab just helped the boys on the side of Demon Sprite clean the house up.
Yeah, exactly. And probably one reason why they're always inside the next phase circle, just waiting, not getting that much on elimination and on that final circle, is because they don't have that team boosters. They couldn't stay outside the zone. They can switch it up when needed. The 3 spots or the 3 slots is available enough or enough for them to make those change. But speaking of change, again, we can see that they started off in the middle of the map from Farmtopia, and they just hang in there. And it's because of the ideation that they don't have out of zone buff, and they really don't need it at that point.
Yeah, absolutely, man. You know, I've just got my eyes on Team Apex Gaming because obviously this run wasn't really the best out of the squad, right? Shoto had to go on that revival spree, and from Museum, they looted up Turbine. They got in close enough towards Plaza, but this is where Straw Hats took those shots up against them again, and that really put them in a little bit of a pickle. I expected the players on the side of Team Apex Gaming to survive a little bit longer, but it was those initial engagements up against Straw Hats that took away a lot of their resources, and then that A124 play happened. Aswab helping his team members annihilate the chances of Team Apex Gaming in that final battle of theirs. If it wasn't for that A124, I think things would have been very different. But, you know, that's exactly how the cookie crumbles here at the Grand Finals. Neptune, now we are on just a couple of seconds before we enter game number 6. This could just be the final match of the day. 2 teams have activated Champion Rush condition for themselves, both teams from Southeast Asia.
And that will depend on which map we're going to play it in. And it's just an advantage overall. If they get the momentum, if they got the Booyah already out of 5 maps that we have, then we might be looking at the champions. But knowing that information as well, how quick they adapt to how the other teams manage to get the Booyah, and most of it is coming from AGAL, like if they go into Kalahari or Solara, if they catch on the drift of how they're rotating, then they might still be denied on being the champion. So there's a lot of possibilities that would be happening right here on our game number 6 onwards.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at Falcons, if you look at teams like AGAL as well as Bigetron by Vitality, Falcons do not have the champion rush condition on their side. But what Falcons do have, or at least what they have demonstrated during our main week, is the capability to find that final circle when they wanted to, right? Back to back to back Booyah, we saw them walk away with yesterday, but today it's just not clicking for the squad. And that's not necessarily a bad thing just yet, Neptune, because they just haven't started their Booyah streak just yet. But as they get close to activating the champion rush condition for themselves, the question is going to be, does the map favor them? Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the randomizer brings Purgatory for game number 6.
And now this will definitely feel like heaven or hell for some of the teams. Heaven for those who managed to get the Booyah already out of this day. And we are looking at BTR. They got that 12 on the Booyah as well as 19 on elimination. And even AG Global was eliminated a little bit early out of that fight. So it seems like Indonesia is back at it again.
Yeah, I know. I'm so... Luck could not be any worse for AG Global, right? This is one of their bad maps. They are terrible when it comes to the placement points on this Purgatory map, but they are amazing when it comes to the engagements. They can find the eliminations. They've managed to farm this lobby quite a little bit already. But like you said, the team between AGL and Bigetron, which one's more proficient at finding the Booyah, is going to be Bigetron by Vitality. Quite fairly consistent, I'd have to say, on this map, with one Booyah to their side. But we already saw this teaser of a chaos earlier on Neptune, and I feel like we are going to get this chaos once again in a little bit. Earlier on, Central Fire Brigade Lumber Mill was definitely lit up at the start of the game.
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, if I am AG Global right now, instead of dropping in fields, they might need to introduce themselves with one player on Brasilia, or probably head in onto where they don't usually drop. So we'd have an opening right now on the western side, or western northern side of our map, like Marble Works, Crossroad, and they can just go for the edges right now. What they need is not really plenty of points. What they need is the Booyah, survivability. You don't want to end up just getting 5 on the placement point right now, though the points doesn't matter. It's just that if you don't survive towards the end, then you will be out of your luck, especially if BTR can beat you to it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, Neptune. Let's bring out our predictions. And these predictions were thrown on here before Neptune and I started casting. All right, so this is not based off of performance as we go through the games. Let's bring out the predictions and see who we thought at the very start of the day will be able to walk away with the Booyah. So I already thought it's going to be AG Global before we got into casting, right? So, and there was no way for me to predict that they would have a, they would be on the champion rush condition by this moment. But if this one comes on through, man, we end this on game number 6, and AG Global gets to set another record for the fastest grand final so far at the FFIMAX Asia Invitational.
Yeah, for me, I'm looking at other than AG Global, Team Falcons and RRQ, and again, I'm not regretting RRQ. Hopefully, this will be a motivation for them to catch up with the numbers right now. But the same situation with AJ. We had set this before we standed onto the desk. But let's see, though. This might be the end. This might be hell for most of the squad, or this might be heaven for both AG Global and BTR, because they're very close to getting that title and becoming champions of FFIMAX Asia Invitational.
You see the focus, you see the players locked in. Let's head on into game number 6. And the flight path cuts through Lumber Mill all the way down to Marble Works, opening up the full map for play. Falcons going to be the first ones out, followed by Revenant XSpark. At Lumber Mill, it's going to be lit up if Revenant XSpark wants to get into a little bit of a early tussle, but Falcons cannot afford an early elimination from this lobby, Neptune, as they're just 15 points behind activating the champion rush condition for themselves. Maybe after they farm a little bit, and then have them exit the lobby.
Oh, let's see now. We have Koja right now in the score, and he might be able to take down the Nil as well as Shock. And there goes Styx beating him on that Winchester. And all bases covered by BTR right now. I'm loving the position that they know exactly which drop wherein they can grab a weapon. But let's see who will be taken now, because Joel is very close onto him. And the same goes with C-Bank and Straw Hats right now. Again, being entangled. Only one remain, but on the northern side of Forge, he might be able to walk away.
Yes, smart play, safe play from Bigetron by Vitality. And obviously, Joel could have gone in there for the rush. He spotted the player, but he called for backup from Sibank. Sibank flanked around from the left-hand side, and he managed to cut off the rotation to the vending machine, punishing the player. But of course, Straw Hats do have one final survivor on their side. Demon Pride, on the other hand, will be bringing their players right back in here. Falcons up against Revenant XSpark. This was a battle that we were expecting earlier on. What I was not expecting was Revenant XSpark to send Falcons running.
Yeah, only one remaining, always limiting 7, but you know for a fact that most of the time he has the coins to go for a revive, but there's a lot of trouble surrounding them. It's a good thing that Vincent doesn't have a sniper. If he does, limiting 7 could have been taken out already. But on the other side, Kunal, Plasma Gun, and very unfortunate for them.
Oh man, the Falcons cannot fly high this time round. Revenant XSpark turned from a spark into a blast and blew them out of this lobby, stopping them dead in their tracks. They needed 15 points to activate a champion rush. You get out without a single point on your side, says Revenant.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, wings clipped and hopes about to die. But Nameless right now, well, this is what we call the Nameless Horseman. Instead of a headless horseman, we have the Nameless Horseman. Great position they're taking right now. It's a good thing they didn't take my advice, because otherwise they could have been taken out early. They drop into field, the same usual spot, and they're getting a lot of advantage point against anyone. Madara Well, I guess a vehicle is better than a 1 horsepower, but look at that cord. If he managed to take a shot, that could have been it for Madara.
Aswab out early here. Vincent with the AC-80 punishing from afar. AG Global up against Demon Sprite. Madara, valiant dash, breaks down the 2 blue walls, but Barros puts right, quick blue wall right down immediately. Nameless with that backup. Barros does not have to give his health right up there. Madara gets punished, outnumbered by the AG Global players. It's not looking like a solid run just yet from the side of AG Global. They definitely are a squad that needs to heat up and be undisturbed in the earlier parts of the game, especially Dew Neptune. Yes, he has been doing slightly better on those CQCs, but he definitely needs a sniper for himself.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he will need that. He can go for the angle, and that's where he's comfortable. But for Jack, he wants to get close. He wants to get close on Rahat right now. But Bunny, well, Bunny hopping his way with Car 98. Valiant dash, but a time turner saves him. And this may be a good chance for a clutch. But unfortunately, Jack does have at M5 and 90. And S8UL gets that 3rd elimination. Not so much, though, to deal with. Only a few players going solo. But Barros right now, well, this is what I'm talking about. They don't want to deal with a lot of opponents. They're aiming for the Booyah, and this is not helping them.
Titan Esports Club once again with the massive revives, but Revenant XSpark up against AG Global. Arch down on the ground already. Cypher just bursting through with the amazing dash. But unfortunate for him, he gets caught out. Just don't have the angle to see exactly what's happening in this chaotic fight here. But Barros just cleans up house. Can't get to the Revenant XSpark players just yet because of those glue walls. Jumps onto their glue wall, but gets sprayed down either way. So are the NRs getting the job done up against AG Global, who are not as lethal this time round.
I can hear dude right there. Go ahead, quit. Go ahead, quit, surrender, so I can revive you. And that's what he was doing. And now he is on a run. Mission accomplished, I would say, for the captain of AG Global. But they're not out of the woods just yet. Jazzy Fizzle might be shooting at him right now. But Ski Lodge is one where there's a vending machine available. So just in case they fail on a revive, they can still bring back their teammates. But Nameless, a little bit too aggressive. Going against a VSS and a double revolver doesn't help.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't get the headshot there. Looked for the timing perfectly and played it perfectly. What played against him was the fact that he had the M1917. His opponent had the VSS. Pulls at 180, knocks him down to the ground. Bigetron By Vitality, 2 players down, bleeding out. No chance for pickup. Yeah, oh my god, Diggs. Big mistake here with the boost. Crashes into the boulder and crashes down to the ground. Sibeng, the final survivor on the champion rush, activated already. RRQ about to snuff him out. The stealth bites off the moss, keeps him safe for the time being. Tagged up from the back. Sibeng almost annihilated. And successfully taken out of the race. RRQ keeping the competition alive by annihilating their brothers from Indonesia.
But then again, BTR is out. We still have AG Global, a full squad. All I have to do is wait. All I have to do is be stealthy and find that final circle. And that is a team that they need to eliminate. And Nameless right now falls down to his side, but there's still shots from above, and S8UL making sure that he doesn't get up. But Dew right now is on a revive spree.
The final mile, always the most difficult one, and AGAL just unable to crawl to the finish line just yet, but they're desperately trying. Constant resets, but unlike Bigetron By Vitality, they're still on their feet, hoping and praying to get in that final circle. They need to make sure they stop losing their resources, Neptune. Because on the constant reset, this is just not going to help their case at all. Cypher, Winchester, very daring loot here on the airdrop. I don't know what's giving him the guts to do this, but it looks like Demon's Pride take no notice of it at all.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he's jumping, making sure.
That's why.
They're behind those compound, but Aswab will be taking down Jack. But that's still trouble, though, because AG Global is very close, or I would say one player from AG Global is very close. Now, as they're split up into the map, AG Global needs to regroup. They need to find any chance for them to regroup and find a final circle. Binoculars being used by S8UL, and they might be able to spot out Sci-Fi. He's now tagged up. Here comes the rush, and Jack might be able to beat shoot him down. Not even a recovery that quickly by Sypha, and he's already firing. But Launchpad, just enough timing, and he managed to pull it off. No, says Prince. He goes down.
Yeah, Bunny goes in for the chase as well. Prince snuffing him out of the air. I have no idea what the hell Sypha was doing at the airdrop all alone. He was lucky the Demon Sprite did not catch up with him, but S8UL will not give him such a chance. Aurora, on the other hand, bumping into once again a team from the side of Bangladesh. This is the Titan Esports Club that has not been able to wake up throughout the whole day. And up against Aurora, that remains the same case.
Now that you question it, AG Global right now, why is Sypha doing that? Probably just getting information, because you know how it is.
Yeah.
If you have to on a sniper, they can get information, they can plan an approach. But this time they're planning their entry in the next phase's circle. But it's just unfortunate, a lot of teams are gunning them down. Leo Dow will be taken out. It's not by AG Global. It's S8UL Troll who is in the way of AGAL's path into the next phase. But as you can see, Do is pretty rich right now. Yeah. This is one rich friend that you want to have with you as he revives the team over and over and over again.
Yeah, but your rich friend's father is going to cut off the access to his credit card because he keeps spending it on his friends non-stop, and he only got 1,200 left in his pockets. Demon Sprite shots from afar, punished by Madara this time around with the Winchester. And it's just a rough play here for AG Global. Again and again and again. I think Nameless has been annihilated 3-4 times already in just this lobby alone. And now Dude, the one guy who was reviving the squad again and again, gets taken out of the equation. The rest of his team members have to return the favor by bringing him back in here. Only one team has an opportunity to close the competition, and that's AG Global, Neptune.
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, Team Apex Gaming, I think they are very close as well to activating the Champion Rush condition, but there's a lot of challenges within this area. But now, Brasilia managed to regroup. Battles right now, a little bit of action star move with that vehicle, but this is what I'm talking about. This is what they're waiting for them to be able to go back into play, loot up, and fight against everyone. But what they're doing right now in Brasilia is staying outside of circle first, which is unlikely of the tactics that we've seen from AGAL. But they did pull out that binoculars, managed to spot out S8UL. At least they have information that we were talking about. But from behind, here comes the jump. Hot shots right now. Oh, overshoot that launch pad. It's a good thing. Otherwise, AGAL might be in trouble once again.
Absolutely, man. This is a rough play. But like we have already time and time again talked about, this one simple point, Neptune, getting to the Champion Rush condition seems to be quite an easy run for a lot of these squads. But finishing the battle, ending the competition, is one that the big squads are very, very bad at, because the nerves, man, they're just not as strong as you expect them to be. And Anna's just standing out there. Jack said, hey, 3 points.
3 point. Who are you? Wait a minute. Who are you?
S8UL tags from the back. Jack backing away. And Hotshots just forcing them to find a quick reposition here. But there was a very daring shot coming through from the Hotshot player. Was all alone. But lucky for him, S8UL is not looking for a fight. They're looking for the circle instead. And S8UL now 11 points away from activating Champion Rush condition for themselves now.
Yeah, they are very near. And I think this is a good run for S8UL at the moment. Now, at the edge of the circle, water circle or water final circle might be troublesome for a lot of teams. But we know for a fact that snipers is more of those who's capitalizing on this, especially with the bridge that we have. But here comes Aurora Gaming, and the Axel spotted out. Only a few shots more, and he lands it. Nameless with that M60 brings him down. The rest of the squad of Aurora Gaming might be gunned down, and this is the northern part of this circle, about to be cleared by AG Global, bringing them closer to that Booyah.
Yeah, AG Global has a big advantage here, just gatekeeping the Aurora players. They've got still doing the damage, and they've got the flurry of shots. The M60 obviously supplying them a ton of bullets to send the way of the Aurora players. Due with the AWM, Red Type Rhythm, send the way of Nil as well. Gets sent. Wow! Almost for a knock. But Nil played the timing of his glue wall so perfectly there, and the Straw Hats actually survived the shots off of AGL.
Well, here comes the lightning zone, and this is where AG Global or AGAL will be moving. Under the bridge they go, and a good chance to take down the RRQ. There goes the knockdown onto Mal, so that reduces the chance of them firing back with a snipe. But you know for a fact that they will be recovery in that small tower, and they might be hungry to take down AG Global. But again, the focus of AG Global is just not there just yet, because of a lot of teams surrounding them, and this might cost them the Booyah, and as well as being out and open. But we have yet to see though who might be backstabbing them. Guess with where they're facing right now, they have good position as well as a great vantage point to spot out who will be taking them down.
This is the worst game of all for AG Global, because you've got so many squads still surviving here. As we reach circle number 5, 10 teams alive and kicking. And AG Global do not have an advantage, but they're going to be forced into the circle. Unfortunate for Titan Esports Club as they finally check out of this lobby. Cypher, are you crazy? But he's just reparking his monster truck. I thought he was going to drive straight to RRQ and just pull off an unfortunate run there. Straw Hats pressured by AG Global. Cypher with the Grocer. Yes, Crip said this gun tickles, but not from afar. It smacks for sure. And the Groza X supplies you with a ton of bullets that you can just pepper down all of your opponents with. AGAL looking for the very dangerous rotation round, and that high ground gives them the advantage and cover from the side of RRQ. The shots are perfect. Those glue walls erected from the side of Straw Hat, but the glue wall's down. Barros with a follow-up, and the M249 supremacy of the player from AG Global takes the Straw Hats out of the equation.
Oh my goodness, we only have 2 teams. That is a full squad. Demon's Pride right now on the other side. And if AG Global, especially Barros, can cook this nade perfectly, they might be able to bring them down. But they do have dudes into the mix. But he knows exactly the timing of those nades. But that forces them out of the tower. Focus now on Demon's Pride. And this might be a backstab that can be done. Might be done by RRQ.
Yeah, RRQ, they want to take this fight up against AG Global. The 4v4 that'll decide if or not AG Global can end the competition here in this game number 6. Cypher backing away. AG Global wants no heat. They don't want the smoke. They want to take the fight up against Demon's Pride. But this is going to be a big disadvantage because of Bay shooting them from the back. Nameless shot down by that AC-80. The headshot finding the connection. Ice Grenade is going to be dropped down on all over them. Bay looking for the flank around the left-hand side. Followed up by Rans and the M590. Demon's Pride not getting involved in the fight just yet. Instead, they take the shots up against RRQ, giving AG Global a little bit of an advantage. Nameless outside the circle, too low. Gets annihilated by the nade of our swap. Maal fights Nameless, steals away the elimination, and RRQ stab AG Global in the back, and making sure this game does not end here on match number 6. And the comeback game for RRQ as they dismantle Demon's Pride will come through on this game 6. But from all the way down at the bottom, how high can they climb now, Neb?
I do agree, and once again, AG Global denied of being the champion, but the battle in the road is still not over. But this gets more troublesome, because as we go into another map, more chances for the team to be able to catch up on to that champion rush condition. And it's RRQ, who was the bane of AG Global from that moment. If do manage to end up RRQ from that moment on that he got sniped, they could have had a chance, because it seems like their rotation was on point. And it's just very difficult for AG Global to fire back against RRQ on that low ground that they took. But it's just what it is right now. They were in trouble, and RRQ took advantage of that.
In the grand scheme of things, this was a great game at Purgatory for AG Global, but it just wasn't enough, because if you compare that this game to the rest of their run that they have had on these Purgatory maps so far, you know, usually they don't walk away with a lot of placement points. This time they got to that final circle, but just too much of pressure on them. And yes, they should have just gone in for the fight up against RRQ, but they took a bet and it was the wrong move. They decided to attack Demon's Pride instead, and that gave RRQ the high ground advantage, the perfect vantage point, the clear line of sight, the ace AC80 got the first knock, and the rest of their players got very quickly dismantled right after that with the interference of Demon Sprite as well. The shots, those grenades, all made a difference. And RRQ Kazu, man, 32-pointer from down at the bottom. They're going to be able to jump to the middle part of the overall leaderboard with this game.
And looking at how much Team Apex Gaming managed to pull off, they are now activating the champion rush condition. So we have 3 teams in contention until next game. And again, there's still trouble of what's going to happen or which map they're going to play. And this is just so much bad luck coming from AG Global, because we know for a fact earlier, even before we started that game, that this is not their best. But they tried to recover. They tried to make it work. But I was expecting them to go for a ring around the rosy, but AG Global might be thinking, who the hell is Rosie?
We'll probably be asking the same question as well. Elimination 7, 3,642 on the damage, 4 assists. He had the Skylar, Riptide Rhythm, ripping through all of his opponents and their defenses. Had the money mark off of the Suzy, had the Molko to mark up all of those players and earn off of the money mark. And Maro, obviously, to annihilate the players from afar, causing them to bleed out a little bit extra fast whenever Ma'al takes those long-range battles. And this time round, I feel like RRQ came in ready for a fight. They had the Coda, they had the Zane, and obviously the extreme encounter on the front lines makes Duts a very dangerous player. But what I'm surprised about is I've never known Duts as a rusher on the front lines to be, proficient at making good use of the extreme encounter off of that Zane. It makes him a little bit more tankier, but I don't think it makes him dangerous. I think this was not the best move in the grand scheme of things for Duts as a active skill, but it seems to have worked out for him, right? Usually you see the extreme encounter used in a defensive manner. Duts used it in an offensive manner, and Duts did the reverse defensive, and he still managed to pull away some decent numbers off of this. 5 eliminations in totality for him.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at the performance, and again, just set the expectation. This is the first time that we're seeing Dudes, I believe, first day that we're seeing Dudes in Free Fire Max Asia Invitational. So he might have been studying how the rest of the squad, the other teams, are trying to make this battle. And we know for a fact that RRQ is one of those mastermind when it comes to bringing active skills into the mix. And seeing the situation of what he can do, he brings it on that he's not the one who will be using that Coda. It's just Rans who will be giving him information. He just needs to get close and lob those nades.
It's very interesting what RRQ did in this game, right? Because all they did was just drop into Brasilia and then just continuously circle the perimeter of Brasilia, making sure nobody enters their compound. And when they knew that they had to find the quick reposition, why? Because the circle brought them towards the water, and they made that big bet that, okay, the most probable thing is the circle's going to go towards the opposite side. They traveled there, and they were one of the first, in fact, the first team in that final circle. Nobody could take them out of their spot, but this is that big mistake where we saw AG Global make. They should have taken the fight up against them at that watchtower. A couple of grenades could have gotten them done in already, but unfortunately that was not the decision that AG Global decided to make in that fight, and that cost them the game. 3 teams already on the champion rush activated. Team Apex Gaming, Bigetron By Vitality, All Gamers Global, and India just needs 1 game. South Asia just needs 1 game. And unfortunately, it's going to be on a random map. But the whole of South Asia can keep their fingers crossed for that to give Team Apex Gaming a little bit of an advantage here. And history has told us that the teams who do activate the champion rush a little bit later usually have a higher chance of running away with the competition because momentum's on their side. And S8UL, Team Apex Gaming, these are the kinds of teams that might just be able to make that final run. But of course, for S8UL to make that happen, they need to pull a Team Apex Gaming on all of us. They need to get to the final circle and hopefully maybe walk away with a Booyah so that nobody else runs away with it.
Yeah, it's now additional condition for the teams right now to make sure that they get to be the champions. First is eliminate the ones who activated it, and then get to the number and activate it themselves. And looking at the points that we have 3-way tie on the 71 points between RRQ Kazu, Demon's Pride, as well as Hotshot Esports. And 19 points, let's say 20 points, can be achieved. So that's more chances for teams to be able to get it onto next map if it ends in onto another map after this one.
Absolutely. Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it has been an absolute pleasure bringing you guys the action here at the FFINDIA Asia Invitational Grand Finals. Unfortunately, this is the final match that Neptune and I will be casting, but we have got the superstars Lucifer and Crips taking the mic right back to their side. They'll guide you guys most probably to the end of the competition. If this survives to game number 10, Neptune and I come back, but I highly doubt that's going to happen. So you guys take care, enjoy the rest of the games. Neptune and I will catch you guys on another competition. Y'all take care, goodbye. Make sure you come back after a quick short break.
This has been a very, very nail-biting tournament so far. It's kept me on the edge of my seat, and if I had any longer nails, I would have chewed right through them in anxiety. Every single time I look at AG Global, I thought that they were about to take that win, and they were in the top 3. This tournament could have been over by now, but RRQ ruined the game for them. And not just for AG Global, RRQ also ruined the game for Bigetron. Otherwise, they both would have, either one of them actually, would have been crowned the champion by now. But they did not win, so here we continue. And this actually gives us a chance to welcome you all back to the FFINDIA Asia Invitational 2026 Summer. We are 6 games into this tournament with 3 teams having the Champion Rush condition active. Will we end the tournament in game number 7, or will this go the distance?
It seems like there might be a little distance that we might end up seeing, Cribs. This has been fantastic so far in the journey. You mentioned, yes, there was Bigetron who had a chance. RRQ messed that up. AG Global had the chance. That got messed up. And even AJ banged on maybe going back to 25. We've had 8 games, 26 spring. We had 7 games, and this maybe speculatedly was the 6th game it was supposed to end on. And AG Global had all their rights to it, that they should have won it. But that decision making, and that's what happens under pressure, irrespective of how big the team is, they do manage to crumble, make a tad bit of mistake, and give opportunities for others. However, let's go to the randomizer. Everybody thinking, which map, which game are we heading towards? Is it Nextera? Is it Solara? And yes, it is Solara, the smallest game where every teams are going to be forced to take fights. And AG Global, they might have not gotten a Booyah in Purgatory so far at all. Now in Solara, yes, especially today, they've already gotten a Booyah.
Yup. We've already seen AG Global dominate on this map. That too when they were up against some really tough opponents like Falcons. Despite not having the high ground advantage, AG Global was able to win that game. And if they replicate that same performance that they did in the previous game of Solara, I think we might just have a winner on our hands. Keep in mind though, that AG Global were partially able to win that game because a member from Apex Gaming, the captain KD God, was distracting Hotshots quite a lot in the previous game of Solara. But right now, I don't think KD God will make any such moves because he too is contesting AG Global on the Champion Rush condition. It's going to be a nail-biting game. And RRQ historically haven't really done well on Solara. So does this actually open up the doorway for AG Global and Apex Gaming to pick up this championship? We will find out in just a couple of moments, because as you saw right now in the drop, or rather the preferred drop locations of this map, we saw that there's potentially a lot of clashes, especially in Aquarium, in TV Tower, but none of them really went like we expected them to. So at this point, I'm just gonna leave it all up to these teams and let the journey take us where it does. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let us kickstart off the 7th game of the day. Let us take Solara in and soak in its glorious beauty.
The Rails are going to give access to every team to take fights that they deemed that they needed. These are the 12 lots and numerous cameras, and every player's eye just looking forward to their next target here on Solara. The flight paths dividing the map in even Stevens half right above Aquarium and all the way towards the hub is what we end up seeing. And the fight at Delta Isle seems to be another one that's going to break out, and that's where RRQ went down, and seems like RRQ are going to drop there, but they have a split. It seems like they're going a little further from Delta Isle, reaching all the way close to Windmill, and they might actually break the backs of another team who have their champion rush condition. KD got right in front of Duds, and Duds was done a great deal in the previous game. Damage done. KD God has Wolverine right behind him. Rans runs up and KD goes down. This is trouble for Team Apex Gaming. Wolverine activates the chrono, but for how long? Nothing works out, and he's also taken down. Team Apex Gaming, they have an opportunity to close here, win for South Asia, but RRQ, just like they ruined for their brothers as well as the other Southeast Asian teams, they're continuing that run.
Yeah, RRQ had a very slow start to this day. They had like 3 bad games back to back, but then they deny all the Champion Rush teams their victory, and now they're doing surprisingly well. RRQ have climbed up to 74, so they might just even activate the Champion Rush condition in this game. But Straw Hats, they continue to tumble downwards, barely getting anything done in this game at all, eliminated at 0 points. So they will have to wait a lot more if they want to have their crack at the championship. But for now, Aurora Gaming, these guys have picked up a bunch of eliminations already. They've picked up 4, they got the squad wipe, and they're on their way. Still a little around 24 points away from the champion rush condition.
Worried here still for Team Apex Gaming. Sahil Jad is the last one standing. He's nowhere close to the windmill.
Oh no,
Vending
they got the
machine,
boom.
and there it is. The hit list activated. He thought hopefully that they would run away and he'll get an access to the vending machine. He doesn't even have coins. Riders now trying to take a quick boost, and Falcons are here. That might be the distraction that he needs. He can take this advantage. Falcons, they had their own clash. They also need to activate the champion condition, but the vehicle gets destroyed. Sahil Jad, he gets peppered. He thought Kiroro will be the distraction that he needs out of this game, but Team Apex Gaming, with their championship condition, will not be able to make it through here on Solara. And the South Asian belief that there could be the trophy for them is now lost, and all they can hope is the other teams can deny Bigetron as well as RRQ out of this game.
Yeah, RRQ has been the bane of most of the Champion Rush team's existence. Last game they eliminated both AG Global and Bigetron. This time they eliminate Apex Gaming, and now they get another hit list. Oh, at least it's on Falcons. It's not one of the other Champion Rush condition teams, but you know that RRQ is going to go aggressive. AG Global also continuing to do what they do best, just eliminating every single person that they come across. Keep in mind that last time Revenant XSpark versus AG Global was a massive contest in Aquarium. So this time AG Global went for a 3-1 split drop. 3 of them went towards Aquarium. 1 of them actually went towards another part of the map, I think close to TV Tower. So that's why they had a split drop. And once again, in Eco Drain, a place where none of these teams like to go, they're having this fight again. Kunal gets peppered between the 2 players, gets sandwiched in the most unappetizing way. And Arsh also meets the same fate. AG Global don't lose a single 1v1 duel.
S8UL continuing. While they did lose out a player here, doesn't matter. They're on the other end on Titan Esports Club's problems are increasing as Prince trying to get confirmation. Bunny is well on that same trail. Aurora also tried to get in the mix, and Zuez instantly gets shut down. A little bit of a kerfuffle that none of these players thought they were getting in the mix of multiple teams. And however, it's good for S8UL as they are getting closer to the championship condition, but still the same wavering cloud above them that might drizzle very soon if AG Global or Bigetron By Vitality end up getting a Booyah in this game. So trying to deny them should be on the cards. But Bigetron By Vitality, they've tried to play safe and sound. We just saw AG Global from Eco Drain. They're not trying to run away. They're trying to hold the position. So far, those 2 teams are trying to play on survival.
Yeah, Bigetron playing for survival is not something I ever expected to say. I thought that even with the champion rush condition active, they will at least continue fighting any team that comes close to them. And right now, Falcons are pushing the envelope. Limit X7 gets over his own limits, but gets quickly humbled by C-Bank. Pina has that angle. He's trying to shoot down Deeks, but he doesn't realize that Koja has already closed in the distance. Now he finally does. Shield gun from Koja does deal a little bit of damage, but Pina, hopping between blue walls, finally has to face Deeks as he charges into his face. C-Pain gets the knock onto Kororo, but they're struggling a little with Pina. They finally put him down. They finally put him out of his misery, and this could be the Falcons' undoing. Bigetron haven't faced a single loss yet, but this needs to keep up. They need to keep playing just like this if they want to have a crack at the championship.
Same intention for AG Global. They've been able to fend themselves from Aquarium to Eco Drain, and it still seems like they are keeping the 3-1 split. And Barros, completely in the other direction, trying to retrace his footsteps to their drop spot at Aquarium and spots RRQ Kazu. The ones who have been dismantling teams with champion rush condition. Bigetron By Vitality have another challenge right in front of them. Hotshot, the powerhouse from South Asia from the initial games that we witnessed. Yes, right now they've been a tad bit slowed down. Unfortunate for Hotshots. However, somebody who's picked up pace is Demon's Pride. And Demon's Pride, because they don't have a lot to lose, they're going all out. Even in the last game, they ended up in the top 2. That tells us of how brilliant these teams play when they don't have pressure. However, the top teams still keep crumbling. Bigetron By Vitality, the Falcon Hunters, can they hunt them? They did take 2 players down. Now Racha very close up. Koja trying to use the launcher, do the damage, but it's not working for the time being. But then the Diggs rush comes through. The dash, however, doesn't work. Racha still will be able to confirm before going down to his knees. Limit X7 barely almost letting Koja be alive. He'll patch himself up, get closer, loot immediately, but Limit X7 will have no access to this elimination anymore.
Yeah, but Limit X7 doesn't need to worry about anything else. They need to be worried about Keroro more because Keroro is guarding the vending machine. Up until now, Bigetron by Vitality thought that this vending machine in Funfair was still available to them. It was clear just literally 10 seconds ago. But as soon as Bigetron lost one player, Falcons realized that they're going to be going for the vending machine again. So Keroro comes in and captures it. Goja desperately using both the throwable grenades and the launcher grenades to clear out this vending machine, hoping to race over there. But Keroro with the Trogon puts him down. And that leaves Seabank all alone. Luckily, it's just the second circle, so he can tank a little bit of the damage and go to another vending machine. He's got 1700 coins, 100 more, and he should be able to revive his entire team with the super revive.
The Bang did not think this would happen, but it has unfolded for the time being. Bigetron by Vitality do not want to have another fate where they end up losing their teammates. Thankfully, and the direction that he's treading outside the zone, especially it still being the early circles, not much to be worried about. Will get an opportunity to revive the squad, but RRQ Kazu, they have 7 eliminations. A chase coming in from Titan Esports Club. They're the ones right now sitting at the bottom of the overall standings. However, teams are now getting closer. The difference when we initially saw when we were game number 3, teams were still from 30 points to all the way 60 points, but now teams have closed the gap.
Yeah.
Everybody almost needs around 30-35 points to get to champion rush condition. However, by this game, we should have seen at least 6 teams activate champion rush condition, which has not happened. That tells us the level of the competition that we are seeing here in FFMIC 2026 summer.
Yeah, it's much higher. Normally by game number 6, you have 5 or 6 teams. This is game number 7 with only 3 teams active. But with Seoul 3 points away, Falcons 10 points away, Aurora and RRQ both just 12 points away from the champion rush condition. If this game doesn't end now, then AG Global and Bigetron will both have troubles in the next game onwards, because then we'll have like 6 teams active. And AG Global once again facing problems. Barros taken down. Limit X7 just doesn't seem to back off of them. And this time RRQ are the ones who are hunting AG Global yet again. So there's 2 big fights happening. It's Bigetron versus Falcons, as well as RRQ versus AG Global. Both of these fights can determine what's going to happen to the tournament. Oh, never mind.
They determined that they want the launch pad. They will quickly run away from here. Did not have the numbers and they don't want to give an opportunity. In the meantime, it seems like Revenant XSpark, they end up finding an opening. Titan Esports Club, they decide to rush in, but Mahal was ready. He puts the player to a knock and then Blade goes down. Trouble here for Titan Esports Club. Rahat trying to play around the chrono, but not for long, as Rans with the M590 will put the players down. Nejad in between the mix of RRQ, and Rans did not spot him. I think Dix will finally, and that is an end for Titan Esports Club. Just thought there could be an opportunity for them to rake up points here, but they make the mistake of trailing behind the Slayers of FFMI 2026 summer. They're not allowing anybody to get closer towards the champion rush condition, not even allowing the champion rush condition activated teams to win so far.
Yeah, he's been a menace, bro. He's been an absolute menace. Let's see if he can activate his own champion rush condition and then be an even bigger menace. But for now, RRQ are just on a hunting spree. They are speed running towards the champion rush condition. They had a terrible start. They barely had 50 points like 2 games ago, and now they're at 82. Just 8 more and they will be through. Let's see where they go next, because the zip rail provides them easy access towards the circle, no gatekeeping possible. So RQ have a much clearer way into the circle, and their game plan also looks to be more long-term than that of AG Global, who, by the way, might just end up locking horns against Revenant XSpark over here. These guys have always faced each other, man. They've had drop clashes in Aquarium. They just fought in Eco Drain a couple of moments ago, and now back again. It's time for round 3 of AG Global versus Revenant XSpark.
Revenant XSpark, they need points, whereas AG Global have all the points. Revenant XSpark, if they're able to work on this fight, we know their aggression, but in the grand finals, it seems like the pressure coming in from the other teams, they're feeling the heat about it and they're unable to convert. Vincent, he has the opportunity. He's the one on the outer extremity. He should have an angle. He should find the opening, and there it goes. It comes in from actually Sohan. Saifa on the other end instantly puts him down on the exchange. AG Global will be able to recover him, but Nameless also being knocked now. AG Global in trouble, but RRQ Kazu is also in the mix, and Revenant
what?
XSpark, just when they think they have things in the control, Arsh gets taken down, and Revenant XSpark are now getting whiplashed by RRQ Kazu's outlash of eliminations, and they are looking unstoppable. Now that they've converted against Revenant XSpark, they're moving, they know there's another squad, and right at their edge, Cypher doesn't want to allow that happen. Last time when they did back out from this direction, it was AG Global losing their opportunity of getting themselves crowned as champions, and this time they don't want that situation. But right at the edge of the pipe, RRQ Kazu, they want to make a drop, but they know AG Global, they are on the disadvantage. If they decide to climb up, RRQ Kazu have the advantage, but he decides to jump in, and Cypher acts on the distraction. Mal adds up, and players are just faltering. Nameless is also down. It's just due. His position's compromised. Mal was already taking his shots on him. Dutz will try to close the gap, but already on that closing gap instance is Rans, and he is coming in, running through Dew, and Dew doesn't have any opportunity to move in the other direction. Finds an opening with Mal, but how about the player up close? Abai, he's always delivered blows after blows, and he will. Abai will put all gamers global out of Solara and out of the chance for a champions slate.
RRQ denying AG Global the tournament win yet again. They did it previously in map number 6, and they do it again in map number 7. And with this, RRQ have also activated their champion rush condition. If they can stop Bigetron right now, then RRQ have a realistic shot at winning this tournament, but Bigetron take no prisoners. They are already beating Falcons down to a pulp, and Falcons have no choice but to escape. In typical bird-like fashion, they take to the skies, and they actually land safely. But Bigetron and RRQ, both of them closing in on Falcons. They are gonna get trapped over here. The bullets being showered upon them from every direction leave them nothing to work with. Not a single place to call safe. Not a single piece of cover to dip your head behind. All you can do is pray that Bigetron and RRQ fight each other instead of focusing on Falcons.
Falcons, they also need points, but we thought while Falcons could be the ones getting themselves towards the champion's condition, RRQ already have activated it. However, for them, they have to close this game and then make sure that they are going to be playing the next. That's going to be game number 8, and that is the only possibility for them to become the champions. So for them, as an obstacle right now, it is going to be Bigetron by Vitality, and they are right ahead of them. Bigetron by Vitality are hunting the Falcons. They will get the last player out, and that is an end for it. But inside the Echo Drain, Sibang finds Rans as well. And if Rans gets taken down and RRQ Kazu one after another start faltering, but I'm pretty sure Bigetron by Vitality will not take a chance, make their run inside Echo Drain, because they have the circle as well at the other end. So RRQ Kazu, for the time being at least, will have something that they'll be okay with to hold off. But Demon Sprite this side, we will not give them a chance. And RRQ Kazu have to win that battle. Sibang is helping in it. Madara gets taken down. Dutz with the nade. Doubles down. Takes 2 players off. Zwab is the last one trying to quickly revive his teammates up. But the Melters, Flash Freezes are chipping players off, and it's not helping them out. And with that, it's the last nade that acts. But she's still surviving. Somehow Swab is trying to keep and match toe and toe. Top 77 is up. He tries to take the attention a little further away, and therefore Demon's Pride will survive for the time being.
Oh yeah, Demon's Pride do survive, and Bigetrons have very clear angles onto them. Even RRQ, for that matter, are stuck in the same boat, or rather the same drain as S8UL. And the only team that enjoys the high ground advantage right now, the only team which isn't trapped in a massive cluster, is Bigetron. This could be their map for the taking. Rans gets taken down by Joel, and Bigetron, instead of going towards this fight, they race straight into the zone. Of course, they lose Koja in the process, but he's very easily revivable unless Troll can somehow stop that revive from coming through. S8UL ignored RRQ, and they're turning their attention towards Bigetron instead. They're turning their attention towards the bigger fish, Seabank! Oh my goodness, triple elimination from Seabank. He saves his team from certain elimination and keeps the hope alive. Bigetron are now the only team with all 4 members alive.
And on top of that, their champion rush condition is active. They're on top of all the teams doing the damage, and they're the only one, as you said, having all their 4 players. The Bang is already shooting with Preves with mechanical skills, but the zone shifting. And Bigetron by Vitality do not want to miss this chance. Jack right ahead, he's the last one standing. Koja tries to close the distance, and he spots Jack, damage being done. And RRQ Kazu, Jack takes them right to RRQ Kazu. Dutz puts him down. S8UL Esports out of the run. Bigetron by Vitality are now ahead of the game. They have trapped trapped every other team. This is the opportunity to become the champions. They cannot lose this. A swab gets taken down. RRQ Kazu down to the last three. They're climbing the roof. Bigetron by Vitality. Ffmai is already there.
Yeah, Ffmai, he's trying to keep tabs on RRQ. Meanwhile, now that the zone continues to shift, Bigetron take control of the other big building. They've taken the filtration plant for themselves, leaving RRQ in the circular drain building. There is a tiny chance that Demon's Pride might be able to get angles onto RRQ, but I don't think Demon's Pride want to expose themselves. Oh, never mind. The moment I say that, they try to make that risky push. They try to cross the treacherous gap that lies in between them and RRQ. And guess what? They scale up the staircases. They take the yellow pipes and get straight into the upper floor where Bigetron have angles on them yet again. But they're trying to keep Demon's Pride at bay. They're trying to keep their own demons away. But they will have to work much harder because all the area that Bigetron was trying to deny them is now of no use. And guess what? Top even manages to get the res onto his fallen teammate Jazzy. They're back to a 4-man squad.
Well, out in the sky, they'll pick him up. Joel will do the damage. Jazzy, I don't think he's going to be safely landing. Oh, he actually does. They have a chance to revive him back up. Demon's Pride might be 4 men strong at the end of this. Yes, they are. And on the other end, Bigetron by Vitality, whenever they've held the position for far too long inside a compound, Crips, it's always been their downfall. And it's happening once again inside this filtration plant. They need to get out. They need to take a hit. RRQ Kazu on the other end, they are waiting for this opportunity. They want the other team to strike a fight against Bigetron by Vitality, and then RRQ Kazu. We all know how lovely they convert. Right now, Demon's Pride, they are quickly rotating. They want a different position, but through the window, Koja as well as Joel both spot, and Joel is the one who's going to do the damage. A swab is down, but Bigetron by Vitality still no intentions closing that gap and going for a head-on close combat fight. And then Ffmai, he gets spotted. This is what RRQ Kazu do. They close the gap when nobody expects. Players are getting trouble and damage being done on Bigetron by Vitality.
And Bigetron thought they were safe on the first floor, but look at that window. I literally forgot that window exists because I've never been shot from there. And RRQ take the roof. RRQ also have the center of the circle, so they can actually deny both Bigetron and Demon's Pride entry into the circle. Bigetron at least have some room to work with, right? But Demon's Pride are forced to leave that steel vent and get out into the open where they will be very vulnerable against RRQ. Bigetron are trying to avoid leaving this building for as long as possible. They're trying to force RRQ on the other side. Duts, he's keeping eye on the yellow pipe. Abai forced to go down from that roof, fighting Demon's Pride up close and personal. But Abai, he's getting into the pipe. He should be able to get the angles on the Deeks and Joel now. They forced the fight, but the walls have been shut. The pipe has been sealed with glue walls. And Bigetron continue holding on to this building.
FFMIC 2025, Bigetron by Vitality. They should have been the ones being crowned, but they missed the opportunity. But now they have the best. But the zone's closing in. This is the last circle. Everybody is trying to beat the clock, but it's not going to work out. The zone's going to start doing the damage, and it might just come down to survival of who will be able to take the damage going on. And it seems like RRQ Kazu, just because they are at the edge of the pipe, be an opening. But the dash coming in, there is the opening.
Oh my God!
Start putting players down, but the Koja, he converts. Ffmai somehow survives. Demon's Pride, they have all their players standing. Ffmai, what does he do? He's running out of kits. He's taking the damage of the zone, and he will falter. Demon's Pride, they get the booyah. Bigetron by Vitality fail another opportunity.
It slips right from their fingers like coarse sand running out of your hands, and you are feeling powerless to do anything about it. Demon's Pride keep racking up booyah after booyah, and despite all the advantages that Bigetron had acquired, despite all the battles that they managed to win, despite every single duel that they managed to convert, it's the zone that becomes their final undoing. This time it wasn't even RRQ, the thorn in the side. It wasn't even Revenant XSpark, the team that often challenges them. It wasn't a single opponent, but the whole damn game itself working against you. And at this point, it feels nothing short of a curse. Another opportunity by Bigetron squandered, especially an opportunity where the two other teams who had their champion rush active teams like Team Apex Gaming. And you had both the Champion Rush condition teams dying off very early in this game. They even managed to win the duels against RRQ. But unfortunately, how much longer can you heal off Seabank? You could see that he's clicking the heal button as quickly as he possibly can. And yet he cannot survive.
What a game coming through. RRQ Kazu, Demon's Pride, taking these chances away from the teams who should be closing FFMIC 2026 summer, but it's not happening. Incredible run and unbelievable stance being pulled off by Demon's Pride, especially when they started. They were at the bottom of the charts and now they're sitting in a position where they have nothing to lose, and this is what I've been banking on. Same was at the stance for RRQ Kazu. They had nothing to lose because they were at the bottom with Demon's Pride as well. But now look at them, 30 total points, 22 eliminations. They did not even get the Booyah. Bigetron by Vitality, they were survived in this hashtag second position, getting 9 placement points, but that was not the thing they were thinking about. They were trying to see if they could convert a Booyah. The battle that goes down, Koja does make it work, but unfortunately he also takes a hit. Demon's Pride were ahead of it. Zone doing the damage, nothing much working out. S8UL Esports get 15 points. Team Falcon get 13 points. All Gamers Global miss another opportunity. Do we see 6 teams almost getting their champion rush condition active? Let's take a look at the grand final standings. Falcons miss by just 2 points, and it is going to be Ffmai Esports, RRQ Kazu who make the new entry after game number 7, and especially Crips. RRQ Kazu, they played 4 games and in total only had 12 points, 5, 6 and 7. They've managed to acquire 80-90 points plus and hit this 101 mark.
Yup, it took them 3 games to finally wake up, but now that they are awake, they are putting every team down to sleep, permanent sleep rather, in this case. Because these guys are on fire. Absolutely nobody can stand against them. They went from 12 points to 101 points in just a matter of 3 games. Now that is domination if not anything. S8UL Esports also managed to activate their champion rush condition. While we saw nothing special from them, it is enough for them to just activate the champion rush condition for now. But they've historically struggled with closing up the Booyah whenever they have that active. Demon's Pride on the other hand, I do feel bad for them, man. I really do. 2 Booyahs acquired today, and yet no champion rush. They will have to wait just 1 more game. They're very close. They're within spitting distance of that champion rush condition. And despite Madara's best efforts, despite him getting 2 eliminations, he cannot close out the champion rush for his team, because this team overall gets only 4 eliminations in this game. 12 points with the Booyah, but with the lack of eliminations, they miss out on the champion rush condition by a very tiny margin. And maybe this is the thing that will keep them awake at night if they end up losing this tournament.
They got a Booyah. If they had gotten 3 points, they would have activated the champion rush condition. There would have been 6 teams. Falcons if they got 2 points. Aurora Gaming if they got 6 points. But hey, we'll come back to that discussion very soon. Booyah team stats right is now A1, 2, 4, Chrono, Oscar and Morse being wheeled by top 77, Madara, Aswab and Jazzy. But you have to give it to Aswab and look at his loadout in having the passives such as Thiva helped him quickly res his teammates back up, because we saw Sibeng started hammering Demon's Pride along with RRQ Kazu and almost about to be washed off with Demon's Pride, but Aswab, he stood tall. As you can see, that is the reason he doesn't have elimination, assist as well, and barely 1 knockout and even damage. He became the support rather than the grenadier, rather than the bomber. He was a full support character at that time to get this squad back on their feet, and this might have given them another chance, another hope to get South Asia to their Booyah and Champions trophy.
Demon's Pride, what can I say, man? 2 Booyahs back to back, and this time they were playing rather passively. They dropped in the hub, went to its studio, and while Demon's Pride basically stick to the edge of the circle, go from studio to eco train and then continue staying there for the rest of the duration of this game, RRQ were actually going all the way around. They went from Bayside to Aquarium, now to Casa Vista, where they eliminated yet another team. And look at that, they are just using the Thunder Zone also really well to force AG Global out of this game. And when that is done, they take the center of the zone, they gatekeep S8UL, they almost could have successfully gatekept DP as well, but DP managed to sneak their way in with a very risky crossing. And then in this final circle, we saw nothing but heartbreak for Bigetron by Vitality. It seems like their ghost from 2025 is back to haunt them.
Yeah, I mean, as of now, I feel like every ghost is either being hunted or haunted, or it is just trauma for some of these teams. Because even when we go back to 25, right, when we were heading to game number 8, there were 8 teams who had activated the champion rush condition. Now we are heading to game number 5, and it's only 5 teams. The level of this competition is just increasing. We did see back then as well teams missing out by 1 point, 2 point, and some of you might say, hey, we've increased the threshold from 80 to 90 points. I agree with you, but the amount of fights that we are seeing, the way teams are getting held off and missing their Booyah, are just shots of them just double thinking, them just trying to see, hey, does this fight work in our favor, should we or not? And that makes a big mess for them. But right now, messing with the next game plan is going to be this randomizer, not at all telling them that where we are heading, and rather just opening up the flight path in front of your screens. And we jump to Kalahari. We've seen AG Global get their Booyah. We've seen Bigetron by Vitality get their Booyahs in the previous games. But whenever those same maps are now repeating with the randomizer, it's not happening. And going down to Kalahari, I'm not sure to expect another Booyah and the champions being crowned or not.
Yeah, I mean, AG Global and Bigetron, both of them have historically done really well on Kalahari, but when it matters the most, there is a chance that this map will betray you. I mean, Bigetron were literally betrayed by the zone in this situation in the previous game of Solara. So let's see whether that same bad luck streak continues for them or not. As of now, according to these preferred drop spots, both Bigetron and AG Global will have absolutely no problems at least dropping in and surviving the first 5 minutes, because nobody seems to be contesting their spots. However, for Apex Gaming, they might have to face against Titan Esports Club in the sub. But we saw in the previous game of Kalahari how Apex went towards Stone Ridge instead. So if they can survive that, then they should at least be able to survive their initial skirmish. I am, however, very, very worried about S8UL, because they say they went towards Refinery, but they ended up split dropping all across the map, and they were picked off one by one in the previous game of Kalahari. This time, they're facing both Hotshots as well as RRQ. So that is going to be a very, very tricky place to navigate.
Right now, the whole tournament itself has gone to a tricky position. The teams who have the champion rush condition are not too clear about whether they can close it out or not. Now, just to kind of tell you through the course of action what we have seen. Game number 4 should have been close. Did not happen. RRQ Kazu just kept troubling. Game number 5 should have been an opportunity to close things off. Did not happen. But at least in game number 5, teams started getting the champion rush condition active. That also ended up becoming a chance. Still failed. RRQ Kazu took both the champion rush condition team out. Game number 6 started. We had another opportunity. Team Apex Gaming missed and still again being denied. Game number 7 plays out. Again, RRQ Kazu are the ones so far in all the games with champion rush condition activated. It has just been RRQ Kazu. This Indonesian powerhouse have been denying everybody their chance. And now looking at the overall standings, it's 3 Southeast Asian teams. All Gamers Global, Bigetron by Vitality, RRQ Kazu. Champion rush condition active. 2 South Asian teams and both from India. S8UL Esports and Team Apex Gaming. Can they get South Asia on the top? That's the major question. Everybody's looking forward to it, because I still remember, even for us, right, when we went off the desk, AJ and Neptune came in game number 4, we thought, hey, it's done for. All Gamers Global have taken it. South Asia might not have a chance, but these 2 teams, they are still keeping their foot above and flapping their hands to get this Booyah and Champions title for themselves.
Exactly, man. I mean, RRQ have been the bane of the existence of Bigetron and AG Global. Both those teams were doing really well, but because RRQ exists, we are sitting here right now. Otherwise, we probably would have been done with the tournament just half an hour ago. We probably wouldn't even get a chance to cast the 7 game. Probably AG and Neptune would have closed out the show. And I was fully ready for that, but RRQ ensures that we are over here. However, there is one team that we are forgetting, and that is Apex Gaming. Keep in mind that the game in which Apex Gaming lifted the trophy of the TaZe Free Fire Max India Cup was a game of Kalahari. They have already secured a Champion Rush tournament win on Kalahari. Could this finally be their chance to lift the Asia Invitational Trophy as well? We will find out, because 5 teams have chances to close out the tournament in this game alone, unless we have a team that comes in completely by surprise and activates their own champion rushers condition as well. Because keep in mind, there's so many teams on the 80 point marker right now. After this game, if at all we get a next game, if at all we get like a game number 9, it would be 5 teams. It will probably be 8 or 9 teams on champion rush condition. That's like 90% of the lobby having the champion rush condition active already. That would be ridiculous. Will we even see a game number 9, or will we crown a champion here in Kalahari? Let's find out, ladies and gentlemen. This game is about to be red hot.
Kalahari has always given us amazing long-range battles, has given us amazing sniper shots coming through, but yes, unbelievable runs when it comes to teams winning their Booyahs. Right, is now 5 teams with championship condition, but Flight Path deciding that it is going to be taking a little bit of a screwed path as it starts off at just below Santa Catarina and goes to Oldhampton, favoring the northeast of this region, and therefore teams might have a clash right at the get-go. Confinement this time clear for Aurora. They don't have to be worried about it. Council Hall as well for Bigetron by Vitality. Demon's Pride, the team out of Pakistan, they have risen up the ranks that nobody thought.
Yeah, Demon's Pride from Pakistan are just 3 points away from the champion rush condition, but if they keep losing their duels, they might not get that. RRQ putting another elimination in the pocket. At this point for them, points don't really matter. They just need to win their opening skirmishes. And RRQ is rather uncontested in Refinery. We just have one guy from Demon's Pride split dropping over here. The rest of Demon Pride are going a little above the maze and somewhere between that and the shrines. They're in the northeastern part of the map. You've got Apex Gaming down in Stone Ridge. You've got Bigetron up near Oldhampton. I'm sorry, not Oldhampton, they're near Council Hall. RRQ safe over here in Refinery, and then S8UL, if I'm not wrong, are somewhere in I believe either command post. I'm not really sure where they are anymore. At least during the flight path they were going down towards the southeastern part. However, RRQ, if they keep split pushing like this, I am very concerned about this, because that's, yeah, sure, cool elimination onto Incent. You probably will be able to get that confirmation as well. But where's the rest of your members? Because this is a massive split from RRQ. And I agree that you can afford to go ahead and split drop like this in Refinery, especially in the early game. But you can't afford to lose players like this. Abai goes down, Sohan gets the confirmation, and Arsh already has control of the vending machine, so he almost got that res. Oh no, the time turner, it's betraying Mal, and the UMP spray from Arsh actually gets him the elimination. He should be able to pre-fire onto Ranz as well. Oh my god, Sohan had the charge buster already loaded up. He knew that Ranz will be coming through that doorway. Revenant XSpark finally doing to RRQ what RRQ have been doing to the rest of the lobby, just being a menace.
I think finally the Dark Clouds have also started showering on RRQ Kazu. They're also slipping in their approach. Till now they looked without a speck of a dust. They looked pristine. And they were just the ones who were decimating every team. Doesn't matter whether they had the champion rush condition, but yes, it was the teams with champion rush condition. But Bigetron By Vitality, they took a 4-forward approach this time. Straw Hats have been spotted. Who will be questioned? But can he answer against the 2-lot? He will not be able to. His teammate rather stuck inside, and that is the reason he's still holding off, rather not approaching and trying to take a hit. In the same time, we see Falcons going all out bonkers against Aurora. Titan Esports Club as well trying to do their best. But it seems like a hit list being activated, and the hit list directly hits towards RRQ Kazu. Their opponents from Indonesia. Last time, just tracing back the footstep, we did go back to 25. In 26, they were United. Horus had a similar run like how we ended up seeing RRQ Kazu. Did not start well in the initial games, but then they went and blew every team apart and got their Booyah and were crowned as the champions. However, this time RRQ Kazu are slipping. Team Apex Gaming, this time they aren't at all. 7 eliminations. And they've been taking any team who wanted to challenge them. Now Falcons have a challenge for them. Boltmaker already called Lightning Zone, but like Red Hot Lightning Zone, it's Apex. They are the Apex Predators as of now here at Stone Ridge, and they want to take the team out. Falcons right ahead, but who is going to find the opening? Volvin drops on Shoto closing the gap, and KD God is already ready with his VSK.
KD God should be able to get the angles. Falcons, however, now that they have nothing to lose, now that they've activated their champion rush condition for the next game, they seem to be taking the AG by the horns. Shoto lands the shot onto Keroro. This would be a good opening, but KD God goes down instantly. Limit X7 being the bane of his existence gets the confirmation as well. Now it's a 3v3. Shoto climbs up on top and he gets the shot onto Pina. He can see Keroro coming on the other side as well. And Shoto takes down both Keroro and Pina. Fracha also falling. It's the end of team. Oh my god, I can't believe I'm saying this. Apex, they never got challenged in Stone Ridge, but when they finally do, they hold their ground. They almost eliminate Falcons. The remaining member of Falcons have to escape.
It seems like they were just too annoyed after how many games they had to go through where they were not the ones doing the deed and everybody else were forcing them. And it finally worked out. But right now, Bigetron By Vitality, they've been forced to a fight. It's a 1v1 and Jack, he makes that work. M590, Sibang did not have the distance to play. And Koja is the last one. All of a sudden, Bigetron By Vitality, they activated the hit list. They had their players going in their direction and winning almost the fights. But now, it's only him. He has a revival point that he'll head to. He should be either using that or at least try to get one of his teammates back up. But AGAL, they're also suffering losses right as of now. And it seems like the South Asian teams have cornered the Southeast Asian lads and they are putting them down here.
He jukes his opponent. Oh no, there's another one. He was able to outmaneuver a Swab, use that window to get across, and that shot from you is ridiculous. Once again, instant rest comes through from Aswab. That's what happens when you have two Tivas on the same team. Time Turner also deployed, but Dew gets shot from behind. He doesn't know that there's one more player on the other side. It's Matara who's got the angles now. Dew is all but surrounded. Nameless goes down to top. Oh my god, Aswab, look at that. The grapple up plus shotgun straight to his face, putting down the members of AG Global yet again. Baros, can you hold your ground? Inhaler popped. Oh, he goes across without taking a tick of damage. And now Top knows that they're going to be moving towards the vending machine yet again. So he can try and getting angles over here.
Baros with the Vector top 77. He is super close by. And there it is. Dew plugs the whole team. And now Baros can be a lot more confident in taking this duel head on. But all gamers global, things have not worked. But Demon's Pride, oh wait, top 77 quickly making a jump. That stealth bites, it's been spotted and Baros is right ahead of it, catching his opponent, and I think he doesn't want to give him access to the vending machine, but top 77, he wins the duel, and Baros, thankful that his teammates are still surviving, however, he will get taken down. Demon's Pride, 8 eliminations in total, and they have also gotten their champion rush condition activated along with Falcons, but they have to wait this whole game of Kalahari to conclude without any of the champion rush condition team getting a Booyah.
Yep, Demon's Pride finally, after getting 2 Booyahs, have activated the champion rush condition. Even though it's a bit late and even though they might not even get to make use of it, at least it's on. Now all they have to do is deny everybody else. Both the top teams, AG Global as well as Bigetron, they both lost a couple of their members, but they've had the opportunity to rest them. But RRQ might not get that now because Revenant XSpark have no mercy. Maal takes to the skies, gets propped midair. It's all up to Abhay, and they know where he is. He's trying to go around the Bayfront Court compound, the revival point right behind him. But he wants to fake the fact that he's over there. Instead goes to the vending machine. Does he have enough money? Only for one.
Yeah.
They should be able to get him now. They know he's trapped. Vincent closing in the distance. Kunal also on the other side just for good measure. And there you go. Abhay was all but dead. It's all up to Maal now, who's somewhere in the skies right now. He better hopes that he lands safely.
We'll have to give it to Vincent. Man, Vincent ended up picking all the 3 players off. He was the reason RRQ Kazu suffered this. If it was not him, there could have been an opportunity for RRQ Kazu to turn things around. But right now, Dew! What a shot coming in. Riptide Rhythm trying to break the bones of Hotshots. But unfortunately, he's all alone and he will be answered back with the same knock and also the pick-off. Hotshots are not backing off. Cypher was just too far away to help Dew out over there, and AG Global, it seems like all the teams with the championish condition are picking the wrong fights and especially making the wrong decisions in the final fight, because of which they're losing their chances of being crowned as the champions.
Yeah, and they're running out of chances now. Meanwhile, if you do somehow get your chance next game as well, the competition will be that much higher. 7 teams will have the champion rush condition in the next game, if at all we see it. Possibly 8, because Aurora is also just 4 points away from activating it. But now you got Falcons versus Apex Gaming. And Falcons, the birds of prey, are looking to take down at least one big contender so that they can thin out the odds. But as soon as they close in the distance, they decide to fall back again. They don't want to force this battle, especially with Demon's Pride also in the vicinity.
Too much. This is a sandwich for them. If they decide to head out, rather try to hold this position for the time being, or maybe even sort a fight with one team while blocking the other completely. But even if they do that, they know that there's going to be a third-party approach that some team will instantly run up. And Falcons, they might be thinking that they want to make a move, and they are. They are actually moving across the compounds, whereas Team Apex Gaming will just hold for the time being. Adding on to your Team Apex Gaming having the championship condition and more moving their way, 8, even Revenant XSpark are not far behind. They need 8 points in this game, and they will activate that as well. So almost around 9 teams, and especially with the zone closing in Crips, teams are still not taking fights. It's almost tad bit silenced right now because everybody's worried about their championship.
Yep, and not only will all the teams be forced to play passively because of so many teams having the champion rush condition active, they are also going into Bayfront. We are about to witness yet another Kalahari urban finish, Lucifer, and this is going to be chaotic. Bigetron now control the Bayfront quad compound. This quad village has access to a lot of coins as well as the vending machine, which is crucial for Bigetron's win condition. They need to take this area for themselves, but instead, they go in towards the main area of Bayfront. They ditch the quad village and they go straight in towards the half balcony house. It seems like they are predicting that this will indeed move towards the Bayfront main area rather than the outskirts.
Bigetron By Vitality quickly take the compound right next to Demon's Pride. I thought maybe they almost jumped the roof. But look at this one compound of Bayfront that we are seeing. We have 5 houses in front of us and 5 different teams occupying each house.
Yes.
And there is 5 more teams who are still surviving here in Kalahari, and very soon as the zone starts closing, they will also make their move here because the circle is at Bayfront. And I'm worried. I don't know what chaos is going to break and who is going to decide that they get the points. But one thing for sure is we witness the best.
And in this kind of situation, you would really like to have your information UAVs active. This is the only thing. This is the only thing that will keep you safe, because none of these teams. Yeah, none of these teams can actually afford to go full send in against another one. These teams will most likely only leave their house until they get like either 3 knocks or the zone forces them to. Because right now, all that is going to happen is that Bayfront will turn into a massive real estate shopping district. All the teams will want 1 house each. Revenant XSpark, Bigetron, Demon's Pride, you've got Apex Gaming, Hotshots, all of them having a compound each. Aurora and Falcons also have a compound, but Aurora and Revenant XSpark will have to leave their houses and get closer inside. Revenant XSpark can still go towards the central clock tower where the vending machine is, but that area offers you almost no cover. Plus, they will have to deal with Aurora over there.
7 teams already right now dwindling. S8UL Esports and AG Global are close by. They are going to be the next ones who will try to join in. Revenant XSpark trying to close the gap. Check the other compounds as well. So far, not even a single knock that we've witnessed, but finally it might be in the works. Azriel is caught by Revenant XSpark. Zubair's Jun and the Axel make it out, but not his teammate. Azriel's put to rest, and Team Apex Gaming, they start off, put RRQ Kazu down with the help of another team. It seems like it is about to break out now. The wild wind about on the chase. S8UL sprints. He tries to make a run, but Kunal, he picks him off as well, and now trouble is breaking out here in Bayfront.
Yeah, S8UL have a much longer journey to make. They not only have to go from compound to compound, but they have to cross this massive river, and they don't have nearly enough cover to do it. They pop the time turner, hoping to get the rares onto Prince, but both Bunny and Jack have lost quite a lot of HP. Revenant XSpark going out of the way to hunt S8UL down, but it seems like they've successfully made the crossing. They make it into the house.
S8UL Esports, they're going to be happy about it. But Revenant XSpark, now they finally tend to the same fight that they just ended. Moving to different compounds. That's been their approach. Clearing compounds one after another, and now they find another compound that they have to be worried about, and right in front of them is going to be Falcons. But S8UL Esports, it seems like they're trying to close the distance. They want to take this fight itself. Revenant XSpark have time now. They can hold this position off for the time being, think about what to do next, but this complete whole surrounding is now swarmed by all the 10 teams. None of them are out, and most of them have all their 4 players going on, except for RRQ Kazu as well as Aurora, who have lost 1 and 2 respectively.
Oh my god, look at the mini-map, Lucifer. I see colors upon colors upon colors. There's so many teams in the same POI. Nothing like this is possible in any other map unless you have an urban finish. Oh my god, Bigetron. They are actually forcing the issue against Demon's Pride. Both of them forced to share one house. Bigetron at the bottom, Demon's Pride on top. This is a very difficult situation. This is what happens when you've got no real estate. You have to become roommates with people that you would otherwise kill at the moment's notice. But Bigetron, knowing that the circle is moving away from them, have to go across the other side, and this will make them actually clash into S8UL. 2 big teams with Champion Rush active will be forced against each other.
Boltmaker pulled out, and now trouble. Bigetron by Vitality out in the open. Small compound they quickly get into. Demon's Pride in the meantime, they find S8UL Esports. The exchange between them, and that was quick. Bigetron by Vitality somehow hold it off. A swap throwing nades now, wants to find an opening. Aurora are caught in that mix, and RRQ Kazu, they tried to make their rotation, and they are also out and put to rest in this game.
And while this is happening, S8UL might also bite the dust. Demon's Pride are focusing way too much attention over there. And while all of this is happening, Bigetrons are just letting this happen. Bunny, oh my god, are you serious? He almost pulled off a triple elimination with that M590. But finally, it's the nades from Aswab that will deal with both S8UL as well as Aurora. Both these teams almost out. Aurora finally destroyed. S8UL surviving on their last legs with just 1 player having less than 50 HP to his name.
The zone shifting. Bigetron by Vitality have always been troubled just because they hold compounds for far too long. Play on the survival. Hotshots in the meantime, they've taken the compound that Team Apex Gaming also have, and AG Global are also making a move there. 3 teams sharing 1 compound, and you already spoke about the last survivor from S8UL Esports. He's on the roof for the time being, and I think teams are too busy spotting each other on ground rather than somebody on roof, and that is the reason this is just breaking out. Team Apex Gaming find the predators that they want to hit upon, and that's going to be Falcons. Revenant XSpark joining that, and Revenant XSpark not only do that, they also trouble Bigetron by Vitality. 2 of the players down, confirmation coming through. Prince will be picked in the meantime, putting S8UL Esports out of the run of this championship. AG Global in the meantime breaking the bones of Bigetron by Vitality one after another. Falcons also losing their footing. Kerora the last man standing. Revenant XSpark have been very crucial in putting them out. However, Keroro manages to get out for the time being.
And Keroro keeps the hope alive for Falcons. Meanwhile, Hotshots have already taken control of the next zone. Revenant XSpark and Falcons will both be forced to move in the same direction. Meanwhile, AG Global have already made their way inside, but Apex Gaming stands in their way. Wolvin and Sahil Jat doing so much. And while all of this is happening, Demon's Pride tried the third party in on that action. Wolvin Choto go around the outskirts of that house, pop the time turner in their face, and they take down Dew. Nameless also goes down. And while all of this is happening, all gamers, they are down to their last 2 players. Falcons get eliminated. Even Demon's Pride down to the last 2 players. Apex might just be the only team that has a chance to win this tournament because they're the only team with 3 players alive. Revenant XSpark and Hotshots have all 4, but it doesn't matter. They are nowhere close to the champion rush. But Revenant XSpark want to be a thorn on the side of Hotshots. They take down actions, but now we have reached an eerie silence. All things that will be chaotic will be seen in the next 20 seconds. Just a moment to breathe for these teams.
We are going to, again, the last man standing zone. As you said, the clock's ticking, the zone's going to start shrinking in. Revenant XSpark, the last time in the main event, they played on Kalahari. Kunal went berserk. They already have 21 eliminations this time. It might be big trouble. They have all their 4 players standing. The teams who want to close it, the teams who want the championship under their belly. AG Global, as you already said, only 2 players. Team Apex Gaming have 3. Demon's Pride, they just got their champion condition activated, so it's going to be trouble. Shoto tries to make a jump with the grapple hook. It doesn't work out enough. And KD got, he's close by. Chrono being used, but what is going to happen? Revenant XSpark, they have the charge by, they have the numbers. Shoto finally joins his teammate, but Revenant XSpark cut this fight.
They dropped. Oh my god, Revenant XSpark dropped down to the ground. They actually give Apex Gaming all the room they need to work with. And Apex with 16 eliminations now also have the high ground and the center of the circle. They are in prime spot to win the tournament right now. AG Global trapped in the tiny kitchen room. Oh my god, look at that. Apex thought they were safe, but instead they're back up again. Yes, Revenant XSpark scaled the height, forcing Shoto to drop down. 60 HP and a dream. He's trying to find some cover. He is trying to find his salvation, but he will be forced to heal off in the corner, just like AG Global.
This is looking super dicey. One each from both South Asia and Southeast Asia, still trying to look if they have the championship under contention. Can they get it closed right here in game number 8? But Revenant XSpark are saying no. They have the whole control. No other team have all their 4 players standing. Even Hotshot, they have a number deficit on their end. Demon's Pride also still holding it off, but he's also the last man standing. Saifa, his position might be compromised very soon. An opponent is already on the floor, but everybody is hoping for an opportunity. Shoto gets back in. Revenant XSpark, they have the best opportunity to dismantle everybody's chances right here.
Yep, and all they need to do is destroy Shoto and the rest of AG Global. Baros Saifa finally come outside, but they are trapped by reinforced blue walls. They've got nowhere to run. They only can hide and heal off. Baros has to now hold his breath while Revenant XSpark wipe the floor with hot shots. They surely should be able to find the last few members, right? It's all but done. Unless Baros can heal off against Revenant XSpark right now, this would be Revenant XSpark's game for the taking. And all the other teams, they fall down. Revenant XSpark win the Booyah. They activate the Champion Rush condition. They force game number 9.
AJ and Neptune mentioned if there is a chance that we head towards game number 10, they might be back on the desk. Looking at how we are, look at Sohan, it's unbelievable for him. So much that it is taken out today in FFMII 2026 summer from his end. Kunal is happy, Arsh and Sohan, they're happy. But they know it's taken a lot from them to just get here. Team Apex Gaming had the opportunity but not the numbers, and that is the reason they were not completely confident on the fight. And when Revenant XSpark decided to challenge back on the roof, that's where the falter happened. If Team Apex Gaming would have had an opportunity to go up ahead, put Revenant XSpark down when they were at the ground level, there could have been an opportunity, but these are all ifs and buts and nothing else. More teams now activating Champion Rush condition. In all the FFMIs we've seen, at max, it was 8 teams activating Champion Rush condition, and then a team gets the Booyah, backs the championship. But right as now, it might just be 9 teams.
Yeah, I know for a fact that it's minimum of 8 teams, because Revenant XSpark were the last team that had 92 points before they finally got this Booyah. Of course, they will get a lot more now that they have the 12 Booyah points also added. But have teams like DP and have teams like Hotshots done enough to activate their own Champion Rush conditions as well? We will have to find out until we take a look at the score. For now, Revenant XSpark have done more than enough. 39 points. Oh my god, where was this? Where was this earlier? They could have, if they would have just done this level of performance, they probably would have activated the Champion Rush condition 2 games earlier, and then they would have won the tournament by now. But that's okay. At least you're here, even if you're late. Revenant XSpark forced game number 9, and with 39 points to their name in this one, they've proven that they have all the firepower needed to take this tournament by storm. Apex Gaming missing out by a narrow margin, 22 points, but at this point, points do not matter for teams like Apex Gaming, All Gamers, Falcons, Bigetron By Vitality, S8UL and RRQ Kazu. Points do not matter for them.
It doesn't. Clearly for any of them right now, especially more than half of the lobby activating the Champion Rush condition. It is not about points anymore. It's about bagging the Booyah. Let's take a look at the grand final standings. And there you go at #9 Hotshot Esports. They make it with the advantage of 2 points that they managed to close out. And Aurora, they still don't make it. Unfortunate for Aurora, they jumped right in center of Bayfront thinking that every other team will go in the other direction, but S8UL Esports join in that position and Demon's Pride take that advantage, put Aurora and S8UL Esports down and out of the game, and Aurora are the ones who suffer. But 9 teams with the championship under threat, Champion Rush condition activated, and none of them having any clue. All Gamers Global, they've almost had 3 games, couldn't close out. Bigetron By Vitality is the same. Team Apex Gaming have 2 games, they couldn't close it out. Demon's Pride just got their championship condition activated. Revenant XSpark, they got it activated. Now S8UL Esports they failed, they couldn't convert in 1 game. RRQ Kazu as well. Team Falcons and Hotshot, just like Revenant XSpark and Demon's Pride. 4 teams join now to activate the championship, their champions rush condition.
Imagine getting 2 Booyahs in the grand final of FFMIC and still activating your champion rush condition way too late. That's unfortunate for Demon's Pride. But Sohan, oh my lord, 9 eliminations in such a cramped, chaotic Bayfront urban battle? I respect this man a lot,
You could see it in his
Sohan.
camera. He was so exhausted just because of so much heavy lifting being done. Along with him, it is even Vincent. He was very crucial in the early game. If he was not there, I think it would have been trouble for Revenant XSpark.
Yeah. I mean, he probably held his breath for the entire duration of that final battle. And when the game was finally over, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Is that what feels like when you're doing a heal off in the blue zone? You basically feel like your airways have been shut and you can't breathe. That's the amount of pressure you have on you. And look at this combination. They're using the Coda. Interesting. I think this is exactly why Revenant XSpark were able to win, because barely any teams use information-based characters in this match. Them having one character that gives you information in such a cramped, chaotic and urban circle, this could be the difference maker.
As of now, it is just differences. The teams who couldn't close it out here in game number 8 and the teams who managed to make the champion rush condition active. And it has been a spectacular one of how they did. And look at Vincent. While we spoke about Sohan, he has 10 eliminations, 3 assists, 13 knockouts and 4,760 damage coming through. This is once again what we witnessed in the main event of Kalahari from Revenant XSpark. This time maybe Kunal took a little bit of a backseat, but he was the driving force to make this happen once again for Revenant XSpark along with Ursh. And you can see everybody's above 2000 damage. That tells us they poured their hearts out in Kalahari, knowing the amount of confidence they have in this game, knowing the terrain of it. Started at Shrines, did not move to Council Hall, jumped right to Refinery, pushed RRQ Kazu out. We saw that battle. RRQ Kazu couldn't hold their footing. From there, Revenant XSpark just kept the battle going on, went back to Shrines, met S8UL Esports. While this was happening, we had even Team Apex Gaming who were holding themselves off around Santa Catarina in confinement, and we thought it could work out for them. Unfortunately, towards the very end, that numbers and positioning of how Revenant XSpark were moving, going back and forth between Shrines, Bayfront and Refinery, just worked out better for them.
Yeah, and once they get there, look at how Revenant XSpark almost successfully gatekeep S8UL, forcing S8UL to lose a member and move to the other side. And while all of this is happening, look at how easily Revenant XSpark are able to gatekeep Falcons as well. They put them to rest, and after that, they had that entire movement kerfuffle where Revenant XSpark held the high ground and Apex Gaming tried to wrestle control of the roof out of their hands. Revenant XSpark dropped down for just a few more seconds, and then they hop right back up to keep the tournament going, to keep themselves alive. And now we have 9 teams out of the 12 teams with their champion rush condition active. 75% of the teams have champion rush condition active. That is way too much chaos, way too much uncertainty in a situation like this. And at this point, I'm sure teams like Bigetron, AG Global will be missing what was the situation in games 5, game 6, you know, where they were the only ones who had the chance to win. Now it's anyone's tournaments for the taking. Let's figure out what will be the potential last map of the tournament, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, it's Nextera. Oh, it's the most aggressive map. This is perfect. The most aggressive map of the roster as the potential last game. I mean, I'm obviously thinking that there's a chance this could go to game number 10, but come on, you're really telling me that in game number 9, with 9 teams having champion rush, there's seriously going to be a game 10? I highly doubt so.
Here's the preferred drop spots. 9 teams having the champion rush condition. While we see that the preferred drop spots indicate just clashes between two teams and not much, we know it is going to be a helter-skelter breakout that's going to happen here. There's going to be like a complete virus breakout that every team is going to just look forward to fights one after another, or like how we saw in Kalahari, 10 teams around Bayfront just occupying real estate and doing nothing. It could be such silence. We could literally hear a pin drop if we were in LAN that no action was happening. But with that, on top of it, we have 5 South Asian teams with the Champion Rush condition active and 4 Southeast Asian teams who have their Champion Rush condition active. So the odds right now weighing a little heavier on the South Asian teams, and we've been talking about this. This FFMI 2026 summer seems like the South Asian teams are looking better. They are weighing in heavier and packing a punch which is more than what we witnessed in the 25 or in the spring season, and it's almost getting to their chances. We have the heavy hitters from the Southeast Asia, and still holding themselves here afloat are the South Asians. There is still a chance, the small ray of hope that everybody is looking after.
Yep, and even though the Southeast Asian teams have more points comparatively, they're getting more consistent eliminations. Let's be honest, Champion Rush hardly awards your consistency. It awards your adaptability. And right now, South Asian teams have adapted to the meta more or less. Yep. And even though this was a very chaotic fight, we could still see how so many of them know how to navigate. Next Era is supposed to be the most aggressive game. We often see the most amount of eliminations in this map, but this will be rather different. With 9 teams having their Champion Rush condition active, will we even see any unnecessary risky fights? This might just be the calmest game of Next Era that we ever witness, or it could be hell itself unleashing upon the battlefield. Let's find out which flavor of Next Era we will find out here, ladies and gentlemen. It is game number 9. I did not think I would be saying these words. I did not think this tournament would go on for 9 games, but here we are. Will we finally get an Asian champion here in Next Era, or will we be forced to go to game 10?
Game 10, something that is too far out of reach. It's only 3 teams who are missing in the Champion Rush condition. However, when you trace back your footsteps of main event till right now, the Grand Finals, Next Era has been won by RRQ Kazu, S8UL Esports and AG Global. To add on to it in the Grand Finals, it is Demon Sprite. And now going back twice on the given day, it seems like the opening's been found by Shoto on Jun, and that's going to be a confirmation as well. That's the first blood spilled by Team Apex Gaming. Zuez has also been spotted. Shoto is going all out, guns blazing. They missed their chance and they don't want to miss it once again. Even Demon Sprite Jazzy on Titan Esports Club. They're another team who have not activated the Champion Rush condition, but Demon Sprite have, and they want the hit on this.
Okay, good start for Apex Gaming at the very least. Oh my lord, okay. Alright then, Demon Sprite, they take no prisoners, huh? It's just 1 minute into the game and Titan Esports Club are already out. Completely trampled upon by Demon Sprite. What was that? It was so fast, we didn't even get a chance to register what was happening.
While Team Apex Gaming were picking fights against Aurora, Demon Sprite just swept the floor of Titan Esports Club. They started off good, June. Close by, Sahil Jat was completely surprised, but not much damage. His teammates should be close by. Switch to the Mini Uzi, but it's going to be MP5 coming in from Jun, which does the deed better. And thankfully, I think at least Jun will be happy that none of the other players from Team Apex Gaming were close by. RRQ Kazu have another thing to be worried about. On the other end, Prince comes in as a surprise. Abe was spotting the players ahead, not one behind. And Prince pulls off a sneaky one without telling RRQ Kazu of what's about to unfold.
Yep, they will have to keep pulling off these sneaky ones, especially if they want a chance to win this
They're going
tournament.
in for the rush.
Oh, it seems like they're being a bit hasty right now, but I'm not one to reject that. Even Straw Hats, for that matter, are fighting against AG Global. So there's 2 teams with potential Champion Rush conditions clashing against each other. Of course, RRQ being the bigger fish to fry over here for Bunny, sprays them down with the BT Ryzen. Prince connects the M590 shot against Duts, and RRQ have lost 2 members. Keep in mind though, RRQ have gone for a split drop, so the rest of the members are nowhere close to match site. Revives are possible for RRQ, but I'm pretty sure that every vending machine is going to be marked right now.
AGAL, after losing their 2 at least to stall Straw Hats, Dew manages to find a knock, but for how long? Uses a quick boost in the pickup truck, runs, but he's running right towards Shocked, and there it is. Straw Hats will be able to convert on him as well. I think a mistake's been done by the Southeast Asian teams. They've let the South Asians get far too comfortable here in the grand finals, and that is the reason they're fighting like this. Southeast Asian teams are not even getting a footing. Bigetron By Vitality just lost a player to Revenant XSpark, and we've just been seeing players from Southeast Asia losing one after another in fights, but finally Dix answer back with the shield gun. But for how long? Sohan will be quickly picked up. Wolvin on the other end continuing the aggression on Aurora. Jun gets taken down. They are getting the revives back up, but for how long? The South Asians, they are right now going ham on Nextera.
Yeah, and Revenant XSpark finally get punished for their audacious behavior. Picking up a fight while you're in the water, while you're in the river. Yeah, obviously you're gonna get punished for that. Bigetron, on the other hand, managed to get not only all the reses, but also a hit list onto another Champion Rush team. But Apex Gaming in a bit of trouble, and they are fighting one of the only teams that do not have the Champion Rush condition active anymore. Aurora have done just enough. Axel getting that knock onto Sahil Jat gives them the 90, and now in the next game they will have the Champion Rush condition active as well. That is if Shoto doesn't die off already, and that leads to one of the teams being eliminated. AG Global also suffering quite a lot of losses. They've only got one elimination to their name, but they've had to go for at least 4 reses so far. So yeah, they're surviving, but barely hanging on by a thread. Cypher reveals his position. The dash comes through from Shocked, and up close and personal, he goes against him with the Max 7. Another shot by Extrov results in another elimination, which is great if you're a fan of Straw Hats. But S8UL have jumped into third party on this one, and they are getting everything that they want.
Straw Hats, they have nothing to lose. They don't have the Champion Rush condition activate. That's why they are playing like this. S8UL Esports on the other end, they did find the opening against Straw Hats. Nil out in the open. Nade being tossed does not connect. S8UL Esports seems like they're deciding to rather back off in this fight. I knew I would have to kind of take my words back. In a couple of the fights we saw between the Southeast Asia and South Asia, it happened that South Asia were a tad bit back-footed. But for the time being, at least, they are still matching. Now, Nil going ahead, Jack. He's close by Bunny as well. They did not rather back off. Straw Hats are getting caught off guard. And look at Bunny, completely surprising. Nil will put him down, but there was a quick challenge coming in from Extra. Extra has not looked brilliant throughout the day, but finally is.
Jack?
He takes both the players down over there, and now still peppering Troll. Comes down to the last life. S8UL Esports end up losing almost everybody. Troll making a quick jump. Vending machine is close by. He has 1100. He will be able to at least bring 2 of the players back up. But that was a close call. Almost about to lose the battle from almost in winning ways.
Yeah. I mean, at that point, Prince, even though he got shot by who, he must have been asking where. I mean, who managed to close in the distance, and Prince had no idea. RRQ, yeah, they're keeping eyes on Falcons. And this rivalry is as old as time, but this time Falcons playing rather passively. They're very happy to stay right there in boxing gym, very happy to send out their drones, scout out some information, and start getting some early positioning. And even RRQ for that matter. It's very rare of them to just hold on to a compound this early on in the game. Usually they only do this after the 3rd circle, but hey, I guess Champion Rush makes for strange practices, but S8UL continue losing their members. They just managed to survive the onslaught against Straw Hat, and now they lose 2 players again, this time to AG Global.
All Gamers Global. They were the very first team who had the Champion Rush condition active, and they've still not managed to close. S8UL Esports on the other end, a little bit receiving a lot damage, eliminations, losing players. They need to get a little comfortable here on Nextera. If this continues, they will end up losing another opportunity. Troll just got them back. And you can see 2 of the players are still now diving. They're still free floating, meaning they're not yet off to a footing where they can feel comfortable. And comfort is no team suit as of now, because 9 teams having the Champion Rush condition, everybody's under threat.
Yeah, I mean, you're feeling so uncomfortable right now that you're literally hanging on to a thread in one house.
Everybody's second guessing themselves.
Exactly, right? And I mean, they're going against their own natural playstyle. I've never seen RRQ have all 4 of their players in the same compound. Unless it's like the 7th circle and there's no other room left. RRQ generally love to split drop. That's not happening. Falcons already taking the slanted roof house. Meanwhile, Demon's Pride also getting in here. Why are so many teams coming in this close? It seems like they've figured out where the final circle will be. But to make a bet on where the final circle could be in the second zone itself, That is massive. That takes a lot of game knowledge. I certainly couldn't have predicted this. Maybe these teams, they are onto something over here, because even Hotshots have now taken up the big boxing ring compound.
The worst time to get your survival instincts activated is not when you have the championage condition, is when you want to activate it. But it's rather turning the other way around, and which is putting teams in a dicey situation. And Aurora and Straw Hats, they're off to a running race here. Straw Hats already have 10 eliminations. Aurora, they did have an initial clash which did not work with Team Apex Gaming. After that, they brought it back. They put suffering towards Team Apex Gaming. So they too surviving here means the 9 teams have to be worried in case they end up coming in the final fight, in the final circle. They taking it away, then we go to game number 10, and I think that might still be running. And Mahal finds an opening. The M82B on the axle of Aurora. They're far further away, so that confirmation is not coming anytime soon. But the Deca Square is completely getting lit up. Like there's going to be a show right now. And yes, we are in a show of who is going to win FFMI 2026 summer.
Yeah, this is going to be the most nail-biting show. Most shows are here to entertain. This one is here to give you anxiety. Look at the amount of colors. I think the teams have already figured out where the final zone could be, right? I mean, there's no way teams are going to start betting on the final zone with such close proximity, in such close proximity of each other. Oh, yeah, let them come in as well. They were the only ones missing, right? Like, who else do we need? We need Revenant XSpark in here. Apex Gaming have also arrived. AG Global have also arrived. Everyone just gathering a compound near the boxing ring. Now, obviously, the teams who got in here first, I think they're onto something better. They probably know exactly where this could be. But if at all, and I know it's very unlikely that the zone will shift away from here, but if at all the zone shifts away from here and all of these teams are wrong, oh, it would be so entertaining. Although, there's no way that so many teams have predicted the wrong circle, right? Yeah. It goes right here. Still up for grabs.
Just going back over the years of FFMAI 25 to 26 spring. In 26 spring, the teams right now playing, none of the teams are there. However, going back to 25, Team Falcons and Bigetron by Vitality looking forward to their Booyah here, still fighting. They are the only teams still not having their title, who have been there in FFMAI 2025, missed their chance then, are still here. Kerry got on the other end, nice angle that he spotted at the edge of those tires from the monster truck, and will get the knock, but that's all. As of now, I just see teams chipping off each other and doing nothing else, and that is going to affect them. This is not how we want the grand finals in terms of converting. We can clearly feel the fear between all teams of losing a championship that they are almost in wraps of.
This is what high pressure feels like.
Yeah.
I have a prediction to make over here, Lucifer, and I'm pretty sure I'm going to be right. For the next zone, we will only see knocks. We will not see confirmations. We will not see full sends. You will not see close range battles. You'll only see long range knocks and frags being exchanged, because none of these teams can afford to take the risk of full sending it onto another team right now. Of course, unless you're Aurora or your Straw Hats, where you've got like nothing to lose, you're probably just going to hold your ground.
Right, so now everybody's just holding their ground. Circle
and holding
is
their
about
breath.
to shift. And holding their breath indeed. Because nobody knows where anybody is, and nobody is taking a fight with anybody. Somebody is gonna take this, and this is like that. You know, he knows, they know, how you know, who knows what knows. Just knows that this is somebody knowing somebody, that somebody can pull off something, but nobody knowing anything that it can happen here.
Yep.
And doesn't make sense.
It's the paradox of knowledge over here, Lucifer. You know where your opponents are. You don't know who's on the other end, but you know that there's a 75% chance it's a team with another champion rush condition. So that's why they're just holding on. Apex at least splitting up. They go for 2 compounds instead, but oh my god, look at that. RRQ and Revenant XSpark. We might finally get to see a close range battle over here after years of silence. It feels like it's been decades since I last saw someone getting eliminated, but it might just be Sohan. Yes, he does. Dutz blows him apart. Another nade in response, but the graffiti blessing protects them for the time being. The reinforced glue UAV keeping Revenant XSpark on the bottom floor, even though they want to climb up on the staircase. Sohan gets raised by Kunal, but Abai and Rans, they both jump in with their SMGs. The Thompson and the Mac 10 spraying down Revenant XSpark, and this spark is being extinguished. RRQ repel away the invaders and declare this as their house.
This is why teams are holding compounds. Not because they don't want to go for a fight, because they know every team wants a fight. and whoever has the advantage of holding a compound, they will win over it. And right now, Team Apex Gaming going in for a punch as they're entering the boxing gym, but that position is not safe. Hotshots are also in, and above, we already spoke about it, on the roof are Straw Hats. Team Apex Gaming in their rotation against the shots being taken by the Falcons. They somehow safely entered with the boxing ring will finally make that ring a thing coming through, and Hotshots will have to take a fight with Team Apex Gaming because the circle shifted and none of these teams are safe. And now All Gamers Global, they also enter. Right as of now, this boxing gym is going to be a ring for everybody to decide one of these teams to stand tall.
The gloves come off, the heavyweights, the lightweights, the welterweights, every single team with different types of firepower will be clashing against each other. I mean, there are weight classes in boxing, but none of that exists in Free Fire. Everybody's on the equal footing over here because everybody's equally screwed. They try to take the mini launch pads, but they're getting shot down midair by RRQ, by Enmaal. With their AWMs are doing such a great job. Even the gods praise them down. Dew, last man standing, or rather the last man flying, has to get inside the arsenal, but the moment his feet land on the ground, he's gonna get shot. He survives! Oh my god! That is actually incredible. So he should be safe for at least the next 1 minute, but I cannot say the same for S8UL because they are trapped like sardines against Straw Hats. Troll with the up-close shot and the with the AWM does get the knock onto Who, but can this be done?
Team Apex Gaming are close. They're trying to take this fight as an advantage where Straw Hats were getting taken down, but KD God is knocked. Bigetron by Vitality stuck inside the same compound. During the meantime, he'd actually picked up on one before still surviving for the team. This fight, Team Apex Gaming, S8UL Esports and Bigetron by Vitality all surrounded, and there is a team who's already tossing nades from across, making sure none of these three make it out, and it seems like it should be Straw Hats, and it is.
Straw Hats acting like the spoil sport over here. Look at that Falcons destroying DP. S8UL get caught in the crossfire as well. 2 seconds and 2 teams eliminated. Oh my god. AG Global go down as well. They got shot by a NUS. What on earth am I watching? From 9 teams with Champion Rush condition activated to only 4 standing right now. This could be incredible. Toja, he needs to hold on to this. He cannot afford to relinquish this zone. This could be the chance for Bigetron to finally make this happen because they've got all 4 players alive, several Champion Rush condition teams down, and they've got the zone advantage too. They couldn't close it out in 2025, and they cannot afford to let this one squander when they've got so much advantage. Aurora forced to relinquish that arsenal. Now we're gonna get showered by all the grenades. Look at the amount of melters being thrown towards them. But look at that monster truck. Rotats! He just hops into the truck hoping he'll be safe, but Seep and plucks his head clean off of his shoulders. RRQ get eliminated. Hotshot trapped between a rock and a hard place. Trapped between Falcons and Aurora. Can they actually survive this one? Zeus goes down. Even KD God is taking pot shots at Hotshots, but Seabank is the one who gets the last laugh.
Bigetron by Vitality, they're the ones right now acting as the fortress, the wall before any other teams start entering the circle. Down to the last 5 teams, Limit X7, the last man standing for Falcons. Quicks, nothing works, and they are taken down. Bigetron by Vitality, slowly building up. But Team Apex Gaming, they're on the roof. They've spotted Bigetron by Vitality. They were the ones who were closer. S8UL Esports got eliminated. On the other end, at the zone, Hotshot get eliminated. Down to our last 2 teams who have the Champion Rush condition activated in the mix of 1 straggler of Straw Hats.
Yeah, I do not think Xrov can make a difference over here. All he can do is pray that he is able to somehow miraculously clutch the Booyah and take us to a game number 10, but that is rather unlikely. It's Bigetron versus Apex Gaming. The champion of the days, FFMIC, versus Bigetron, the team who's already had another shot at FFMIC previously, but they were not able to close it out before. Will this be a repeat of 2025? Or will this be a game where Bigetron can finally call themselves the champion? After years of toiling away at this tournament, after years of dominating and scoring the most amount of points, can they finally close out by winning the Booyah? Or will Apex Gaming become the Apex Predator and stand in their way?
Team Apex Gaming, now they have their opportunity as Straw Hats' last player is down.
There you have
They're
it.
the India champs. This should be a chance, but Bigetron by Vitality, the zone's closing in. They're out in the open. Only a monster truck to cover. Whereas Team Apex Gaming, they're ahead of this game. One player on the roof. He could provide the cover fire. And Shoto is ahead of it. He wants to go for a flank. Nade being tossed. He'll not do the damage. Koja wants to help out. Riptide being used. Sibeng is down. That's the first opening. Shoto's found it. Can they quickly run? Yes, Sibeng is back up. Koja puts Shoto down. This is looking like trouble. Two of the players are down. It comes to the last two from Team Apex Gaming. Bigetron by Vitality are making it possible. KD God, the only one on the roof. Bigetron by Vitality have all their 4 players standing. Team Apex Gaming missing this opportunity, but KD God still relenting, making sure as the IGL, if there is hope. But Bigetron by Vitality, the thing that they missed in FFMIC 2025, they want to get it now, and they will with this Booyah in game number 9 and become the Free Fire Max Asia Invitational 2026 Summer Champions.
You can cry all you want because Bigetron had their fair share of crying in 2025. They had the amount of points, but the championship was denied to them. This one has been cooking for 6 months. 6 months of hard work. 6 months of cooking up the perfect strategies. 6 months of waiting to come back in Free Fire Max Asia Invitational to finally win. The first time they were denied. The second time they prove their dominance. They assert their authority and they take the Asia Invitational trophy.
They were indeed crowned by fire, tested to their limits, overworked till game number 9 that they had to toil for, missed their chances from the very beginning, everybody troubling them even in this last fight. While the opening was found by Team Apex Gaming, the quick recovery of getting their 4 players back up was the reason they turned things around. Koja instantly putting Shoto down the way this final fight concluded. Shoto made a run, you can see here, but then Koja, he's the one who brings the things back. Lavulwin gets taken down next. Sahil Jat was the last one on the land and he also gets knocked. It was only KD God up above on the roof. Did try to do a knock. It did work out, but no confirmations. Not much health going in for him. And no last man standing this time as the zone closes. They decide we take it with a wind, with a whiplash, with a tsunami. And they become the champions. They were waiting for a title in their name. It was 24 when they managed to get the titles. And from 25 to 26, they've been waiting. And finally, in 2026, they get the title and are crowned Asia's best.
Haters hushed, doubters damned. Bigetron by Vitality are your champions. They all doubted the firepower of Deeks. They all doubted the positioning ability of Kyong and Koja. They said that Sibeng wasn't the best sniper, and they have all been proven wrong. Every single person who doubted Bigetron's ability to close out the championship, every team that called them the No Booyah team, can now be silenced.
Bigetron by Vitality, it took a lot. This was not supposed to take this long for them, but one thing that they finally turned, I think that was something that we were talking about now and then. From every game they had the championship condition active, was staying inside the compound. This time they were proactive. They were outside the compound. Sibeng especially taking the players out, denying Aurora, denying Straw Hats, denying anybody in close quarters, worked for them in this championship to crown themselves as the Asia's best. Free Fire Max Asia Invitational 2026 summer, off to records coming in, and it had to come out in such a wonderful manner. This last game, they took the Booyah, and with that, they were crowned. And for anybody who's watching, why did it take this long? This is the new Free Fire Max that we are seeing, where there is no limit in the Champion Rush condition in the number of games teams play. It is about the Booyah they get after the Champion Rush activated. And it was Bigetron by Vitality after 9 games who were able to get it.
It was 9 grueling games. Bigetron had their Champion Rush activated a very long time ago. It seems like it's been only 2 hours since we saw them first activate the Champion Rush, but it feels like 2 years have passed since that time. It feels like we have all matured during the course of this tournament, especially Bigetron by Vitality. Deeks, finally silencing all the haters that were doubting him. 5 eliminations with 1287 damage. The damage does not reflect the amount of eliminations he has, but it's only because he was able to survive that onslaught against Revenant XSpark. Teeks is the one who made that difference in the tiny compound battle. Kyong with the Cassie. Look at that. His Thiva helped him survive that final battle against Team Apex Gaming. They have 2 Thivas, one on Kyong, one on Koja, and every single time Bigetron lost one of their members, the instant revives came through. You saw how much damage Shoto dealt. You saw KD God got 3 knocks, but every single time one of them fell to the ground, another one was present right there to pick them back up. It's almost like you're fighting a Hydra. You cut off one head, 2 more will go back in its place.
Unstoppable. I agree with you on that. Bigetron by Vitality, they finally get their titles working for them, and especially that they have a long road right now to go look forward to a lot more tournaments that they will be playing on. This is going to be a starter and a kickoff for them in getting this title to be crowned by Fire in Free Fire Max Asia Invitational 2026 summer. It was a long haul. Honestly, it took a lot from them. They reworked on strategies, they reworked in their players. Let's talk about the circle and let's see how they made it happen. Twin Bridge is where they started. They met Revenant XSpark there. Fight broke out. After that, Revenant XSpark were forced to back off because they started losing players. Even Bigetron by Vitality lost some, but it was the boxing gym. As you said, all the gloves out. Whether it happened inside the ring or not, it was all around. It almost looked like it was a cage fight between all these teams in and around the boxing gym. This was a show. This was a showdown for everybody to prove who will become the Asia's best, and it is Bigetron by Vitality finally in their second run. And this time, not just that they become the champs, they also were in the 25 season at the top of the charts in terms of the score, but could not get the Booyah. This time, both the Booyah and top of the charts is what they get in the grand finals.
Yes, so they not only win the tournament, but they win it by not just the championship condition, by also getting the points in their favor. We often see Bigetron falter even after they are the most dominant team, but this time is not that storyline. 162 points, a whopping 10 points ahead of All Gamers Global. So they not only win with points, but they also win with the champion rush condition, undoubtedly crowning themselves the Asia Invitational champions.
You have to give credits to the other teams also who were close by, especially Team Apex Gaming, the South Asian champs, the India champs. In the TASE FFMIC 2026 spring that they played, they became the champs, now renamed as Team Apex Gaming. So close, they had the opportunity. Everybody counted them as to take that title for South Asia. Finally start putting South Asia in the works against Southeast Asia, but missed by a slither, missed by a hair's length was what this game was. Otherwise, they also had it under control. But surprising run even from RRQ Kazu. They were at the bottom of the charts to jump up here. And same run being done by the South Asian team from Pakistan, Demon's Pride. Unbelievable from the bottom to rise up in the ranks. S8UL Esports, the powerhouses that we see from the young guns, they keep their power going in Hungary. Look at that, 79 eliminations. They're matching up with where Team Apex Gaming is, sitting at 78 already, and they don't have placement points to answer with them. If they had that, maybe we would have seen S8UL Esports also above. 7th position for Revenant XSpark with a total of 111 points. 8th for Team Falcons, not a great run that they had. Hotshot ending up at 104. Even after their early booyahs that they got, I think it's just the heat of the lobby that they felt. And Aurora, who I think a lot of teams in South Asia, Southeast Asia and South Asia as well wish that maybe they survive, they push us to the 10th game.
Yeah, and all of this would not have been possible without you guys as well. The audience cheering on for all of these teams, rallying the support, and basically giving them the fuel that they need to light this fire, to be crowned by the fire. And I think that the tagline for this tournament is very, very apt, because in this last moment, in this heated final battle, you could literally see the hands of some of these players shaking. You could feel the sweat drip down their forehead. You can feel it drip down my forehead as well. That's how nail-biting this tournament was. And I don't think it's I don't think we've seen a tournament go on for this long, right? Usually by 7th or the 8th game, we have a bunch of teams with champion rush condition activated. We don't often get to see a game number 9, but in this one, we finally did. This tournament, it dragged on way longer than I thought it would. It dragged on till the 9th game, and I did not think we would see that, considering we had 2 potential champions in the 4th game itself. So it took like half the day for these teams to finally get their bearings together. It took half a day for Bigetron By Vitality to finally get their Booyah, which has, by the way, been half year in the making. 6 months ago, they topped the FFMIC scoreboard, but they couldn't win the tournament. Avida took it away. This time, they not only top it, they win the tournament. And that has been absolute cinema. I hope you guys also had a lot of fun. And we will be back with more nail-biting and cinematic tournaments soon. That's it for us. Take care and have a great weekend.
See ya.